ISIS Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of Killing the Shadows, written by Val McDermid, read by Vari Sylvester. Excerpt 1. The Har moves up from the steel-grey waters of the Firth of Forth, a solid wall of mist the colour of cumulus. It swallows the bright lights of the city's newest playground, the designer hotels and the smart restaurants. It becomes one with the spectres of the sailors from the docks, who used to blow their pay on 80-shilling ale and whores with faces as hard as their clients' hands. It climbs the hill to the new town, where the geometric grid of Georgian elegance slices it into blocks before it slides down into the ditch of Princes Street Gardens. The few late revellers staggering home quicken their steps to escape its clammy grip. By the time it reaches the narrow split-level streets and twisting vennels of the old town, the Har has lost its deadening solidity. It has metamorphosed into wraiths of pale fog that turn tourist traps into sinister, looming presences. Peeling posters, advertising recent festival fringe events, flit in and out of visibility like garish ghosts. On a night like this, it's easy to see what inspired Robert Louis Stevenson to create The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He may have set the book in London, but it's unmistakably Edinburgh that comes eerily off the page. Behind the soot-black facades of the Royal Mile lie the old tenements surrounding their barren courts. Back in the 18th century, these were the equivalent of today's council housing schemes, overcrowded with the dispossessed of the city, home to drunks and laudanum addicts, haunts of the lowest whores and street urchins. Tonight, like a tormented replay of the worst historical nightmare, a woman's body lies close to the head of a stone staircase that provides a steep, short cut from High Street down the slope of the mound. Her short dress has been pulled up, the cheap seams splitting under the strain. If she had screamed when she was attacked, it would have been smothered by the blanket of foggy air. One thing is certain: she will never scream again. Her throat is a gaping scarlet grin. To add insult to injury, the gleaming coils of her intestines have been draped over her left shoulder. The printer who stumbled over the body on his way home from a late shift cowers in a crouch at the mouth of the close leading to the court. He is close enough to the pool of his own vomit to gag on the rancid stench held hovering by the oppression of the Har. He has used his mobile phone to call the police, but the few minutes it is taking them to arrive feel like an eternity. His recent vision of hell stamped ineradicably on his mind's eye. Flashing blue lights loom suddenly before him as two police cars swoop to a halt at the curb. Running footsteps. Then he has company. Two uniformed officers gently help him to his feet. They lead him towards their squad car, where they hand him into the rear seat. Two others have disappeared down the close, the woolly sound of their footsteps swallowed almost immediately by the clinging mist. Now the only sounds are the crackling of the police radio and the chattering of the printer's teeth. Dr. Harry Gemmell hunkers by the body, his gloved fingers probing things that Detective Inspector Campbell Grant doesn't want to think about. Rather than study what the police surgeon is doing, Grant looks instead at the scene of crime officers in their white overalls. They are taking advantage of the portable lights to search the area around the body. The Har is eating into Grant's very bones, making him feel like an old man. Eventually, Gemmell grunts and pushes himself to his feet, stripping the blood-streaked latex from his hands. He studies his chunky sports watch and gives a satisfied nod. "Aye," he says. "September the 8th, right enough." "Meaning what, Harry?" Grant asks wearily. He is already irritated by the prospect of enduring Gemmel's habit of forcing detectives to drag information out of him piecemeal. Your man here. He likes to play follow me leader. See if you can figure it out for yourself, Cam. There are marks on her neck that indicate manual strangulation, though I reckon she died from having her throat cut. But it's the mutilations that tell the story. Is all this supposed to mean something to me, Harry? Apart from a good reason to lose my last meal? Grant demands. 1888 in Whitechapel, 1999 in Edinburgh. Gemmell raises an eyebrow. Time to call in the profilers, Cam. What the fuck are you on about, Harry? Grant asks. He wonders if Gemmell's been drinking. I think you've got a copycat killer, Cam. I think you're looking for Jock the Ripper. Chapter 1. Dr. Fiona Cameron stood on the very lip of Stanage Edge and leaned forward into the wind. The only kind of sudden death she might have to contemplate here would be her own, and then only if she was more careless than she thought she could manage. But just supposing for a moment she lost concentration on the wet millstone grit, she'd plunge down 30 or 40 helter-skelter feet, her body bouncing like a plastic doll on the jutting blocks of rock, bones and skin broken and violated. She'd end up looking like a victim. No way, Fiona thought, letting the wind push her back from the edge just far enough to take the danger out of her position. Not here, of all places. This was the place of pilgrimage, the place where she came to remind herself of all the reasons why she was who she was. Always alone, she returned here 3 or 4 times a year, whenever the need grew in her to touch the face of her memories. The company of another living, breathing human would be impossible to bear up on this bleak stretch of moorland. There was only room for the 2 of them, Fiona and her ghost, that other half of herself who only ever walked beside her on these moors. It was strange, she thought. There were so many other places where she'd spent far more time with Leslie, but everywhere else was somehow marred by the consciousness of other voices, other lives. Here, though, she could sense Leslie without interference. She could see her face, open in laughter, or closed in concentration as she negotiated a tricky scramble. She could hear her voice, earnest with confidences or loud with the excitement of achievement. She almost believed she could smell the faint musk of her skin as they huddled together over a picnic. Here, more than anywhere, Fiona recognized the light she had lost from her life. She closed her eyes and let her mind create the picture. Her mirror image, that same chestnut hair and hazel eyes, that same arc of the eyebrows, that same nose. Everyone had always marvelled at the resemblance. Only their mouths were different. Fiona's wide and full-lipped, Leslie's a small Cupid's bow, her bottom lip fuller than the upper. Here, too, the discussions had been had, the decision taken that had ultimately led to Leslie being wrenched from her life. This was the place of final reproach, the place where Fiona could never forget what her life lacked. Fiona felt her eyes watering. She snapped them open and let the wind provide the excuse. The time for vulnerability was over. She was here, she reminded herself, to get away from victims. She looked out across the brown bracken of Hathersage Moor, to the clumsy thumb of Higator and beyond, turning back to watch a wedge of rain drench one end of Bamford Moor. In this wind, she had 20 minutes before it reached the edge, she reckoned, rolling her shoulders to shift her backpack to a more comfortable position. Time to make a move. An early train from King's Cross, then a connection to a local train, had brought her to Hathersage just after 10. She'd made good time on the steep hike up to High Neb, enjoying the stretch in her muscles, savouring the bunching of her calves and the tautness of her quads. The final scramble that brought her to the northern end of Stanage had left her short of breath, and she'd leaned against the rock, taking a long drink from her water bottle before she set off along the flat slabs of gritstone. The connection to her past had grounded her more firmly than anything else she knew, and the wind at her back had exhilarated her, setting her thoughts loose from the jumbled knot of irritation that had woken her. She'd known then that she had to get out of London for the day, or else accept that by evening her shoulders would be a tight plane, sending waves of pain up her neck and across her head. The only appointments in her diary had been a supervision meeting with one of her PhD students, and that had been easily rearranged with a phone call from the train. Up here, on the moors, no tabloid hack could find her, no camera crew could thrust their equipment in her face and demand to know what candid Cameron had to say about the day's courtroom events. Of course, she couldn't be certain that things would turn out in line with her expectations, but when she'd heard on last night's news that the sensational trial of the Hampstead Heath killer was still on hold after a second day of legal arguments, all her instincts told her that by the end of today the Red Top Brigade would be screaming for blood, and she was the perfect weapon for them to use to draw that blood from the police. Better to keep well out of it, for all sorts of reasons. She'd never courted publicity for the work she'd done with the police, but it had dogged her regardless. Fiona hated to see her face splashed across the newspapers nearly as much as her colleagues resented it. What was almost worse than the loss of privacy was that her notoriety had somehow diminished her as an academic. Now, when she published in journals and contributed to books, she knew her work was scrutinized with more skepticism than before, simply because she had applied her skills and knowledge in a practical way that met with pursed lips of disapproval among the purists. The silent condemnation had only grown harsher when one of the tabloids had revealed that she was living with Kit Martin. It was hard to imagine who, in the eyes of the academic establishment, could have been a less respectable partner for an academic psychologist engaged in developing scientific methods that would help police to catch repeat offenders than the country's leading writer of serial killer thrillers. If Fiona had cared enough about what her peers thought of her, she might have bothered to explain that it was not Kit's novels she was in love with, but the man who wrote them, and that the very nature of his work had made her more cautious about starting the relationship than she might otherwise have been. But since no one dared challenge her to her face, she chose not to leap into the trap of self-justification. At the thought of Kit, her sadness shifted. That she had found the one man who could save her from the prison of her introspection was a blessing she never ceased to find miraculous. The world might never see behind the tough guy charm he turned on in public, but beyond his sharp-edged intelligence, she had discovered generosity, respect, and a sensitivity she'd all but given up hope of ever finding. With Kit, she had finally arrived at a kind of peace that mostly kept the demons of Stanage Edge at bay. As she strode on, she glanced at her watch. She'd made good time. If she kept up her pace, she'd have time for a drink in the Foxhouse pub before the bus that would carry her back down into Sheffield for the London train. She'd have had 5 hours in the open, 5 hours when she had seen scarcely another human being, and that was enough to sustain her. Until the next time, she thought grimly. The train was quieter than she'd expected. Fiona had a double seat herself, and the man opposite her was asleep within 10 minutes of leaving Sheffield, allowing her space to spread herself over the whole of the table between them. That was fine by her, since she had more than enough work to occupy the journey. She had an arrangement with the landlord of a pub a few minutes' walk from the station. He looked after her mobile phone and her laptop when she was out walking, in exchange for signed first editions of Kit's books. It was safer than the left luggage facilities at the station, and certainly cheaper. Fiona flipped open her laptop and attached it to her mobile so she could collect her email. A message appeared on her screen, announcing she had 5 new pieces of mail. She downloaded them, then disconnected. There were 2 messages from students, and one from a colleague in Princeton, writing to ask if he could have access to some data she'd collected on solved rape cases. Nothing there that couldn't wait till morning. She opened the 4th message. From Kit. From Kit Martin, kmwriter@trashnet.com. To Fiona Cameron, fcameron@psych.ulan.ac.uk. Subject: Dinner tonight. Hope you've had a good day on the hill. I've been productive, 2,500 words by tea time. Things turned out at the Bailey just like you said they would. Trust that female intuition, only joking. I know yours was a considered judgment based on weighing up all the scientific evidence. Anyway, I reckon Steve would need cheering up, so I've arranged to meet him for dinner. We're going to St. John's in Clerkenwell to eat lots of dead animal, so you probably don't fancy joining us, but if you want to, that'd be great. If not, I made a salmon and asparagus risotto for lunch, and there's plenty left over in the fridge for your dinner. Love you. Fiona smiled. Typical Kit. As long as everyone was fed, nothing too terrible could go wrong with the world. She wasn't surprised Steve needed cheering up. No police officer relished watching a case fall apart, especially one that had such a high public profile as the Hampstead Heath murder. But for Detective Superintendent Steve Preston, the collapse of this particular case would have left a more bitter taste than most. Fiona knew only too well how much had been at stake in this prosecution, and while she felt personal sympathy for Steve, all she felt for the Metropolitan Police was that it served them bloody well right. She clicked open the next message, having saved the most intriguing for last. From Salvador Berrocal, sberroc@cnp.mad.es. To Dr. Fiona Cameron, fcameron@psych.ulan.ac.uk. Subject: Consultation request. Dear Dr. Cameron, I am a major in the Plainclothes Division of the Cuerpo Nacional de Policía based in Madrid. I am in charge of many homicide inquiries. Your name has been given to me by a colleague at New Scotland Yard as an expert in crime linkage and geographic profiling. Please forgive the intrusion of contacting you so directly. I am writing to ask if you would do us the courtesy of providing your services to consult in a matter of great urgency. In Spain, we have a little experience with serial killers, and so we have no psychological experts to work with policemen. In Toledo have been 2 murders inside 3 weeks, and we think they are the crimes of one man. But it is wholly not obvious that they are connected, and we need a different expertise to assist us with the analysis of these crimes. I understand that you have experience in the area of crime analysis and linkage, and this would be of great use to us, I think. I wish to know if in principle you are willing to help us with the resolving of these murders. You may be assured of proper remuneration for this consultation if you will be our assistant. I look forward to hearing your response. Respectfully, Major Salvador Berrocal, Cuerpo Nacional de Policía. Fiona folded her arms and stared at the screen. She knew that behind this cautious request lay a pair of bodies that had almost certainly been mutilated and probably tortured before death. There was likely to be some element of sexual violation in the attacks. She could assume this with some degree of certainty, for police forces were well capable of dealing with routine murders without calling on the specialist help that only she and a handful of others could be relied on to provide. When new acquaintances discovered this aspect of Fiona's work, they usually shuddered and asked how she could bear to be involved in such appalling cases. Her typical response was to shrug and say, "Somebody has to do it. Better it's somebody like me who knows what she's doing. Nobody can bring back the dead, but sometimes it's possible to prevent more of the living joining them." It was, she knew, a glib riposte, carefully calculated to deflect further questioning. The truth was, she hated the inevitable confrontation with violent death that her work with various police forces had brought into her life, not least because of the memories it stirred in her. She knew more about what could be inflicted on the human body, more about the sufferings the spirit could sustain than she had ever wished to. But such exposure was inescapable, and because it always exacted a heavy toll from her, she only ever accepted a new assignment when she felt sufficiently recovered from her last direct encounter with the victims of a serial killer. It had been almost 4 months since Fiona had worked a murder series. A man had killed 4 prostitutes in Merseyside over a period of 18 months. Thanks in part to the data analysis that Fiona and one of her graduate students had completed, the police had been able to narrow down their pool of suspects to the point where forensic detection could be applied. Now they had a man in custody charged with 3 of the 4 killings, and thanks to DNA matches, they were reasonably sure of a conviction. Since then, her only police consultation project had been a long-term study of recidivist burglars with the Swedish police. It was, she thought, time to get her hands dirty again. She hit the reply key. From Fiona Cameron, fcameron@psych.ulan.ac.uk, to Salvador Berrocal, esperoc@cnp.mad.es. Subject: Re-consultation request. Dear Major Berrocal, thank you for your invitation to act as consultant to the Cuerpo Nacional de Policía. In principle, I am willing to consider your request favourably. However, before I can be certain that I can be of use to you, I need more detail than you have provided in your email. Ideally, I would like to see an outline of the circumstances of both murders, a digest of the pathology reports and any witness statements. I am reasonably competent in written Spanish, so in the interests of speed, you need not have these documents translated for my benefit. Of course, any communications I receive from you will be treated in complete confidence. For the sake of security, I suggest you fax these documents to my home. Fiona typed in the details of her home fax and phone, then sent the email. At best, she'd be able to contribute to the prevention of more murders and acquire useful data for her researches in the process. At worst, she'd have a valid excuse for staying out of the way of the fallout from the Hampstead Heath trial collapse. Someone, or rather a couple of Spanish someones, had paid a high price to keep Candid Cameron out of the headlines. Chapter 2. Fiona walked through the door to the sound of REM telling her that nobody loved a sad professor. As usual, Kit had stacked up 6 CDs in the player in his study, hit the random button, and walked out the door, while there were still hours of playing time left. He couldn't abide silence. She had learned this early on in their relationship, when she'd taken him walking in her beloved Derbyshire, and had been horrified to watch him filling his backpack with cassettes for his Walkman. More than once, she'd come home to an empty house where music spilled out of Kit's study. The TV in the living room blared like a bull, and the radio in the kitchen added a mad counterpoint to the racket. The louder the din, the easier he seemed to find it to escape into his own imagined universe. For Fiona, who needed silence in order to concentrate on anything vaguely creative, it was an incomprehensible paradox. When they'd first talked about living together, Fiona had insisted that whatever property they bought, it had to be capable of providing her with a quiet space to work in. They'd ended up with a tall, thin house in Dartmouth Park, whose previous owner had been a rock musician. He'd converted the attic into a soundproof studio that provided Fiona with the perfect eyrie to escape Kit's background racket. It was even big enough to allow her to install a futon for those nights when Kit was up against a deadline and needed to write into the early hours of the morning. Sometimes she felt deeply sorry for their long-suffering neighbours. They must dread February, when invariably the end of a book and late-night Radiohead loomed. Fiona dropped her bags and went into Kit's ground-floor study to turn off the music. Blessed silence fell like a balm on her head. She continued upstairs, stopping off in their bedroom to shuck off her walking gear and pull on her houseclothes. She trudged up the remaining 2 flights to her office, feeling the hills in the pull of her leg muscles. The first thing she registered was the flashing light of the answering machine. 15 messages. She'd put money on them all being from journalists, and she wasn't in the mood to listen to them, never mind to respond. This was one occasion where she was absolute in her determination not to provide a single quote that could be twisted to suit someone else's agenda. Leaving her laptop by the desk, Fiona noticed that Major Berrocal hadn't wasted any time. A pile of paper lay accusingly in the fax tray. That she couldn't ignore. Stifling a sigh, she picked it up, automatically straightening the edges, and headed back downstairs. As Kit had promised, her dinner sat in the fridge. She wondered fleetingly how many of his fans would credit that the man who created scenes of graphic violence that gave critics nightmares was the same creature whose idea of relaxation after a hard day's writing was to cook gourmet food for his lover. They'd probably prefer to believe he spent his evenings on Hampstead Heath, biting the heads off small furry animals. Smiling at the thought, Fiona poured herself a glass of cold Sauvignon while she waited for the risotto to heat up, then settled down at the kitchen table with the Spanish fax and a pencil. Glancing at the clock, she decided to catch the news headlines before she began the chore of deciphering foreign police reports. The theme music of the late evening news thundered out its familiar fanfare. The camera zoomed in on the solemn face of the newsreader. Good evening. The headlines tonight. The man accused of the Hampstead Heath murder walks free after a judge accuses the police of entrapment. Top item, Fiona noted without surprise. Middle East peace talks are on the verge of breakdown in spite of a personal intervention by the U.S. president, and the ruble tumbles as fresh scandal hits Russia's banking system. The screen behind the newsreader's head changed from the program logo to a shot of the exterior of the Central Criminal Court. At the Old Bailey today, the man accused of the savage rape and murder of Susan Blanchard was freed on the order of the trial judge. Mrs. Justice Mary Delancey said there was no doubt that the Metropolitan Police had entrapped Francis Blake in an operation which she described as little short of a witch hunt. In spite of the lack of any solid evidence against Mr. Blake, she said, they had decided that he was the killer. Over to our Home Affairs correspondent, Danielle Rutherford, who was in court today. A woman in her 30s, with mouse-brown hair tangled by the wind, gazed earnestly at the camera. There were angry scenes in court today, as Mrs. Justice Delancey ordered the release of Francis Blake. The family of Susan Blanchard, who was raped and murdered as she walked on Hampstead Heath with her twin babies, were outraged at the judge's decision and at Blake's obvious jubilation in the dock. But the judge was unmoved by their protests, saving her condemnation for the Metropolitan Police, whose method she described as an affront to civilized democracy. Acting on the advice of a psychological profiler, the police had set up a sting using an attractive female detective in an attempt to win Mr. Blake's affections and to lure him into confessing to the murder. The sting, which cost hundreds of thousands of pounds of the police operations budget and lasted for almost 3 months, did not lead to a direct confession, but police believed they had obtained sufficient evidence to bring Mr. Blake to trial. The defence argued that whatever Mr. Blake had said had been at the instigation of the female detective and had been calculated to impress the personality she had falsely projected, and this view was upheld by the judge. After his release, Mr. Blake, who has spent 8 months in prison on remand, announced he would be seeking compensation. The picture changed. revealing a stocky man in his late 20s with cropped black hair and deep-set dark eyes. A forest of microphones and handheld tape recorders blossomed in front of his white shirt and charcoal suit. His voice was surprisingly cultivated, and he glanced down frequently at a piece of paper in his hands. I have always protested my innocence of the murder of Susan Blanchard, and today I have been vindicated by a court of law. But I have paid a terrible price. I have lost my job, my home, my girlfriend, and my reputation. I am an innocent man, but I have spent 8 months behind bars. I will be suing the Metropolitan Police for false imprisonment and for compensation, and I sincerely hope they will think twice before they set about framing another innocent man. Then he looked up, his eyes blazing anger and hatred. Fiona shivered involuntarily. The picture changed again. A tall man in a crumpled grey suit, flanked by a pair of stony-faced men in raincoats, walked towards the camera, head down, mouth drawn into a thin line. The reporter's voice said, "The police officer in charge of the case, Detective Superintendent Steve Preston, refused to comment on Blake's release. In a later statement, New Scotland Yard announced they were not actively seeking anyone else in connection with Susan Blanchard's murder. This is Danielle Rutherford at the Old Bailey." Back in the studio, the newsreader announced that there would be an in-depth look at the background to the case after the break. Fiona turned off the TV. She had no need of their potted version of the facts. There were powerful reasons why she would never forget the rape and murder of Susan Blanchard. It wasn't the graphic police photographs of the body, or the pathologist's report, or her knowledge as a local resident of the scene of the crime, a mere 20-minute walk from her own front door. Although all of these had been terrible enough. Nor was it the brutality of a killer who had violated and stabbed a young mother in full view of her 18-month-old twin sons. What made the Hampstead Heath murder so significant for Fiona was that it had marked the end of her association with the Met. She and Steve Preston had been close since their undergraduate days when they'd both read psychology at Manchester. Unlike most student friendships, it had persisted in spite of their very different career paths. And when British police forces had first started to consider the potential advantages of working with psychologists to improve their chances of catching repeat offenders, it had seemed the most natural thing in the world for Steve to consult Fiona. It had been the start of a fruitful relationship, with Fiona's rigorous approach to data analysis complementing the experience and instincts of the detectives she had worked with. Within hours of the discovery of Susan Blanchard's body, it had been clear to Steve Preston that this was precisely the kind of case where Fiona's talents could be used to best advantage. A man who could kill like this was no beginner. Steve had learned enough from listening to Fiona, supplemented by his own reading, to know that such a killer would already have cast his shadow over the criminal justice system. With her expertise, Fiona would be able to suggest at the very least what sort of record their suspect would have. Depending on the circumstances, she might well be able to indicate the geographical area he'd be likely to live in. She would look at the same things that detectives saw, but for her, they would have different meanings. Early in the investigation, Francis Blake had emerged as a possible suspect. He had been seen on the heath around the time of the murder, running away from the direction of the dense undergrowth that shielded the small clearing where Susan Blanchard's body had been found by a dog walker who heard the children crying. Blake was branch manager for a firm of undertakers, which suggested to detectives that he had an unhealthy preoccupation with the dead. He had also worked in a butcher's shop as a teenager, which the police decided meant he was comfortable with the sight of blood. He had no adult criminal record, although he had been cautioned twice as a juvenile, once for setting fire to a rubbish bin, and the second time for an assault on a younger boy. And he was evasive about what he'd been doing on the heath that morning. There was only one problem. Fiona didn't think Francis Blake was the killer. She said so to Steve, and she kept on saying so to anyone who would listen. But her suggestions for alternative lines of inquiry had apparently led nowhere. Under the glare of an outraged media, Steve was under pressure to make an arrest. One morning, he'd turned up at her office at the university. She'd taken one look at the hard set of his features and said, "I'm not going to like this, am I?" He shook his head and dropped into the chair facing her. "You're not the only one. I've argued till I was blue in the face, but sometimes you just can't buck the politics. The commander's gone over my head. He's brought in Andrew Horsforth." Neither of them needed to comment. Andrew Horsforth was a clinical psychologist. He had worked for years in a secure mental hospital whose reputation had slumped with every independent report ever made into it. He relied on what Fiona contemptuously referred to as the touchy-feely approach to profiling, priding himself on the quality of insights gained from years of hands-on experience. Which would be fine, if he could ever see past his own ego, she'd once commented sarcastically after listening to him lecture. He'd had what she privately referred to as a lucky break on the first major case, where he'd produced a profile, and he'd traded on it ever since, never failing to provide the media with all the quotes and interviews they could desire. When police made an arrest on a case where he'd produced an offender profile, he was always quick to claim the credit. When they failed, it was never his fault. Faced with Francis Blake as a suspect, Fiona felt certain Horsforth could make the profile fit the man. "I'm out of it, then," she said with an air of finality. "Believe me, you're well out of it," Steve said bitterly. "They've decided to ignore your professional advice and my personal opinion. They're going ahead with the sting, orchestrated by Horsforth." Fiona shook her head in exasperation. "Oh, for fuck's sake," she exploded. "It's a terrible idea. Even if I thought Blake was your man, it would still be a terrible idea. You might just get something that would stand up in court if you used a trained psychologist with years of experience of therapeutic work to do the entrapment. But with the best will in the world, setting some young copper loose with an idiot like Horsforth briefing her is a recipe for disaster." Steve ran his hands through his thinning dark hair, pushing it back from his forehead. "You think I haven't told them that?" His mouth clamped shut in a frustrated line. "I'm sure you have, and I know you're as pissed off about it as I am." Fiona got to her feet and turned to look out of the window. She couldn't bear to show her humiliation, even to someone as close as Steve. "That's it, then," she said. "I'm finished with the Met. I'm never going to work with you and your colleagues again." Steve knew her well enough to realize there was little point in trying to argue when she was in this frame of mind. He'd been so angry at the dismissal of his own professional judgment that the thought of resignation had briefly flashed across his mind. But unlike Fiona, he had no alternative career where his expertise could make a difference. So he tossed the notion aside impatiently as the self-indulgence of hurt pride. He hoped Fiona would do the same, given time. But this wasn't the moment to suggest that. "I can't blame you, Fee," he said sadly. "I'll be sorry to lose you." Composed again, she faced him. "I'm not the only one you'll be saying sorry to before this is over," she'd said mildly. Even then, she'd understood how badly things could turn out. Police officers, desperate for an arrest, shored up by the seeming respectability of a psychologist who told them what they wanted to hear, would not be satisfied till they had their man behind bars. It gave her no pleasure at all to see how right she'd been. Chapter 3. The medieval stronghold of Toledo was built on a rocky outcropping almost completely enclosed by an oxbow gorge in the river Tagus. The deep river and the steep cliffs provided natural defences for most of the city, leaving only a narrow neck of land to fortify against the enemy. Now a scenic road ran round the far bank of the Tagus, providing panoramic views of a tumble of buildings the colour of honey in the sun, descending precipitously from the ornate cathedral and the severe lines of the Alcazar. This much Fiona remembered from a hot, dusty day 13 years before, when she'd explored the city with 3 friends. They'd been celebrating the completion of their doctorates by touring Spain in a battered Volkswagen camper, ticking off the major sites and cities as they went. Toledo had meant El Greco, Fernando and Isabella, shop windows filled with armour and swords, and a particularly delicious way of serving quail, she recalled. If anyone had suggested to that young academic psychologist that she'd be returning one day as a consultant to the Spanish police, she'd have wondered what hallucinogenics they'd been on. The first body had been found in a deep wooded gorge running down to the river Tagus about a mile from the city gates. According to local custom, the gorge boasted the revolting name of La Degolada, the woman with her throat slit, according to Fiona's Spanish dictionary. The original corpse in La Degolada was said to have been a gypsy woman who seduced one of the guard, allowing a sneak attack to take place on the city. Her punishment for losing her head over a soldier was literally to lose her head. Her throat was cut so severely that she was virtually decapitated. Fiona noted with weary lack of surprise that Major Berrocal's brief did not record the fate of the soldier. The contemporary victim was a 25-year-old German citizen, Martina Albrecht. Martina worked as a freelance tour guide, leading organised German-speaking parties round Toledo. According to friends and neighbours, she had a married lover, a junior officer in the Spanish army who was attached to the Ministry of Defence in Madrid. He had been at an official dinner in the capital 40-odd miles away on the night of the murder. They were still drinking coffee and brandy at the time Martina's body had been discovered, so there was no question of him coming under suspicion. Besides, Martina's friends reported that she was perfectly happy with the part-time nature of their relationship and had said nothing to indicate there were any problems between them. The body had been found just before midnight by a teenage courting couple who had parked their motorbike by the road and climbed down into the gorge to escape from prying eyes. There was also no question of any suspicion attaching to them, although the girl's father had reportedly accused the boyfriend of being perfectly capable of murder on the grounds that he was planning to debauch an innocent young girl. According to the crime scene reports, Martina, the victim, had been sprawled on her back in the moonlight, arms thrown wide, legs spread. The pathologist revealed that her throat had been cut from left to right, probably from behind, by a long and very sharp blade, possibly a bayonet. It was hard to be precise, however, and since Toledo is famous for its steel, the purchase of razor-edged knives was an everyday occurrence in each of the dozens of tourist shops that lined the main streets. Death had been swift. Blood pumping forwards from the severed carotid arteries in a pair of gushing fountains. Her clothing was drenched in blood, indicating that she had been standing rather than lying when the wound had been inflicted. Further examination revealed that a broken wine bottle had been thrust repeatedly into her vagina, shredding the tissue. The relative absence of blood at the site indicated that Martina had been mercifully dead by then. The bottle had once contained a cheap Manchegan red wine, available in almost any local shop. The only other item of interest at the scene was a blood-stained guide to Toledo in German. Martina's name, address and phone number were scribbled on the inside cover in her own handwriting. There were no significant forensic traces, nor any indication of how Martina had been brought to La Degolada. It was not a difficult place to access. The panoramic route round the Tagus actually crossed the gorge, and there were plenty of places nearby where a car could be tucked off the road. According to the woman with whom she shared an apartment near the station, Martina had come in from work around 7. They'd eaten a snack of bread, cheese and salad together, then the flatmate had left to meet a group of friends. Martina had had no firm plans, saying only that she might go out for a drink later. Officers had canvassed the cafes and bars she usually visited, but nobody had admitted seeing her that evening. The members of the tour she had led the previous day had been questioned when they'd arrived in Aranjuez the following day, but none of them had been aware of any of their fellow tourists taking any particular notice of their young guide. Besides, they'd all spent the evening together at a flamenco fiesta. Everyone was vouched for by at least 3 other members of the party. In the absence of any firm leads, the investigation had ground to a halt. It was, Fiona thought, the sort of frustrating inquiry typically provoked by the first crime in a series, where the offender was intelligent enough to know how to cover his tracks, and had no ambivalence about being caught. Without any obvious connection between victim and killer, it was always difficult to identify worthwhile avenues of investigation. Then, 2 weeks later, a second body had turned up. A relatively short interval, Fiona noted. This time, the scene of the crime was the vast monastery church of San Juan de los Reyes. She remembered the cloisters, a massive quadrangle festooned with absurd gargoyles. It was there, she reminded herself, that one of their group had spotted the bizarre image of a reverse gargoyle. Instead of a grotesque face adorning the waterspout, this statue consisted of a body from the waist down, as if its owner had been rammed headfirst into the wall. The unique feature of the church itself was the array of manacles and shackles that hung along its facade. They were the very shackles the Moorish conquerors used to chain up the Christian prisoners taken at Granada, and when Fernando and Isabella's vast army captured Granada from the Moors, the monarchs decreed the chains should be hung on the church as a memorial. Fiona remembered vividly how bizarre they had looked, hanging black in the sunlight against the golden stone of the ornamented facade. The second victim was an American graduate student of religious art, James Paul Palango. His body had been discovered at dawn by a street cleaner who had been sweeping alongside the monastery cloisters of San Juan de los Reyes. He'd turned the corner on the paved area in front of the church when his eye had been caught by something above his head. Palango was hanging suspended from 2 sets of manacles. In the puffy flesh of his neck, something glinted in the early morning light. When the body was lowered to the ground, it became clear that he'd been strangled with a dog's choke chain, then attached to the manacles with 2 pairs of handcuffs. The pathologist also reported that Palango's corpse had been repeatedly sodomized with the broken neck of a wine bottle, which remained inside his torn rectum. Again, there appeared to be no significant forensic traces. Interestingly, in Palango's pocket, there was a guide to Toledo. Police inquiries revealed that Palango was an evangelical Christian from a wealthy Georgia family. He had been staying at the Parador, which perched on a high bluff looking across the river to the city. According to the hotel, Palango had eaten an early dinner, then gone out in his hired car sometime around 9 o'clock. The car was later discovered in a parking garage opposite the Alcazar. Extensive questioning in the neighborhood revealed that the American had taken coffee in the Plaza de Soco de Ver, at the heart of the Old Town, but in the general melee of the evening paseo, no one had noticed when he had left the café or whether he'd been alone. No one had come forward to say they'd seen him since. Fiona leaned back in her seat and rubbed her eyes. No wonder Major Berrocal was so keen to enlist her help. The only significant information the police had gleaned from the second murder was that the killer was physically powerful enough to carry a 10-stone man up a ladder, and that he was bold enough to display his victim in a public place. In a handwritten note, Major Berrocal had pointed out that once the nearby café had closed in the early hours of the morning, the area around the church was quiet, and although it was overlooked by several houses, The killer had chosen the farthest point of the facade for his exhibition, where he would be least likely to be spotted. She leaned back in her chair and stretched her arms above her head, while she contemplated the information she'd laboriously worked her way through. It was professionally intriguing, no question of that. What she needed to consider was whether she could offer anything constructive to the investigation. She had worked with European police forces on several occasions, and had sometimes felt handicapped by her lack of visceral understanding of how their societies worked. On the other hand, she already felt the faint stirrings of an idea of how this killer operated, and where the police might start their search for him. One thing was certain. While she dithered, he would be planning his next murder. Fiona refilled her glass and made her decision. Chapter 4. Fiona was halfway downstairs with the rough guide to Spain when she heard the front door opening. "Hello," she called out. "I brought Steve home with me," Kit replied, his voice relaxed into broad Mancunian by alcohol. Fiona was too tired to welcome the prospect of late-night drinking and chat, but at least it was only Steve. He was part of the family, too well rooted in their company to mind if she took herself off to bed and left them to it. She rounded the final turn in the stairs and looked down at them. The most important men in her life. They were an oddly contrasting pair. Steve, tall, wirily thin and dark. Kit, with his broad, heavily muscled torso, making him look shorter than he was, his shaved head gleaming in the light. It was Steve, with his darting eyes and long fingers, who looked like the intellectual, while Kit looked more like a beat bobby who worked as a nightclub bouncer on the side. Now they looked up at her, identical sheepish small boy grins on their flushed faces. "Good dinner, I see," Fiona said dryly, running down the rest of the stairs. She stood on tiptoe to kiss Steve's cheek, then allowed Kit to engulf her in a hug. He gave her a smacking kiss on the lips. "Missed you," he said, releasing her and crossing to the kitchen. "No, you didn't," Fiona contradicted him. "You've had a great boys' night out, eaten lots of unspeakable bits of dead animals, drunk—" She paused and cocked her head, assessing them both. "3 bottles of red wine?" "She's never wrong," Kit interjected. "And put the world to rights," Fiona concluded. "You were much better off without me." Steve folded himself into a kitchen chair and accepted the brandy glass Kit proffered. He had the air of a man embattled, who warily senses he might finally have arrived in a place of safety. He raised his glass in a sardonic toast. "Confusion to our enemies. You're right, Fee, but for the wrong reasons," he said. Fiona sat down opposite him and pulled her wineglass towards her, intrigued. "I find that hard to believe," she said, a tease in her voice. "Fee, I was only glad you weren't there because you're big-headed enough without listening to me ranting on about how I'd never have had to endure today's humiliations if I'd been working with you instead of that arsehole Horseforth." Steve held up a hand to indicate to Kit that an inch of brandy was more than enough. Kit leaned against the kitchen units, cupping his glass in both his broad hands to warm the spirit. "You're right about the big-headed bit," he chuckled, his pride in her obvious and his affectionate grin. "Takes one to know one," Fiona said. "I'm sorry you had a shit day, Steve." Before Steve could reply, Kit cut in. "It was bound to happen. That operation was doomed from day one. Apart from anything else, you were never going to get away with a sting like that in a trial, even if Blake had swallowed the honey trap and coughed chapter and verse. British juries just can't get their heads round entrapment. Your average man in the pub thinks it's cheating to set people up when you haven't got your evidence the straight way." "Don't mince your words, Kit. Tell us what you really think, Steve said sarcastically. I'd hoped you two would already have had the post-mortem, Fiona protested mildly. Oh, we have, Steve said. I feel like I've been wearing a hair shirt all day. Hey, I've not been saying it was your fault, Kit reminded him. We all know you got stamped on from above. If anyone should be flagellating himself, it's your commander. But you can bet your pension that Teflon Telford will be washing his hands like Pontius Pilate with a tin of Swarthega tonight. It'll be, well, of course you have to let your junior officers have their heads sometimes, but I thought Steve Preston would have handled matters better than this, he said, dropping his voice to the basso profundo of Steve's boss. Steve stared into his brandy. Kit wasn't telling him anything he didn't already know, but hearing it from someone else didn't make failure taste any less sour. And tomorrow he'd have to face his colleagues, knowing that he was the one appointed to carry the can. Some of them would have sufficient grasp of the politics to understand he was nothing more than the designated scapegoat, but there were plenty of others who would relish the chance to snigger behind their hands at him. That was the price of his past successes. And in the competitive environment of the higher echelons of the Met, you were only ever as good as your last success. Are you really not looking for anyone else? Fiona asked, registering Steve's depression and trying to move the conversation in a more positive direction. Steve looked mutinous. That's the official line. To say anything else makes us look even bigger dickheads than we do already. But I'm not happy with that. Somebody murdered Susan Blanchard, and you know better than I do that this kind of killer probably won't stop at one. So, what are you going to do about it? Fiona asked. Kit gave her a speculative look. I think the question might be, what are you going to do about it? Fiona shook her head, trying not to show her irritation. Oh, no, you don't guilt-trip me like that. I said I'd never work for the Met again after this debacle. I meant it. Steve spread his hands in a gesture of appeasement. Hey, even if I had the budget, I wouldn't insult you like that. Kit grabbed one of the chairs and straddled it. Yeah, but she loves me. I get to insult her. Come on, Fiona. It wouldn't hurt if you took a look at the entrapment material, would it? Purely as an academic exercise. Fiona groaned. You just want it lying round the house so you can poke your nose in, she said, trying another diversionary tactic. It's all grist to your grisly little mill, isn't it? That's not fair. You know I never read confidential case material, Kit said, his expression outraged. Fiona grinned. Gotcha. Kit laughed. It's a fair cop, Gov. Steve leaned back in his chair and looked pensive. On the other hand... Oh, grow up, the pair of you, Fiona grumbled. I have better things to do with my life than poring over Andrew Horsforth's grubby little operation. Steve studied Fiona. He knew her well enough to understand the kind of challenge that might overcome her stubborn resistance, and he was desperate enough to try it. The trouble is, Fee, the trail's really cold. It's over a year since Susan Blanchard was butchered, and it's getting on for 10 months since we were paying attention to anybody other than Francis Blake. I don't want to leave things unresolved. I don't want her kids growing up with their lives full of unanswered questions. You know the kind of emotional pain the absence of knowledge brings. Now, I really want the bastard who did this. But we need fresh leads, he said. And like Kit says, at the very least it might be a useful resource for you professionally. Fiona shut the fridge door with more than necessary force. You really are a manipulative sod, she complained, but knowing he was deliberately pushing her buttons didn't shield her from the stab of recognition. Stung, she tried a final line of defense. Steve, I'm not a clinician. I don't spend my days listening to people droning on about their sad little lives. I'm a number cruncher. I deal in facts, not impressions. Even if I did sit down and stifle my disgust long enough to plough through the entrapment files, I don't know that I'd have anything useful to say at the end of it. It wouldn't hurt, though, would it? Kit chipped in. It's not like you'd be going back on your word and working for the Met. You'd just be doing Steve a personal favour. I mean, look at him. He's gutted. He's supposed to be your best mate. Don't you want to help him out? Fiona sat down, leaning forward so her shoulder-length chestnut hair curtained her face. Steve opened his mouth to speak, but Kit urgently waved him to silence, mouthing "No" at him. Steve raised one shoulder in a half shrug. Eventually, Fiona sighed deeply and pushed her hair back with both hands. "Fuck it, I'll do it," she said. Catching Steve's delighted grin, she added, "No promises, remember. Bike the stuff round to me first thing in the morning and I'll take a look." "Thanks, Fee," Steve said. "Even if it's a long shot, I need all the help I can get. I appreciate it." "Good, so you should," she said severely. "Now, can we talk about something else?" It was after midnight by the time Fiona and the rough guide finally made it to bed. When Kit came through from the bathroom, he eyed her reading material with a curious frown. "Is that a subtle way of telling me it's about time we started planning a holiday?" he asked, slipping under the duvet and snuggling up to her. "I should be so lucky. It's work, I'm afraid. I got a request today from the Spanish police for a consultation. 2 murders in Toledo that look like the start of a series." "I take it you've decided to go, then." Fiona waggled the book under his nose. "Looks like it. I have to speak to them in the morning about the practicalities, but I should be able to get away at the end of the week for a few days without too much difficulty." Kit rolled onto his back and folded his arms above his head. "And there was me thinking you were planning a romantic break to Torremolinos." Fiona put her book down and turned to face Kit, her fingers curling the soft dark hairs on his chest. "You could come along for the ride if you like. Toledo's a beautiful town. It's not like there would be nothing to occupy you while I'm working. Wouldn't do you any harm to have a break." He dropped one arm to her shoulder, pulling her closer to him. "I'm way behind with the book, and if you're not around over the weekend, that'll be a good excuse for me to lock myself away and work straight through." "You could work in Toledo." Her hand strayed down his stomach. "With you to distract me." "I'd be working all day, and probably half the night, if past experience is anything to go by." She settled herself more comfortably into his side. "I might as well be at home, by the sound of it." "You'd like it?" Fiona yawned. "It's an interesting city. You never know, it might inspire you." "Yeah, right. I can see myself writing the definitive Spanish serial killer thriller." "Why not?" "It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. I just thought you might like a bit of a break somewhere that does spectacular gourmet food." Fiona's voice tailed off sleepily. "I do think of other things than my stomach," he protested. "Isn't it Toledo that has all the El Grecos?" "That's right," Fiona said. "And his house." Her eyes were closed, and her voice was a mumble as she slithered down the dreamy slope towards sleep. "Now, that does sound worth the trip. Maybe I will come after all," Kit said. There was no reply. An early rise and 10 miles of Derbyshire moorland had finally taken their toll. Kit grinned and reached out with his free arm for the James Sallis paperback on his night table. Unlike Fiona, he could never sleep without supping his fill of horrors. But then, he reasoned, he knew that what he was reading was fiction. It didn't matter if he hadn't solved the crime when it was time to turn the light out. The killers he was interested in wouldn't be killing again until he was ready for them. Chapter 5. The flight to Madrid was half empty. Without having to be asked, Kit left Fiona with a double seat to herself and moved across the aisle, where he flipped up the screen of his laptop and started work as soon as they were in the air, his Walkman rendering him oblivious to any outside distractions. On the way to the airport, he'd nagged her about making a start on the thick bundles Steve had had delivered to the house, which Fiona had been studiously ignoring for the past 2 days. She'd been hiding behind the necessity of familiarizing herself with the material from Toledo, but if she was honest, she'd been as thorough with that as she could be. Now she had no excuse, and the flight was just long enough to get a flavour of what she had to digest. The first section began with a page of personal ads from Time Out. During the course of his lengthy police interviews, Blake had admitted that although he had a long-term relationship with an air hostess, he also replied to women who advertised in the Lonely Hearts column. He'd said that he went for the ones who seemed insecure, because they were always grateful to meet a good-looking bloke like him. He'd admitted he was interested principally in sex, but insisted that he didn't want to waste his time on brainless bimbos. From what Fiona remembered of the original interview transcripts, Blake had seemed confident, even arrogant, about his capacity to attract women. A man who knew what he wanted and didn't doubt he could get it. He certainly hadn't come over as weak or inadequate. Based on his interpretation of the interviews, Horsforth had constructed several ads that he felt would appeal to their suspect. The first attempts had produced plenty of responses, though none was from Blake. "So much for getting inside the head of the killer," Fiona muttered under her breath. But the second round snared their target. He had responded to SWF 26, slim, new to North London, seeks male guide for conversation, meals, movies, and an introduction to the bright lights and good times. GSOH. Pictures, please. Blake had described himself as a professional man of 29, with an interest in cinema, reading, walking in London's parks, and enjoying female company. Under Andrew Horsforth's guidance, Detective Constable Erin Richards had written the reply. "Dear Francis," it read, "thanks for your letter. It was easily the most charming of all the ones I've received. I must confess I'm a little nervous about this, because it's not the sort of thing I normally do. Would it be okay with you if we exchanged a couple more letters before we actually meet? Like you, I'm interested in going to the cinema. What kind of films do you like best? Although I know it's probably not what women are supposed to enjoy, I love all those wonderful dark thrillers, like Seven, 8mm, and Fargo, and Hitchcock films like Psycho. But they've got to have a good plot to keep me going. As for reading, I don't get to read as much as I should. I like Patricia Cornwell, Kit Martin, and Thomas Harris best, and I sometimes read true crime, too. I don't really know London well enough to know where it's safe to go walking. You read about such terrible things sometimes in the papers, people being mugged and raped in parks, that it makes me a bit nervous because I'm a stranger. Perhaps you could show me some of your favourite walks sometime. I work in the civil service. Nothing very exciting, I'm afraid. I'm a clerk at the Ministry of Agriculture. I moved here from Beccles in Suffolk after my mother died. There was nothing to keep me there because my father passed away a couple of years before her, and I've no brothers or sisters, so I thought I'd come looking for adventure in London. I'd love to hear from you again, if you think we might have enough in common to enjoy each other's company. You can write to the box office number, because I'm keeping it on for a couple of weeks longer. Yours sincerely, Eileen Rogers. Blake had replied by return of post. Dear Eileen, he'd written. Thanks for your lovely letter. Yes, it does sound as if we'd have a lot in common. We seem to go for the same kind of books and films for a start. I can understand why you might feel a bit nervous walking around London on your own. I've lived here all my life, but there are many parts of the city I don't know at all, and if I have to go there for work, I sometimes feel a little anxious because it's so easy to end up somewhere that can feel threatening just because it's unfamiliar. It must be so much harder for a woman on her own. I'd be happy to show you around. I know Hampstead Heath, and Regent's Park and Hyde Park well. I go there often. I realise you must be a bit nervous about meeting a stranger like me, but I'd like to talk face to face. I can't help thinking we would have a lot to say to each other. We could meet somewhere public, like they recommend you should for a first time. I could meet you on Saturday afternoon, and we could have coffee together. I thought we could meet outside the Hard Rock Cafe at Hyde Park Corner at 3 o'clock. You can phone me to confirm the arrangements if you like. Please say yes. You sound just the kind of woman I want to meet. Best wishes, Francis Blake. The fish had swallowed the bait remarkably easily, Fiona thought. It wasn't so much that Horsforth had been particularly clever or subtle in the way he'd orchestrated the approach, as that Blake had been surprisingly eager to make the contact, in spite of having been the subject of such close police attention. Perhaps that was why he'd been so keen. He was desperately in need of a respite with someone who knew nothing of what he'd been through at the hands of the law. For a man who apparently liked to be in control, it must have been infuriating to be surrounded by people who thought they knew more about him than they really did. A stranger who knew nothing of his role as a suspect would allow him to feel relaxed. Whatever the reasons, it had provided the opportunity for the operation to go ahead. D.C. Richards had phoned Blake and arranged to meet. The call had lasted for about 10 minutes, Fiona noted. They'd chatted without much awkwardness, mostly about films they'd seen recently, then made arrangements to meet. At their first encounter, as on every subsequent one, Richards was wired for sound, transmitting the conversation to a backup radio van that kept discreet tabs on the pair of them throughout. Richards had played her role well, striking an appropriate balance between edgy nervousness and eager friendliness. They'd gone for coffee. Then Blake had suggested a short walk through the park before they parted. As they'd walked, he'd pointed out to her the sort of places she could go safely on her own, and the ones she should avoid. He seemed to know exactly which areas were open and well lit, and which were gloomy, dotted with shrubbery, that could provide hiding places for anyone with dubious intentions. It wasn't the sort of analysis that the average park stroller would make of his environment, Fiona thought. Just as someone who has almost been trapped in a fire takes an unnatural interest in fire exits forever afterwards, so only someone who imagined using a park for something other than fresh air and exercise would view their surroundings as Francis Blake viewed his. He looked at his world like a predator, not a victim. That didn't make him a killer, however. He might be a mugger, a voyeur, a flusher or a rapist, and still exhibit a similar response. But Horsforth had allowed himself to be persuaded that Blake was a killer, and he had interpreted his behaviour accordingly. That much was clear from the clinical psychologist's notes on the meeting. The conversation had been innocuous enough, but Horsforth had still managed to see what he wanted to see. It was a realization that profoundly depressed Fiona. Any kind of objective analysis of the material was already compromised, because Horsforth's early decisions about what Blake's actions implied had dictated everything in the interaction that followed. The meetings had continued 2 or 3 times a week. On the 4th meeting, Richards introduced the subject of Susan Blanchard's murder in the context of terrifying things that happened to women in the city. Blake had immediately said, "I was there that day, on the heath. I must have walked past at almost the exact time she was being raped and murdered." Richards had pretended shock. "My God, that must have been awful." "I didn't realize anything at the time. Well, obviously I didn't, or I would have raised the alarm. But I can't help thinking if I'd chosen a slightly different route that day, if I'd gone over the rise behind the shrubbery instead of walking along the path, I'd have stumbled over her killer," he'd boasted. It was a significant exchange, Fiona knew. But again, it was capable of a different interpretation from the conclusion Horsforth had jumped to. What it told him was that Blake was a killer desperate to talk about his crime, however obliquely. What it told Fiona was something else altogether. She made a note on her pad and continued. By the end of the third week, Blake was beginning to turn the conversation towards sex. It was, he indicated, time to take their relationship to the next stage, beyond cinema visits and walks and meals. Richards backed off slightly, as she'd been told to do, saying she wanted to be sure they'd be compatible before she took the ultimate step of sleeping with him. It was the planned route into talk of sexual fantasy. Fiona had to concede that this had been a shrewd move on Horsforth's part, though she might have approached it in a more indirect way. But then she wasn't a clinician. In matters like this, she had to concede her instinct was probably not the most rigorous guide. Now it was Richards's turn to push the direction of the conversation, and she wasted no time. It wasn't that she was sexually inexperienced, she said, but she'd found herself growing quickly bored with the men she'd slept with in the past. They're just so predictable, so conventional, she complained. I want to be sure next time I get involved with someone that he's got an imagination, that he'll take me places I've never been before. Blake immediately asked her what she meant, and presumably as Horsforth had instructed her, Richards had backed off again, saying she wasn't sure she could discuss it openly in the middle of Regent's Park. She explained that she had to go out of town the next week to a training course in Manchester, and she would write to him. I feel a bit exposed out here, she'd said. I can put it down on paper better. Then, if you're shocked or turned off me forever, I won't have to see your face, will I? Blake had seemed almost amused by her alternation between suggestiveness and coyness. I bet there's nothing you could say that would shock me, he'd said. I promise you, whatever you want, Eileen, I can take you there. All the way there, whatever it is you want. You write me that letter tonight, so I get it first thing on Monday morning, and I guarantee you'll be panting to get back to London by return of post. Somehow, Fiona doubted it. However, there was no time now to pursue her doubts to their conclusion. Kit had packed his computer into its case, the fasten seatbelt sign was illuminated, and the cabin crew were moving purposefully towards their seats for landing. Major Berrocal would be waiting for them at the arrivals gate, and a job where she was convinced she could provide useful advice was always going to take precedence over something already wrecked by someone else. Whatever perverse fantasies Francis Blake and Erin Richards had exchanged would have to remain in the file for the time being. Chapter 6. Major Salvador Berrocal was not waiting for them by the arrivals gate. He was actually standing impatiently tapping his foot by the door of the plane when it swung open. He had obviously arranged for a message to be transmitted ahead, for as soon as the cabin crew were back on their feet after landing, a steward was by Fiona's side, asking her to come forward to the front of the plane so she could disembark ahead of the other passengers. Kit followed in her wake, giving the steward his best smile and saying, "We're travelling together." Fiona's first impression of the Spanish policeman was of tremendous energy, barely held in check. He was of medium height, slender and pale-skinned, with dark blue eyes that were never still. His charcoal-grey suit looked as if it had been freshly pressed that morning, and his black boots shone with a military gleam. Both were at odds with the shock of untidy black wavy hair, worn long enough to cover the back of his shirt collar. He acknowledged her with a polite but abrupt nod of the head, saying, "Thank you for coming, Doctor." "Thank you for meeting us, Major. This is my partner, Kit Martin. I mentioned you'd be travelling with me." Kit extended a hand. "Pleased to meet you. Don't worry, I won't be getting under your feet." Berrocal's nod was non-committal. "I have a car waiting, Doctor," he said to Fiona. He reached for her briefcase and laptop. "Senor Martin, if you wouldn't mind going to the baggage carousel One of my men will meet you there. He will take you and your luggage to your hotel in Toledo. He pulled a card out of his breast pocket. This is my mobile number. You can reach Dr. Cameron. She will be with me. He flashed a cool smile and set off down the pier towards the main concourse. Mr. Friendly, Kit said. Mr. Under Pressure, I think, Fiona replied. She put one arm round Kit and gave him a quick squeeze. Ring me on my mobile, if you need me. They set off in Barrowcow's wake, Fiona almost having to break into a trot to keep him in sight. Don't worry about me, Kit said. I've got the guidebook. I will be pursuing my own investigations into Toledo. Either that, or I'll be hunched over a hotel bedside table trying to write. They caught up with Barrowcow, who was waiting by a security door. You must go through customs and immigration, he said to Kit, pointing down a corridor to the left. Nice to meet you, Kit said. Being pleasant was cheap, especially since Barrowcow had taken the trouble to lay on a car for him. He gave Fiona a swift peck on the cheek and said, See you later, and headed off, without a backward glance. He really won't be any trouble, Fiona said as they strode towards the customs and immigration area. Kit has no problem with his own company. Barrowcow flashed his badge and steered her ahead of him past the formalities. I wouldn't expect you to have brought him otherwise, he said briskly. I have arranged for you both to stay at the Parador in Toledo, but I would prefer to go straight to the scenes of the crimes. Also, I wanted to be able to discuss the case on the way there, which would not have been possible in front of Signor Martin. A uniformed officer stood by an unmarked saloon car, snapping to attention as Barrowcow approached. He opened the rear door, and Fiona climbed in, Barrowcow walking round to the far side to slide in beside her. Toledo is about an hour's drive from the airport, he told her. If you have any questions for me, I can answer them on the way. Clearly not a man for small talk, Fiona thought. None of those polite and pointless queries about her flight that usually marked her arrival in strange cities. Nor did he feel the need to make polite conversation about Kit's books, as had usually happened when he had accompanied her on foreign trips. What lines of inquiry have you pursued? She asked, apart from looking for witnesses, of course. Barrowcow shifted in his seat so he could look directly at her. We have examined our records of violent sexual assaults. Several people have been interviewed, but either they have an alibi for the first or the second murder or both, or else we have no reason to keep them in custody. Your English is very fluent, Fiona couldn't help remarking. I speak better than I write, he said, flashing a smile for the first time since they'd met. My wife is Canadian. We go to Vancouver every year on holiday. So when we talked about bringing in an English expert on crime linkage and serial offenders, I was the obvious choice for the liaison officer. As I said in my email, we have no local expertise in this area. So when we talked about bringing in an English expert on crime linkage and serial offenders, I was the obvious choice for the liaison officer. As I said in my email, we have no local expertise in this area. I don't know if any of us have what I would term expertise in crime linkage, Fiona said dryly. I have some experience, but every time I do this it seems like I'm feeling my way almost as much as the detectives. Every case is different, and sometimes the lessons of the past are not entirely helpful. He nodded. I understand. Nobody is expecting a miracle from you, Dr. Cameron, but in a case like this, we need all the help we can get. It is no secret to you that when a killer targets a stranger, most of our usual police procedures are useless. So, we need a different kind of insight, and that is what you can bring to the case. Fiona raised her eyebrows and turned away from his penetrating eyes, staring out of the window at the speeding motorway traffic. On one side of the motorway, she could see the city sprawling towards the centre. On the other, the scarred red earth of the central Spanish plain, exposed by some sort of construction work. The terracotta soil, the almost metallic blue sky, and the heavy shadows of the earth-moving equipment turned the vista into a moving De Chirico painting, resonating with heat and menace. For some reason, it reminded Fiona of the surrealism of Cervantes's imagination. Like Don Quixote, she thought, she'd be out there, tilting at windmills, trying to separate the shadows from the reality, with this restless man as her Sancho Panza, to mitigate her confusion. "I read the material you sent me," she said, pushing her fantastical thoughts to one side and turning to meet his gaze again. "I'm not convinced your offender will have a record of sexual offences." Berrocal frowned. "Why do you say that, Fiona?" "From what I've read, I thought serial murderers generally had a history of some sort of sexual violence, and he has committed brutal sexual acts on the corpses of both of his victims." "That's true, but in each case the violations were committed after death, and the penetration was with a foreign object, not the penis. Not that that necessarily discounts a sexual motive of itself," Fiona added, almost absently. "But I don't think the gratification sought here is primarily sexual," she continued with more firmness. "These crimes may appear superficially to be about sexual power, but it seems to me that they are about desecration, almost vandalism," Fiona said. Berrocal stirred. He looked as if he was wondering whether bringing her along had been such a good idea after all. "If that is the case, why are the faces not mutilated also?" His chin came up in apparent challenge. Fiona spread her hands. "I don't know. But I imagine it was probably because the killer wanted his victims recognized quickly. They were neither of them locals, so it might have taken a little longer to identify them if their faces had been damaged beyond recognition." He nodded, partially satisfied by her response. He decided to reserve judgment on this woman, who apparently had no difficulty in finding ways to discard the conventional wisdom. "I think it's better if I don't ask you your theories now," he said, with another flash of his bright smile. "Better to wait until you have seen where the crimes took place, and then perhaps we could go to the local police headquarters. I have established a control center there for the investigation." "You're not based in Toledo, I think you said." Berrocal shook his head. "I work in Madrid normally, but cities like Toledo have few murders in the course of a year, and most of those will be domestic situations. The result is that they have no one with experience of the more complex type of homicide, and so they must bring in a specialist from Madrid. Unfortunately, we have more murders in the city, and so someone like me is sent to organize the investigation." "That can't be easy," Fiona observed. "You must have to be careful of local sensibilities." Berrocal shrugged, his fingers drumming on the window ledge. "In some respects. In other ways, it makes it easier for the Toledo officers. When I tread on people's feet, the local men can spread their hands and say, 'Hey, it's not our fault. It's that stupid bastard from the big city coming here and stirring things up and rubbing everybody up the wrong way.' Of course, some of the detectives are a little sensitive. They see my presence as a criticism of them, but I just have to charm them." His eyes crinkled in a wry smile. "But you must be familiar with these responses too. Like me and my team, you are what my wife calls the visiting fireman." Fiona acknowledged his idiom with a half-smile. "Sometimes that has other disadvantages too. It's possible that my unfamiliarity with a place and its local customs may lead me to place more or less significance on something than it should have." He shrugged again. The other side of the coin is that locals can take for granted what strikes you as an alteration in a pattern, I think. Toledo is very much a tourist city, is that right? Fiona asked. That is correct. It is also the seat of the Archbishop, so the bureaucracy of the church occupies a significant share of the buildings around the cathedral. Between the church and the tourist trade, there is little room for anything else in the old city. With every year that passes, fewer people live in the old part of Toledo. Fewer traditional businesses survive. Fiona made a mental note and continued, aiming for a tone of casual interest. Does that cause ill feeling among those who are pushed out by the demands of the tourist industry? Barrocal grinned. I think most people are happy to trade a gloomy medieval apartment up 5 flights of narrow stairs for a building with air and light and an elevator, and a patio or balcony where they can sit outside and enjoy the air, not to mention constant running hot water. All the same, Fiona chose her words carefully, I grew up in a small town in the north of England. Not much more than a village, really. It's a very pretty village, right in the heart of the Derbyshire Peak District. The perfect place to go walking from, or to visit the caverns that are open to the public. Over the years, more and more tourists came. Whenever cottages went on the market, they were brought up by outsiders and turned into holiday homes. Every shop in the main street became a tea room or a craft shop. All the pubs were more interested in catering to day trippers than locals. You couldn't stroll down the main street or park your car near your own house in the summer months. By the time I left home, half the population would change weekly, holidaymakers who turned up with a carload of shopping. All they ever bought locally was bread and milk. The village lost its heart. It became a tourist dormitory, and the locals who were pushed out in the process weren't happy at all. At a guess, I'd say there must be some native Toledans who don't like what's happening to their city. Barrocal gave her a shrewd look. He was sharp enough to realize this was no idle conversation. Following on as it had from her easy dismissal of the obvious analysis of the background of the killer, he understood that she was trying to tell him something. You think someone is killing people because he doesn't like tourists? He tried to keep the incredulity from his voice. This woman had, after all, come with the imprimatur of Scotland Yard. Fiona turned away from his eyes and stared out across the rolling green field they were now passing through. I don't think it's quite that simple, Major Barrocal. And really, I don't want to theorize ahead of the data, but I do think your killer is motivated by something rather more out of the ordinary than sexual frustration. Okay. How do you want to work this? What I'd like to do is precisely what you've suggested. I'd like to look at the sites where the bodies were displayed, and then back at your incident room. I'd like to look at the crime scene photographs and read the pathology reports in full. I'd also like to see the guidebooks that were found at the scenes of the crimes, if that would be possible, and then I would like to go back to my hotel room and think about what I've seen. He nodded. Whatever you wish. I would also appreciate it if you could extract from your Toledan colleagues any reports of vandalism against tourist sites or hotels or businesses that cater to the tourist trade, and any attacks on tourists themselves, going back, say, a couple of years, solved and unsolved, if that's possible. She smiled. I'll also need a reasonably detailed map of the city that can be scanned into a computer. I will arrange it. He inclined his head in a half bow. Already you have shown me a different way of looking at these cases. Fiona shifted in her seat so she was staring ahead over the driver's shoulder. I hope so. When I look at a crime, I don't look with the same eyes as a detective. I'm searching for the psychological as well as the solid practical elements that link that one crime to others. I'm also looking for geographical clusters. But as well as that, I'm watching out for other signals that can tell me something about the criminal. So then you can figure out the way his mind works. Fiona frowned. It's not so much his motivation I'm trying to get at. It's more about developing a sense of how he looks at the world. Motivation is highly individualistic, but what we all have in common is that we construct our own identities based on what we've learned of the world. So, the way a criminal commits his crimes is a reflection of the way he lives the rest of his life, where he feels comfortable, both physically and mentally. I'm looking for patterns of behaviour in the crime that give me clues to how he behaves when he's going about his ordinary business. She gave a wry smile and continued, Some of my colleagues have a different approach, which you're probably more familiar with. They look at the crimes and seek a set of symptoms in an offender's past that have produced a particular way of life in the present. I've never found that very helpful. For my money, too many people share the same sort of background and don't turn out to be psychopathic serial offenders for it to be a precise diagnostic tool. I'm not saying that my methods necessarily always produce a more accurate result, but that's more because I seldom have sufficient data, rather than that the methods themselves are flawed. There isn't a magic formula, Major, but my training is so divergent from that of a police officer that I'm bound to look at things from a different perspective. Between us, we see this thing in stereo, rather than in mono. I can't help believing that has to give us an advantage over the criminal. That's why you're here, Doctor. Berrocal leaned forward and said something in rapid Spanish to the driver. They were approaching a sprawl of modern suburban housing, the road lined with concrete boxes containing furniture stores, car showrooms, and small businesses. He sat back and took out a packet of cigarettes, twiddling them restlessly between his fingers. 10 minutes more. Then I can have a cigarette, and you can go to work. This time, Fiona's smile was grim. I can hardly wait. Extract from Decoding of Exhibit P13/4599. UZQHQ DFTAG STFYG DPQDO. The document in question utilizes a simple transliteration, A equals M, B equals N, etc., and the arrangement of letters into groups of 5 instead of the normal layout of the words. What follows is a transcription of the coded material, with appropriate punctuation added for sense. Signed, J. M. Arthur, Document Examiner. I never thought murder could be so easy. I'd imagined it often, but in my head it had been messy and frightening. The reality is quite different. The power surge, that's what carries you through it. Imagination really doesn't prepare you for the real thing. The other mistake I made was in thinking murder always had to be part of something else. But the truth is, murder can be an end in itself. Sometimes people have to pay for what they have done, and taking their lives is the only way to do it. I never thought I was going to be a murderer. I had my life sorted out. But then something shifted, and I could see them laughing at me, flaunting their so-called success in my face. I'd be a poor excuse for a man if I just took provocation like that on the chin. Nobody knows how they'll react when their life gets stolen by people who don't give a toss who gets hurt. Well, I've never been the sort who just sits back and lets things happen, and I'm going to make them pay. I'm going to change the rules. But I'm not going to be obvious. I'm going to be subtle and choose my targets carefully. This time, they won't be able to ignore me. They won't be able to write me off. I'll be writing them off, writing their names in blood, and sending a message loud and clear. They're responsible for their own downfall. That's what I'll be saying. Live by the word, die by the word. It's not hard to track down thriller writers. I'm used to watching people. I've been doing it for years. It doesn't hurt that they're all so vain. The internet is clogged up with their websites, and they give interviews right, left, and centre, and they're always doing public appearances. So it made sense to start with somebody who has a really high profile, to make my job as easy as it could be. I decided the best way to make my point was to give them a real taste of their own medicine. It wouldn't be enough just to kill them. I wanted it to be clear, right from the word go, that there was nothing accidental about what was going on. And knowing what was coming would make them suffer all the more. Satisfaction. That's what I want. To make the punishment fit the crime, I have to get the crime right. And now I've made my list. I ranked them according to how easy I thought it would be to do them, and that's how I got my candidates for execution. 1. Drew Shand. 2. Jane Elias. 3. Georgia Lester. 4. Kit Martin. 5. Enya Flannery. 6. Jonathan Lewis. Now all I have to do is figure out exactly how to take them down. They put me in this cage, but they should know that caged animals turn savage. They've brought this on their own heads. Chapter 7. Fiona scrambled down the narrow path, glad she'd worn flat-soled loafers to travel in. It wasn't that it was particularly steep, but the beaten ochre earth was dotted with small stones that would have been perilous to the ankles in any sort of heel. She made a mental note to check what footwear Martina Albrecht had been wearing at the time of her death. It might give her some indication as to how willingly she'd accompanied her killer to the scene of her murder. Berrocal slowed down ahead of her and turned back, exhaling a cloud of cigarette smoke that reminded Fiona of the dried camel-dung fires of the northern Sahara. "You okay?" he asked. "Fine," she answered, catching up and using the pause to scan her surroundings. They were in a narrow, flat-bottomed valley that curved away from the road. The high bluffs on either side had already cut off the line of sight to the viaduct that carried the circunvallation around the southern bank of the Tagus. From here in, there would have been no chance of being caught in the headlights of a passing car. The sides of the valley were covered in scrubby vegetation, with a few small trees straggling up the gentler slopes. "We are almost there," Berrocal said. "You see those bushes ahead? It's just past there." He set off again, Fiona in his wake. "He must have had a torch," she observed, as the tall shrubs closed around them, almost meeting over their heads. Berrocal's smoke was forced back into her face, and she tried to avoid breathing through her nose until they were in the open again. "I don't think she would have come with him otherwise," Berrocal said. "There's no sign of a struggle anywhere by the road or on the path." "What was she wearing on her feet?" Berrocal turned and flashed her a smile, as if rewarding a bright pupil. "Flat sandals, yes. She probably walked into the trap without thinking twice about it." They emerged on the other side of the bushes in a small clearing. On the far side, a pair of gnarled olive trees flanked the path. A single uniformed officer stood in the shade at the entrance to the glade. He started forward, his hand going to his pistol butt. When he saw it was Berrocal, he snapped a salute and stepped back. The whole area was still enclosed in the familiar plastic crime scene tapes, now looking weather-beaten and untidy. Fiona could see the irregular reddish-brown stain on the path and the surrounding vegetation, the only obvious sign that this had been the scene of violent death. Incongruously, she could hear the twittering of birds above the distant hum of traffic. She always found herself marvelling at the way the world managed to continue, apparently oblivious to the tragedy that had played itself out only yards away. After Leslie, She had found herself walking the streets of the city where it had happened, angry and frustrated that people could carry on, as if nothing had changed, as if it was nothing to do with them. Of course, in a narrow sense, it was no direct concern of theirs. But Fiona had believed then, as she believed now, that societies got the criminals they deserved. Brutal crimes didn't spring from nowhere. Their seeds lay in the wider crimes of the community they impinged on. It wasn't a popular view among law enforcement, and when she was working with the police, Fiona kept her views to herself. So she looked around without comment. There wasn't much to say, other than the obvious, and Fiona had never liked stating the obvious. Berrocal pointed to the blood-stained area, grinding his cigarette butt underfoot. She was found lying towards the rear of the blood, not in it. It adds weight to the theory that he was behind her and she was standing up when he cut her throat. Mercifully quick, the pathologist says. Then, it looks as if he stepped back and let her fall. The vaginal injuries were post-mortem? Fiona asked. Yes. He straddled her, we think. The grass is flattened on either side of her hips, as if someone had kneeled there. He cut her panties away, probably with the same blade. There were smudges of blood on the material. Then he broke the wine bottle on the ground and— Berrocal cleared his throat. He inserted the broken bottle into her vagina, with considerable force, several times. The glass fragments are on the right-hand side of the body, which supports the idea that he was right-handed. Fiona crossed to the side of the clearing and looked at the crime scene from the point of view the killer would have had. The thing that strikes me most about this is what I mentioned earlier. The sexual mutilations are post-mortem, which is unusual. There's no sign of any kind of sexual activity before the attack. He went straight for the kill. No foreplay. Berrocal nodded. You think this is significant? It's a marker of someone who feels very lacking in power. There's nothing tentative about it either. It reveals a great deal of anger, so when I'm looking for linked crimes, I'll be bearing in mind that they will probably exhibit similar markers. Fiona hitched up her trousers, crouched down and studied the ground. There was no particular reason for her to do this. In truth, she learned very little from looking at crime scenes. She had never discovered anything that wasn't covered by the files she would read later, but police officers expected her to absorb something from where the body had been found. It was almost a superstition, and so she'd long ago decided it was easier to humour them rather than start a partnership wrong-footed. She stood up. Thanks for letting me see this. Does he tell you anything you didn't know before? Berrocal asked, stepping to one side and indicating she should precede him up the path. The dreaded question. It confirms one hypothesis, she said. Your killer knows his territory well. This isn't the sort of place that a casual visitor would know about. A local man, then? I think that's a safe assumption, she said firmly. He doesn't just know about the existence of this place. He knows what happened here and what it means. She heard the click of his lighter. Berrocal was clearly determined to get his blood nicotine levels back to normal after an hour's confinement in the car. As they rounded the curve and the road came into sight, Fiona stopped abruptly. A miniature train, with a string of grubby white carriages, was grinding its noisy way across the viaduct. She could hear the tinny sound of a commentary, although it was too far away to make out any of the words. "What on earth is that?" she asked, pointing to the train and turning to Berrocal. He raised his eyebrows in a world-weary expression. "They call it the Tren Real," he sighed. "The Royal Train. It takes tourists on a ride through the old city and round the Circunvalación." Fiona grinned. Hard to imagine the royal family riding on that. Berrocal's face was pained. It has no dignity, he agreed. It's not my favorite example of Spanish tourism. They trudged back up to the car in silence. Fiona was oblivious to her surroundings, too busy with her thoughts for appreciation of landscape or the city vista that sprang out before them as they reached the level of the road. "Now we'll go to the church," Berrocal announced. Fiona concealed her impatience. She wanted to start work properly, not waste any more time looking at crime scenes. At this rate, she'd have been as well going back to the hotel with Kit. It would have been about as useful. A couple of 100 feet above the panoramic route Fiona was travelling back to the city, Kit was opening a heavy pair of wooden shutters with ornate iron fittings. Light flooded into the room, and he whistled softly at the view. The Parador Conde de Orgaz, named after the city's most famous El Greco, sat on top of Emperor's Hill, with a breathtaking panorama of Toledo laid out before it. The almost unreal vision still bore a remarkable resemblance to the background of dozens of other El Grecos, in spite of the intervening 4.5 centuries. The Parador was perfectly sited on the bluff opposite the city, and their room commanded a view of the whole medieval city. Kit decided to fall prey to temptation. 20 minutes later, a taxi deposited him by the Plaza de Socodover, a lively square which his tour guide claimed was the heart of social life in the city. Lined with cafes and cake shops, its tall shuttered buildings had an air of slightly decayed elegance. It appeared to be a typical provincial southern European city, Kit thought. Women sturdily crossing with their heavy bags of shopping, elderly men sitting, smoking and chatting, teenagers in branded leisure wear lounging in doorways and on corners, furtively eyeing the opposite gender, in between posing for their benefit. But it hadn't always been like this. Toledo, he knew from his reading, had been captured first by the Romans, then by the Visigoths, next by the Moors, and finally by the Christians. Although it had become the capital of Castile and the base for the medieval military campaigns against the Moors, it had also established a reputation as a haven of cultural tolerance. But all that had changed with the dynastic marriage of Fernando of Aragon and Isabella of Castile in 1479. Isabella's personal confessor was Cardinal Thomas de Torquemada, the man appointed by the Pope as the first Grand Inquisitor of the Spanish Inquisition. Kit had told Fiona only that he was interested in seeing the El Grecos in Toledo, but that was merely a fragment of the truth. What had drawn him to this city was the prospect of walking the very streets Torquemada had walked, many of them virtually unchanged since the 15th century and earlier. He wanted to let his imagination carry him back in time to an era when the streets of Toledo were tainted with fear and hatred, when brother denounced brother, when ordained priests invented torture methods so robust they were still in use, when the state perverted a religious crusade into a means to enrich itself. Toledo was a city that, by conquest and oppression both, was soaked in the blood of its people. The tantalizing prospect of discovering how much of that atmosphere persisted was what attracted Kit's imagination. It wasn't hard to erase the modern images and see the streets as they must formerly have been. The buildings were the same, tall tenements with narrow, twisting passages between them, their facades alternating between patched, eroded brick and pale stucco that had generally seen better days. Studded with windows shuttered against the September heat, the only thing that broke up the frontages were lines of washing strung across the alleys. As the siesta approached, the streets emptied, and Kit found himself mostly alone as he quartered the warren of streets between the cathedral and the monastery church of San Juan de los Reyes, following his map into the old Jewish quarter, the Juderia. He climbed a flight of steps that took him up between high blank walls and opened out in a small garden with benches It provided a spectacular vista. But contemporary panoramas were not what he was seeking. Kit let his mind wander from the present and stared down over the pale terracotta roofs, blanking out TV aerials and satellite dishes, drifting back into the past. The Inquisition was supposed to be about establishing a pure-blooded Christian faith in Spain, but what it was really about was anti-Semitism and greed, he thought. But then, most oppressive right-wing movements had similar roots. Back then, the Spanish Jews were seen as too powerful and too wealthy. From being comfortable, safe, and prosperous, their lives had been plunged overnight into a living hell. A kind of hysteria must have swept through the cities of Castile and Aragon as anyone with a grudge saw a way of evening the score against their enemies. Carte blanche for the inadequate, the spiteful, and the self-righteous, Kit mused. And once denounced, it was almost impossible to escape unscathed. If there were such a thing as reincarnation, Kit thought, Torquemada had probably come back as Senator Joe McCarthy. Are you now, or have you ever been, a heretic? It must have poisoned the whole community. No one could have felt safe, except perhaps the Grand Inquisitor and his team of helpers. After all, they had a special dispensation from the Pope. If anyone died under torture, or if some other mistake were made, they had the power to absolve one another, so their hands and their souls could remain stainless. And now, another killer was stalking the streets of Toledo, revisiting old nightmares and casting a dark shadow over this tourist playground. His tally of victims might be insignificant set beside the legalized murder of the Inquisitors, but for those touched by these deaths, the pain and bewilderment would be equally intense. That was what Fiona was staring into, and he didn't envy her one bit. She had her own ghosts, and in spite of what she told herself, he believed the work she embraced did nothing to lay them to rest. But he wouldn't push her. She'd have to reach that conclusion of her own free will, and she was a long way from there. He didn't envy her the journey either. The country of the imagination was a far easier place to inhabit. In spite of the warmth of the sun, Kit shivered involuntarily. It was true that a place retained its spirit. In spite of the beauty that surrounded him, it was all too easy to summon up the troubled spirits of past terrors. It was, he thought, natural territory for a serial killer. Chapter 8. Drew Shand sat back and rotated his shoulders, grimacing as they cracked and popped. He'd tried every possible adjustment on the expensive orthopedic chair, but he always stiffened up like this by the end of the working day, exactly the same as he had when he'd sat on a cheap kitchen chair hunched over his second-hand laptop. The electrically adjustable seat had been one of the first treats he'd bought with the famously substantial advance for his first novel. But still, he got backache. He'd thought that his debut was a pretty good read when he'd finished the first draft, but he'd struggled and failed to hide his astonishment when his agent rang him with the news that it had been sold for a mid-six-figure sum, each of which was to the left of the decimal point. Hot on the heels of that deal, Copycat had been sold to TV, its adaptation winning a clutch of awards for its charismatic star, and sending Drew's paperback tie-in straight to the top of the bestseller lists on its coattails. More than the acclaim, more even than the rave reviews and the Crime Writers Association Dagger Award for Best First Novel of the Year, Drew appreciated his release from the soul-destroying job of teaching English to the overindulged brats of the Edinburgh middle classes. The demands of keeping a roof over his head had forced him to write Copycat late into the night and in snatched hours at weekends over a period of 18 months. It had been a hard grind, earning him derision from his pals, who kept telling him to get a life. But now, he was the one with the absolutely brilliant life, while they were still stuck in the 9 to 5. Drew didn't work to anybody else's schedule. He wrote when it suited him. Okay, that turned out to be most days, but he was still in charge. Drew was the one who made the decisions, not some slave-driving boss acting the hard-ass because his own sad wee job was on the line. And he loved his life. He usually woke sometime between 10 and 11. He'd make himself a cappuccino with his shiny new chrome Italian machine, browse the morning papers, then energize his brain under the needle jets of his power shower. By noon, he'd be sitting in front of his state-of-the-art computer with a pair of bacon and egg rolls. He'd work his way through brunch while he reread what he'd written the day before, then he'd check out his email. Round about 1:30, he'd be ready to go to work. It was only his third novel. Drew still got a hell of a charge out of hammering the words down on screen, pausing momentarily to figure out the direction of the next few paragraphs before his fingers thundered across the keys with the heavy touch of a man who'd learned piano as a reluctant child. Not for him the slow composition of a sentence, or the check with the word count at the end of every paragraph. Drew didn't set himself anything as mechanical as a daily word target. He just wrote and wrote till he ran out of steam. That mostly happened about 5 o'clock. Funnily enough, he usually found he'd written about 4,000 words, give or take a couple of hundred. At first, he'd reckoned it was just coincidence. Then he decided that 4,000 words was just about the limit that his brain could produce in one day without it degenerating into gibberish. Well, it was as good an excuse as any for knocking it on the head for the day. He switched off the computer, shrugged off his dressing gown, and put on his sweats. The gym was a couple of streets away from his 4-roomed Georgian flat on the edge of the new town, and he enjoyed the walk through the darkening streets, the cold air turning to smoke as it left his nostrils. Puff the magic dragon, he thought ironically, as he turned off Broughton Street and walked up the steps to the gym. Drew loved the gym too. He had a circuit that lasted precisely an hour. 15 minutes on the Nordic track, half an hour on the Nautilus machines working all the different muscle groups, 10 minutes with free weights, then 5 minutes on the bike. The perfect mix of aerobic and strength exercises, just enough weight and reps to keep him hard without turning him into Stallone. But it wasn't just the pleasure of feeling his 31-year-old body respond to the routine that turned Drew onto the gym. It was also the opportunity it gave him to check out the other men who were there. It didn't matter if they were straight or gay. He didn't go to the gym to cruise, although he had got lucky a couple of times. Mostly, though, he just liked the chance to watch their bodies as they pushed themselves to their limits, to admire a neat bum, a taut pair of thighs, a well-defined set of shoulders. It wound his spring nice and tight for whatever the rest of the evening might hold for him. After his workout, Drew relaxed in the gym's sauna. Again, it wasn't the sort where sex was on offer, but it didn't hurt to eye up the talent, casting the odd sideways glance at a well-hung companion. Sometimes the glance would be returned, and they'd wait till they had the sweaty pine box to themselves before arranging to meet for a drink afterwards in one of the nearby gay bars. That was another thing he didn't have to worry about these days. When he'd still been teaching, he'd been incredibly wary about responding to any kind of come-on anywhere that wasn't a bona fide gay establishment. Even then, he always scanned the bars as carefully as he could before he settled in for the evening. It might be okay for cabinet ministers to be out and proud, but for a teacher in Edinburgh, being a known gay out and about on the scene would still be the quickest route to the dole queue. Now he could make eye contact anywhere he chose with anybody he chose. The biggest risk he faced was getting a punch in the face, but that hadn't happened yet. Drew prided himself on having an instinct for who was safe to come on to. He reckoned it was part of the sensibility that made him such a fucking great writer. He smiled inwardly as he dressed. The guy he'd noticed on the rowing machine was new to the gym, or at least new to this time of day, but he'd seen him before in the Barbary Coast bar round the corner. The Barbary was one of the newest gay bars in town, and it boasted Drew's absolutely favourite place in the whole of Edinburgh. When you walked right through to the back of the bar, there was a small door set in the wall, guarded by a couple of beefy leather men. If they knew your face, they simply stepped aside. If they didn't, they asked what you were looking for. If you knew you were looking for the dark room, they let you pass. If you didn't, they politely suggested you might want to stay in the main bar. Drew was on first-name terms with them both. Drew had seen the guy on the rowing machine eyeing him in one of the floor-length mirrors that lined the gym. He reckoned that if he wandered into the Barbary within the next hour, he might just find him leaning on the bar, and if he knew about the upstairs room, well, that would do Drew very nicely for the evening. God, he loved the dark room. There was a sense that anything could happen, and in his experience it usually did, several times. The people who had complained about the lovingly detailed graphic violence in Copycat would have had a cardiac arrest if they knew a quarter of what men did to each other under cover of darkness in an upstairs room, a short walk from the genteel heart of Midlothian. He wouldn't mind betting it would shake a few real serial killers to the core as well. Back at the flat, he took his time dressing. Tight black jeans that gave sharp definition to cock and balls, topped with a white T-shirt with the cover of his book screen-printed across it. He placed a single gold ring in one ear and threaded a studded leather belt through the hoops of his trousers. He slipped his feet into a pair of thick-soled biker boots and tightened the Velcro fastenings. He reached for his battered leather jacket and slipped his arms into the sleeves, admiring himself in the long cheval mirror. Not bad at all, he congratulated himself. Great fucking haircut, he thought, jittering his fingers through the short dark crop that he thought made him look dangerous and sexy. That new guy in the salon was worth every penny. Drew slid open the drawer in his bedside table and took out a small silver snuff box, a tiny silver spoon, a silver straw, and an expired credit card. He flipped open the lid of the box and scooped out a generous helping of the white powder. Using the credit card, he chopped the cocaine into a pair of thick lines. He inserted the straw into his left nostril, closed his right nostril with a finger, and expertly snorted one of the lines. He threw his head back and sniffed a couple of times, reveling in the numbness that spread across his soft palate. He repeated the process with his right nostril, then stood for a moment, enjoying the initial buzz as the coke hit his bloodstream. It was good stuff. He'd feel it for a while yet, and if he needed a top-up, he knew he could always score some more in the pub. It might not be up to the quality of his personal stash, but it would do the business nicely. Finally, he snapped the steel bracelet of his chunky Tag Heuer around his wrist, taking care not to trap any of his fine dark hairs in the catch. He was ready for the time of his life. He couldn't have known. It would be the last time. Chapter 9. Fiona pushed open the shutters and gazed across the gorge at Toledo basking in the silvery glow of a rising moon. Over on her left, she could identify the spotlit grandeur of San Juan de los Reyes, where James Palango's body had been left dangling from the shackles. From this distance, it looked far too innocuous for such a display. Certainly when they'd visited it that afternoon, it had appeared an unlikely setting for so degrading a crime. A few tourists had ambled past, reading their guidebooks, taking photographs, and paying no attention to her and Berrocal. Fiona had to remind herself that this was the church built by the two monarchs who presided over the launch of the Inquisition. In all probability, San Juan de los Reyes had seen far worse than this latest corpse. The visit to the church had added nothing to her knowledge, but it had given Berrocal the chance to run through the details of the crime scene and smoke another 3 of his execrable cigarettes. Afterwards, they had walked through the town to the police headquarters, where Berrocal had made his base. "It's easier than driving," he had pointed out. "So, what do you need to do now?" he asked as they set off. "I need to familiarize myself with all the details of the cases," That way I can draw up a full list of the key correspondences between them. There's no point in trying to do a geographical profile with only 2 cases. There's not enough information, particularly since these 2 sites have been chosen for their historical significance. But what I hope to do is to be able to suggest where you should look in your criminal records for the crimes he has probably committed in the past, Fiona explained. That's easily arranged. All the relevant material is in our incident room. I've set aside a desk for you there. He took out his mobile phone and dialed. He spoke curtly into it, a brief exchange where he said little. He ended the call with a tight smile. The files will be waiting for you. Thanks. What I'll probably do is read through it all, make some notes, then go back to my hotel. I like to mull things over for a little while before I write my preliminary report, but I'll have it ready for you first thing in the morning. There was nothing high-tech about the incident room Salvador Barrocal had at his disposal. A dingy, windowless room at the end of an airless corridor. The walls were grimy and streaked with stains that Fiona didn't want to think too closely about. It smelled of cigarette smoke, stale coffee, and male sweat. 4 desks had been crammed into the space, only one of which held a computer terminal. A couple of large-scale maps of the city and the surrounding suburbs were tacked to the walls, and an easel held a familiar sight, the crime board, complete with photographs of the victims and various scrawled notations. 2 of the desks were staffed by harassed-looking detectives who gabbled into phones and barely looked up when Barrocal ushered her in. He pointed to the farthest desk, where 2 stacks of files leaned against each other at a precarious angle. "I thought you could work over there," he said. "I'm sorry our accommodation is so poor, but this was the only space available. At least the coffee is drinkable," he added with a sardonic smile. And at least there was a PowerPoint nearby, Fiona thought, as she squeezed into the tiny gap between the chair and the desk. "Are these the murder files?" she asked. Barrocal nodded. "All ready for you." It took her a few hours to plough through dozens of separate reports, stretching her Spanish to the limits of her dictionary and beyond. There had been a couple of occasions when she'd had to concede defeat and ask Barrocal for translation of passages that baffled her. She had made notes as she'd gone along, working with the database painstakingly evolved by her and one of her PhD students, which assigned probabilities to particular features of the 2 murders. The program then analysed which common features were significant in terms of attributing the crimes to one particular perpetrator. For example, most stranger killings took place after dark. That any 2 crimes in a series had happened at night was therefore not of much significance when it came to linking them. But it was relatively rare to commit a sexual assault on a dead body with a broken bottle. So the fact that these 2 crimes exhibited that particular feature was given a much higher significance by the program. Most of the original data had come from the FBI, who had been remarkably generous with details of past cases once they had realized she was happy to have the information stripped of personal details, like names of victims and perpetrators. Fiona recognized that, like most statistical analyses produced by psychologists, her database was at best only a partial snapshot of the whole, but it did give her some valuable insights into the nature of the crime she was dealing with. Perhaps more importantly, it allowed her to say with some degree of certainty whether individual crimes were part of a series or likely to be the work of separate offenders. By the end of her afternoon's work, she had demonstrated empirically what the police had already decided on the basis of common sense and experience. The 2 murders were undoubtedly the work of one man. If that had been the only service she could have provided, there wouldn't have been much point in her making the trip, but she was convinced that by analysing the data she already had, she could point the police towards other crimes the killer might have committed. With access to that information, she might finally be able to construct a useful geographical profile. What she needed now was to get out of the police station and let her mind roam free over the nuggets of information she had extracted from the files. She had got back to the room to find a note from Kit propped up on the desk, Gone down to the bar. Meet me there when you get in, and we'll have dinner. She'd smiled then, and crossed to the window to check out the view. It was strange to think that the beauty spread out before her concealed all the normal range of human ugliness. Somewhere in that honeycomb maze of buildings, a killer was probably going about his business, unsuspected by anyone. Fiona hoped that she could point the police in the right direction, so they could find him before he killed again. But that was for later. Fiona turned away from the window and stripped off her clothes, wrinkling her nose at the smell of smoke that lingered in their fibres. A quick shower, then she changed into jeans and a ribbed silk shirt. Fiona found Kit at a table in the corner of the bar, hunched over his laptop with a glass of inky red wine to hand and a bowl of olives pushed to one side. She put an arm across his shoulders and kissed the top of his head. "Had a good day?" she asked, settling into the leather chair opposite him. He looked up, startled. "Hi. Just let me save this." He finished what he was doing and turned off the computer. Folding it closed, he grinned at her. "They let you have an evening off?" "Sort of. I've got to write a report later, but only a short one. It won't take long. I'm letting it bed down before I commit myself." A waiter appeared, and Fiona ordered a chilled manzanilla. "What have you been up to?" Kit looked faintly sheepish. "I went for a wander this afternoon, just to soak up the ambience, you know. This place is steeped in history. You can practically smell it in the air. Every corner you turn, there's something to see, something to imagine. Anyway, I got to thinking about the Inquisition, about what it must have been like here back then." Fiona groaned. "Don't tell me. It gave you the idea for a book." Kit smiled. "It started the wheels turning." "Is that what you were doing on the laptop?" He shook his head. "No. It's way too early to be writing stuff down. I was just doing a bit of polishing on what I've been writing this last week or so, tickling and tidying the boring bollocks. What about you? What kind of day have you had?" The waiter put Fiona's drink in front of her, and she took a sip. "Routine. Going through files by the numbers. Carl's very organised, very on the ball. You don't have to explain anything twice to him. That makes your life a bit easier. You're not kidding. The trouble is, there's not much to go at. Normally, a killer chooses a body dump for reasons that are very personal to him. But because these body dumps have particular historical significance, it complicates things. I'm not sure how much use geographical profiling will be." Kit shrugged. "You can only do your best. They certainly go in for gruesome in these parts. They've got this daft little train that takes you through the city and round the ring road on the other side of the river, and the commentary is totally bizarre. It's in Spanish and German and a sort of fractured English, and they tell you all this stuff about the bloody history of the town. They've even got this place called the Gorge of the Woman with her Throat Cut. Can you believe that?" Fiona was surprised. "They tell you about that on the tourist trip?" He nodded. "I know. It's not the sort of thing you'd normally boast about, is it?" "That's where one of our murder victims was dumped," Fiona said slowly. "I was working on the assumption that only locals would be familiar with it." "Well, I can tell you all about it," Kit said. "This woman shagged one of the guards and let the enemy attack the city, so they cut her throat to make sure she wouldn't be doing that again in a hurry." "Did you go down to San Juan de los Reyes, the big monastery church?" "I walked past it. I'm saving it for tomorrow." "Did you notice the chains on the facade?" "It's hard to miss them. According to the guidebook, Fernando and Isabella had them hung up there after the reconquest of Granada. They were used to shackle the Moors' Christian prisoners. I must say, if that's typical of Isabella's idea of decor, I can't wait to see the inside. Eat your heart out home front," he added, with an ironic grin. "Why'd you ask?" "That's where the second body was found. You've only been here half a day, and already you know the story behind both body dumps. It makes me wonder if I'm right in what I'm thinking." Kit patted her hand and assumed an expression of mock patronage. "Never mind, love. It can't be right all of the time. You leave that to me." Fiona snorted with laughter. "I'm so glad I've got you to rely on. Now, are we going to eat dinner or what?" Fiona sipped a glass of brandy and studied the rough ideas she'd sketched out. In the background, the sound of Kit's fingers tapping the keyboard of his laptop was faintly soothing. Even the mosquito buzz of his Walkman was comforting in its familiarity. He never interfered when she had work to do, something she was eternally grateful for. She had heard too many of her friends complain that if their man wasn't working, neither were they supposed to be. Kit was always happy to occupy himself with his own work or a book, or to take himself off to a bar and make new acquaintances. "I am convinced that the perpetrator's primary interest is not sexual satisfaction," she read. "However, the nature of the sexual mutilation he has performed post-mortem is suggestive. I believe it is a way of demonstrating contempt for what he sees as the weakness of his victims, which leads me to postulate that his method of contact with his victims was one of physical or sexual appeal. At its most crude, I would suggest that he picked them up, possibly on an earlier occasion, and arranged to meet them on the nights of the murders. He may have baited his approach with the suggestion that his specialist knowledge might be of use to them in their professional lives. It is clear that he does not appear to pose a threat to those he has selected as victims. He knows the kind of places where his potential victims are to be found. This implies considerable local knowledge and suggests that he is a native of Toledo. These were not killings that occurred out of sexual rage because of failure of performance or over-arousal, but from a different motive entirely." So far so good, she thought. She didn't think there was much to argue with there. These crimes demonstrate a relatively high level of sophistication and planning. It is therefore unlikely that the perpetrator is new to the world of criminal activity. He is far too comfortable with what he is doing. But if we accept that the motivation behind these murders is not primarily sexual, it therefore follows that it's unlikely his previous crimes have been sexual in their nature. Given that both crime scenes are significant tourist sites, and that both victims were foreigners, I believe the key to the killer's motivation is his view of visitors to his city. He sees them not as a benefit, but as interlopers who are not to be welcomed. I think it most likely that his past crimes will have targeted either tourists or businesses related to tourism. He most probably began with acts of vandalism against hotels or businesses catering for tourists, such as souvenir shops. This may have escalated into attacks on tourists themselves, such as muggings. Fiona sat back and considered. What she was suggesting was by no means a conventional profile of a serial killer, but she had been struck from the first by the unusual nature of the crime scenes. Most killers left their bodies where they killed them, or chose carefully selected body dumps that had significance only because they were unlikely to be spotted abandoning the corpse. This killer had taken a high risk with his second victim, so the sites were clearly symbolic for him at a deep level. For once, where the bodies had been found seemed at least as important as the selection of the victims. They weren't just places that symbolized violence. They would also have meaning for the casual visitor to the city, as Kit's experience demonstrated. She was pleased with the progress she had made. Now it was up to Salvador Berrocal to persuade the local police to give her the data she needed on crimes against property and persons related to tourism. Armed with that information, Fiona would be able to apply her theories of crime linkage to figure out which crimes had common offenders. Once she had established which acts were part of a series as opposed to isolated events, she would map the relevant scenes of crime on a street plan of the city that had been scanned into her computer. The powerful geographical profiling software loaded on her laptop would apply a complex series of algorithms to the points on the map. It would then chart probable areas where the perpetrator of those crimes might live or work. She could add the murder scenes to the mix, and if they didn't significantly distort the areas the computer had suggested, she might be able to indicate to Berrocal the area of the city the killer called home. 10 years ago, Fiona mused, she'd have been laughed off the platform if she'd dared to suggest that a mixture of psychological profiling, crime linkage, and geographical profiling could lead to the capture of a killer. Back then, there simply hadn't been powerful enough computer programs to crunch the numbers fast enough, even if anyone had considered this an area worth investigating. The world of criminal investigation had changed faster than anyone could have imagined. At last, technology was outstripping the ability of criminals to keep one step ahead of it, and she was lucky enough to be part of the revolution. And in the morning, she could put her skills to the test once more. Working with the police to capture killers was the most exciting thing she had ever done, but she never lost sight of the fact that she was dealing with real lives, not just a series of mathematical events and computer calculations. If what she did couldn't save lives, it was ultimately meaningless. And so, every case she was involved in became not only a professional challenge, it was nothing less than a measure of herself. Chapter 10. Fiona walked into the smoky office just after 11. Berrocal and his 2 detectives were all deep in telephone conversations, barely looking up at her arrival. She'd faxed her report to Berrocal at 8, knowing he'd need some time to assemble the material she needed. She'd used the 3 hours to have a leisurely breakfast in bed with Kit, then to accompany him to see the definitive El Greco, the burial of the Count of Orgaz, displayed in splendid isolation in an annex to the Church of St. Thomas. It had been a better start to the day than reading police files. The stacks of folders on her desk looked the same as they had the day before. She waited for Berrocal to replace the receiver, then spoke. "Hi. Are the reports on the vandalism and assaults not here yet?" Berrocal nodded. "That's them on your desk. Unsolved are on the left, the solved on the right. These are from the last 12 months. Quick work." He shrugged. "They knew I'd be on their back till they came up with what you asked for. They like a quiet life. Can anyone help you with this, or is it something you must do yourself?" "Unfortunately, I need to analyze the data myself," Fiona told him. "What about a map of the city?" Berrocal raised a finger, admonishing himself. "I have them here." He turned to the remaining empty desk and raked around in the top drawer, coming up with a small tourist map and a larger, more detailed street map. "I wasn't certain which one would meet your needs best," he added, handing them to her. "I don't suppose they've got a scanner here?" Fiona asked, without hope. Berrocal shrugged. "There must be one somewhere." "I need the detailed map scanned in as a GIF file," she said, opening her laptop case and fishing out a blank floppy. "If you can have it put on the floppy, I can transfer it to my system." He nodded, turning to the nearer of the 2 detectives. He snapped something in fast Spanish. The detective quickly ended his call and gave his boss a quizzical look. Berrocal thrust the map and the floppy at him and rattled off a string of short, sharp sentences. The detective gave Fiona a radiant smile and made for the door. Clearly, even being a gopher for the English consultant was preferable to being cooped up in this box. "E café con leche para dos," Berrocal added, with a wicked grin at the disappearing back. "Thanks," Fiona said, reaching for the first file. She had to devise a checklist of significant factors: time of the offence, date of the offence, what form the vandalism had taken, and a dozen other particulars. Then she had painstakingly to enter the details. Where there was a known offender, she also had to input every piece of information relevant to his history and his previous crimes. There were 47 files to work through, and the fact that everything was in Spanish slowed things down even further. It made for a long day, punctuated by regular cartons of coffee and snacks that she couldn't have itemized 5 minutes after she'd eaten them, so intense was her concentration. Finally, she sat back and waited, while the computer sorted the data and offered up the results of its calculations. Unsurprisingly, most of the incidents came up as discrete events. But among those, there were 3 groupings of crime reports that each appeared likely to have the same perpetrator. The first was a series of attacks on souvenir shops. In every case, the crimes had taken place between 2 and 3 in the morning on weekdays. The first 3 involved paint being thrown across the windows. But then, there had been an escalation. 4 further attacks had taken place where the windows had been smashed and paint thrown onto the shop's stock. All the crimes were from the unsolved pile. A second series featured graffiti daubed on the walls of restaurants and hotels. But here, the slogans were political. Right-wing rants about Spain for the Spanish and the banishment of immigrants. Fiona immediately discounted these as the work of her killer. A third series emerged from the unsolved pile. Within the past 4 months, 3 tourists had been attacked on their way back to their hotels in the early hours of the morning. Berrocal had already told her that Toledo was, by Spanish standards, an early-to-bed city, with most of the cafes and restaurants closed by 11. But there were a few late-night bars, and the victims had all been in one or other of those. They had been walking back to their hotels alone, when a masked man had jumped out from the mouth of an alley and attacked them. There had been no demand for money, just a silent and savage assault, lasting a few minutes before their assailant ran off into the maze of narrow passages nearby. Fiona gave a deep sigh of satisfaction. When crime linkage worked well, it was like a small miracle unfolding before her. Now she could enter the locations of the 2 significant series into her geographic profiling software and see what emerged. Kit had watched Fiona walk up the hill from St. Thomas, admiring her smooth stride and the way the cut of her trousers gave emphasis to the gentle swell of her hips. "I am a lucky bastard," he congratulated himself, luxuriating briefly in the memory of their leisurely morning in bed. Even if she did his head in sometimes with her perpetual need to analyze and dissect everything and everyone who crossed her path, he wouldn't have swapped her for any woman he'd ever met. One of the things he loved about her was her dedication to the job she did, but even when she was possessed by a case, she never lost sight of the importance of their relationship. This morning, for example, she could have played the "I'm indispensable" card and headed straight for the police station, but she'd assured him there would be nothing yet for her to get her teeth into, and she'd taken time out to share something he'd wanted to do. He'd tried to do the same thing himself, but he knew he was worse at it than she was. When he was head down going flat out for the finishing line of a book, he could think of nothing but the next chunk of text he had to get onto the screen. The only way he could show his love for her then was to cook for her and take the time to sit down and eat with her. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. He spent the rest of the day being a tourist and got back to the hotel just after 6, taking a bottle of red wine up from the bar to their room. He had no idea how long Fiona would be, but that wasn't a problem. He turned the TV onto MTV Europe, poured a glass of wine, booted up his computer, and collected his email. The only significant message was from his agent, confirming a deal with the independent filmmakers who wanted to adapt his first novel for TV. Personally, he thought The Dissection Man was unfilmable, but if they were prepared to pay him large sums of money to find that out for themselves, he wasn't about to complain. Not that he cared much about money. Both his parents were teachers, and he and his brother had grown up in an environment where money had never really been an issue. There had always been enough, and he'd never been conscious of having been deprived of anything because his parents couldn't afford it. He hadn't had much of an advance for his first or his second novel, and he reckoned no one had been more surprised than his publishers when The Blood Painter had become an overnight cult sensation, then made the crossover to mainstream success. As a result, he guessed he'd earned more money in the previous 2 years than his parents had in the past 10. And he didn't know what to do with it. A large chunk had gone on buying the house, but other than that, he and Fiona had few material desires. He didn't care about designer clothes, he had no interest in performance cars, and he still preferred the kind of holiday where they'd fly somewhere, pick up a hire car, and stay in cheap motels or guest houses. His biggest expenditure was probably on music, but even there he economized by waiting till he was in the States or Canada on a book tour and indulging himself in a CD-buying spree at their lower prices. The only real indulgence he'd craved was a retreat, where he could escape to write when the book was going through that difficult middle period. Beginnings were always easy, but by the time he'd worked through the first 100 pages, depression would strike as he realized he was already falling far short of what he'd aspired to. At that stage, every interruption was a torment. Fiona was about the only person who didn't piss him off, but that was because she knew when to leave him alone. It was Fiona who had suggested he buy a cottage in the wilds where he would go and work undisturbed for however long it took him to get over the hump of dissatisfaction. Usually, the truly terrible phase lasted for about 6 weeks, or 150 pages, and Fiona had informed him that she'd rather do without his company if that helped him to return more quickly to his normal, cheerful self. So, he'd bought the bothy. It never ceased to amaze him that anywhere on the British mainland could feel so isolated. From the 2-roomed cottage, no other human habitation was visible in any direction. To get there, he had to fly to Inverness, pick up the elderly Land Rover he garaged there, stock up with a supply of groceries, then drive for another 2 hours to the eastern fringe of the vast wilderness of Sutherland. His power came from a diesel generator, his water from a nearby spring, his warmth from a wood-burning stove that also heated enough water to half fill his bath. At Fiona's insistence, he'd invested in a satellite phone, but he'd only ever used it to link up his computer for email. The isolation was more than most people could have borne, but for Kit, it was a lifeline. With the only distraction an occasional excursion to shoot rabbits for the pot, he invariably found he ploughed through the hardest sections of his books in far less time than it took in London. And the quality of his work had improved as a result. He knew it, and so did his readers. And there was no denying that absence enriched his relationship with Fiona. Even though they were in daily email contact, often swapping posts that would have qualified as pornography in any other context, their reunions had all the ardour of the first days of their affair, when no amount of physical contact was too much and no demand too outrageous. Just thinking about it excited him. Who would imagine that behind Fiona's cool exterior was a sensualist who had turned the hard man of British crime fiction into a romantic fool? She was always at her most passionate when she'd been forced to confront violent death. It was as if she needed to reaffirm her connection to life, to reassert her own vitality in defiance of a killer. Kit might deprecate the source, but he had to confess he wasn't averse to reaping the benefits. Mentally, he shook himself. Anticipation of Fiona's return was the surest way to distract him from what he was supposed to be doing. He had decided to do one of the periodic revisions he routinely ran through to check that everything in the book was flowing smoothly. He typed in the commands to print out the last 60 pages and flicked the TV over to BBC World to check out the news headlines. The early evening news magazine programme was in full flow. The interviewer winding up what sounded like a deeply dull item about the state of the euro, courtesy of a junior Treasury Minister. The studio anchor's voice suddenly picked up urgency. And news just in. Police in Edinburgh have identified the victim of a brutal murder that took place in the heart of the Scottish capital in the early hours of this morning as the international best-selling thriller writer Drew Shand. Kit's forehead wrinkled in an incredulous frown. "Over to our correspondent, James Donnelly, in Edinburgh," the presenter continued. A young man with a serious expression stood in front of a grey stone building. "The mutilated body of Drew Shand was found by a police officer on a routine patrol of the Royal Mile just after 3 this morning. Police cordoned off an area behind St. Giles Cathedral, which remains the scene of police activity. At a press conference earlier this afternoon, Detective Superintendent Sandy Galloway revealed that the victim's throat had been cut and his face and body mutilated with a knife. He appealed for anyone who was in the area between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m. to come forward. In the last few minutes, the identity of the victim was revealed as award-winning thriller writer Drew Shand. 31-year-old Shand was hailed as one of the new stars of British crime fiction when his first novel, Copycat, shot to the top of the bestseller lists on both sides of the Atlantic and won the John Creasy Memorial Dagger and the McVitie Prize. The television adaptation of Copycat also went on to win several major awards and has been widely screened abroad. A former English teacher, Shand lived alone in the Newtown area of the city. His second novel, The Darkest Hour, is due to be published next month. Shand, who was openly homosexual, was known to frequent several Edinburgh gay bars, including at least one believed to cater for those whose tastes run to sadomasochistic practices. At this point, police are refusing to suggest any possible motive for the killing. "Fucking typical. Blame the victim," Kit snarled, slamming his glass down so hard the stem broke, sending a stream of red wine across the marble floor. Ignoring it, he took a swig straight from the bottle. He scarcely registered its taste. "Drew Shand," he muttered, tilting the bottle to his mouth again. He shook his head in disbelief. Poor bugger. He had a sudden flashback to the panel they'd done together at the last Edinburgh Book Festival, the one and only chance he'd had to appear with the rising star. He remembered Drew leaning forward, elbows on knees, hands spread open, face earnest, as he struggled to make the point that the violence in Copycat had always been functional, never gratuitous. The audience had been won over, Kit recalled, although he'd had his doubts. Then afterwards, sitting outside the Spiegel tent, drinking Beck's straight from the bottle, the pair of them had carried on the discussion, lacing their seriousness with the gallows humour beloved of police officers and crime writers alike. A vivid image of Drew throwing his handsome head back and laughing imploded behind his eyes, like a terrible firework. Kit suddenly realized how he longed for Fiona's presence. A reviewer had once remarked that Kit made his readers care so much for his fictional victims that the reader felt the shock of losing a real friend when he killed them off. At the time, he'd been proud of the comment. But back then, he'd never personally known someone who had been murdered. Sitting in a strange hotel room, in an unfamiliar city, numbed with the shock of Drew Shand's death, he finally recognized the critical comment for the absurdity it had been. Now, he knew the truth. Chapter 11. Fiona stretched extravagantly and looked at her watch. To her astonishment, it was 7:10. Her movements attracted the attention of Berrocal, who had been absent for most of the day, but had returned a short while before. "You are making progress?" he asked. Fiona outlined the result of her day's work. "I need a break now," she concluded. "It's easy to start making mistakes when you've been staring into the screen all day, and if I get the crime site plotting wrong, the results are worthless." Berrocal crossed to her desk, peering over her shoulder at the laptop. "This is remarkable," he said. A system like this would make our job so much easier. Quite a few police forces are using it now, Fiona told him. The linkage program works best with crimes against property, like burglary and robbery. The version I'm using is experimental. It lets me enter my own sets of variables for the checklist, so it needs a certain level of expertise to use it. But the basic version, with the fixed parameters, reduces burglaries wherever it's been used. It helps clear outstanding crimes from the books as well as current cases. You should get your bosses to invest in the software. Cal snorted. Easier said than done. My bosses don't like to spend money on anything they can avoid. You did well to get them to pay for me, then, Fiona said tartly, standing up and switching off the computer. When it comes to losing tourist dollars, they panic. Suddenly we get resources that we'd never get in any other circumstances. So, what are your plans for the evening? Would you like me to take you and Kid for dinner somewhere typically Toledan? He stepped back to allow her to escape the confines of her desk. That's kind of you, but I don't think I'd be very good company. I've got all this stuff buzzing around my brain, and I'd rather just go back to the hotel and have a bite to eat there with Kit. After that, I'll probably feel like doing more work. He shrugged. Whatever you prefer, but you really don't have to work every minute you're here, you know. Fiona closed her laptop and started to pack it away. I think I do, Major, she said softly. She looked up and met his eye. He's out there, planning the next one. He's already working on a short cycle. I hate to sound melodramatic, but when you're dealing with a killer as organized and as ruthless as this one, every day counts. I don't want his next victim's blood on my hands if I can possibly avoid it. Cal eased the car into the traffic and gave Fiona a quick glance. You really think the man behind the vandalism is the same man who did the muggings? Fiona shrugged. There are no certainties in what I do, and ideally I like to work with at least 5 locations for each potential series, but on the basis of probability, I'd say so. The vandalism only overlaps the first mugging. After the second mugging, there's no more paint-throwing or window-breaking, so either the vandal moved away, or he found a more satisfying outlet for his anger. Everything I know about the way violent criminals escalate tells me that it's likely that when he wasn't caught, he became more confident. He moved up a gear and started attacking the direct cause of his rage, rather than hitting targets at one remove. If I'm right, it'll show up when I run the geographic profiling program. You will have proof it's the same offender? Cal couldn't help sounding a little skeptical. Not absolute proof, no. Not even the kind of proof that will stand up in court. But if the program gives me the same likely residential locations for both series of crimes, then we're looking at a strong probability, wouldn't you say? And then your colleagues in Toledo will have an idea where to start looking for proof. Fiona shifted in her seat, trying to unlock the tightness in her shoulders. They had turned onto the road that skirted the river opposite the bluff where Toledo glowed in the twilight. Amazing view, she added. It's a beautiful city, Cal acknowledged. That's why crimes like these seem so much more shocking than a routine act of violence in the back streets of Madrid. And of course, it's also why there is so much attention on this investigation. It's not just my bosses who are leaning on us for a quick solution. The newspapers and the TV stations are all over us. Luckily, I've managed to keep your name out of the stories so far. I don't think it would go down well that we have had to bring in an expert from England to solve crimes so very Spanish. I won't be solving your crimes, Major. I'm a consultant psychologist, not a consulting detective. All I can do is make suggestions. It's up to you to decide whether they're worth pursuing. And it's up to you to find the evidence to nail your killer. Cal grinned. Doctor, you know and I know that the media are not interested in the truth of the situation. If they find out about you, they will portray you as some sort of miraculous detective, a modern Sherlock Holmes, who is called in because the police are too stupid to do their job. Which is why we don't tell them I'm here, she said. For a minute or so there was silence, until Berrocal turned off the main road and headed up the steep hill towards the Parador, leaving the dramatic vista behind them. "Will your geographic program tell us if the murderer lives in the same place as the mugger?" he asked. "I don't know if there's enough data," she answered frankly. "On their own, the two murders won't give us anything approaching pinpoint accuracy. Not enough locations, you see. But I'll play around with various combinations and see what I come up with. I should be able to answer your question tomorrow morning." "Are you positive you don't want to go out to dinner?" Berrocal asked Fiona, as he pulled into the car park. "It's very kind of you, but I'd rather get through the work. The sooner I get finished, the sooner I can go home. Besides, I'm sure your family would like to see something of you." He gave a soft snort of laughter. "I'm sure they would, but like you, I'll be working this evening, I'm afraid." "At least I'll have Kit's company for dinner. He has the knack of making me laugh, even in the middle of something as grim as this. And let's face it, Major, there aren't too many laughs in this line of work." He nodded gravely. "I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel I'm dragging the sewer in behind me when I walk in from work. I almost don't want to pick up my children and hug them in case I infect them with what I've seen, what I know." He leaned across to open the door for Fiona. "Good hunting, Doctor." She nodded. "You too, Major." Fiona's first reaction when she opened the door was bewilderment. The only light in the room came from the distant vista of Toledo, dramatically uplit by dozens of spotlights. Silhouetted against the light, Kit was sitting on the end of the bed, elbows on knees, head hanging. "Kit?" she said softly, closing the door behind her. She didn't know what could be wrong, only that something clearly was. She crossed to him with swift strides, shedding briefcase, laptop, and coat on the way. Kit raised his head and turned to face her as she sat down beside him. "What's the matter, love?" she asked, concern and anxiety in her voice. She put an arm round his shoulders, and he leaned into her. "Drew Shand's been murdered," he said unsteadily. "The guy who wrote Copycat?" "According to BBC World. They found his body early this morning, just off the Royal Mile." Kit sounded dazed. "That's how you found out? From the telly?" she said, dismayed at the thought. "Yeah. I thought I'd catch the news headlines." He gave a bleak bark of laughter. "You don't expect to hear one of your mates has been murdered and mutilated." "That's terrible," Fiona said, conscious of the inadequacy of her words. She understood only too well the shock and pain of such a discovery, though in her case it had been the telephone that had been the unwelcome messenger. "Yeah, and I'll tell you what's worse. Because he was out and proud and hung in the kind of bars where the patrons indulge in the sort of sexual practices that your average Edinburgher finds repulsive, he's already being trailed as the engineer of his own destruction. It's blame the victim time. Nothing like that approach to make the respectable citizens sleep easy in their beds, knowing it couldn't happen to them." He sounded angry, but Fiona recognized that as a defense against the hurt. "I'm so sorry, Kit," she said, holding him close and letting him nestle against her. "I've never known anybody who was murdered before. I know we've talked about Leslie, and I thought I understood how you felt about what happened to her, but now I realize I didn't really have a clue. And it's not even as if I knew Drew particularly well, but I just can't get my head around the idea that anybody would kill him. I just can't imagine why." Fiona had never met Drew Shand, but she knew too much of murder and its consequences not to feel the horror that lay behind the bare fact of his death. She knew only too well what murder meant to those left behind. It was the reason she had become the woman she was. Kit had hit her with the trigger word. Leslie. If she closed her eyes, it would all come flooding back. It had been a Friday night like any other. She'd been in her first year of university teaching and had fallen into the habit of unwinding at the end of the week with the clinical staff from the institute where she was conducting a research study. They'd start in a pub in Bloomsbury, then work their way up towards Euston Station, ending up in a curry house in a side street on the far side of Euston Road. By the time she'd got back to her two-roomed flat in Camden, it had been almost midnight, and the rough edges of the week had been blurred into a genial wooziness. The light on the answering machine had been flashing crazily, indicating half a dozen messages or more. Intrigued, she'd hit the playback button and carried on walking towards the kitchenette. The first words on the tape stopped her in her tracks. Fiona? It's Dad. Phone me as soon as you get in. It wasn't what was said. It was the manner of its saying. Her father's voice, normally strong and confident, had been almost a whisper, a pale, quivering echo of its normal self. A bleep. Then the next message. Fiona. It's Dad again. I don't care how late it is when you get this message. You've got to phone. This time the voice cracked towards the end of the short message. Already she was turning, moving towards the phone. A bleep, then her father's voice again. Fiona, I need to talk to you. It won't wait till the morning. All her instincts told her it was bad news, the worst kind of news. It must be her mother, a heart attack, a stroke, an accident in the car. Fiona grabbed the phone and punched in the familiar number. Almost before it could ring, it was answered. A strange voice said, Hello? Who is this? This is Fiona Cameron. Who are you? One moment, please. I'll get your father. There was a muffled exchange, then a clatter, then her father's voice, almost as alien as the stranger's. Fiona, he blurted. Then he started sobbing. Dad? What's wrong? Is it Mum? What's happened? All Fiona's professionally soothing skills vanished in the face of her father's tears. No. No. It's Leslie. Leslie's been. He forced his ragged breathing into stillness. She heard a deep, wrenching intake of air. Then he said, Leslie's dead. Fiona had no idea what he'd said next. She felt an enormous distance build between her and her surroundings, his voice a far-away echo against the ringing in her ears. Her little sister was dead. It wasn't possible. There had to be a mistake. There was none. Leslie, a third-year student at St. Andrews University, had been raped and strangled on her way back to her shared house. No one had ever been charged with the crime. The police believed the killer had raped 2 other students in the previous 18 months, but they had no significant clues. A couple of footprints from a popular brand of trainers, a description so vague it could apply to half the adult males in the town. Even if they'd had DNA analysis back then, it wouldn't have been much use. He'd used a condom. All the attacks had taken place in winter, and the women were wearing gloves, so they hadn't scratched their attacker. For 6 months after Leslie's death, Fiona had felt as if she was walking around inside a very bad dream. Any minute now, she could force herself to wake up and none of it would have happened. Leslie would be alive. Her mother wouldn't be suicidally depressed. Her father wouldn't be drinking too much and writing endless letters to his MP, the press, and the police, complaining of the failure to make an arrest. And she wouldn't be blaming herself for persuading Leslie to spread her wings and go to St. Andrews, when she could have joined Fiona in London. Then one day, she'd gone to a lecture given by a visiting fellow from Canada. He'd talked about the infant science of crime analysis and how it could be applied in criminal investigations. It was like a light bulb in her head suddenly turning on. The cocoon fell away, and with piercing intensity, Fiona knew what she wanted to do with her life. An hour in a lecture theatre, and nothing would be the same again. She couldn't save Leslie. She couldn't even catch Leslie's killer. But now Fiona understood that one day she might find her redemption by saving someone else. That prospect was enough. Most days, anyway, it was enough. But now murder had touched her life again, even if at one remove. All of this swam through her mind, as she sat with Kit in her arms, doing what little she could to comfort him. After a lengthy silence, Kit finally drew away from her. "I'm sorry I'm being such a wet Nelly," he said. "It's not like he was my best mate or anything." "You're not being a wet Nelly. You knew him. You liked him. You respected his work. And it's a shock to realize he's just not here anymore." Kit stood up and turned on a lamp. "That's the curse of an imagination at a time like this. I keep thinking what it must have been like for him, how scared he must have been." He took a deep breath. "I need to do something to keep my mind occupied." He picked up the pile of paper the printer had spewed out. "Do you mind if we just get something sent up from room service?" "Whatever you need." Fiona hung up her coat and picked up her laptop. "I've got plenty I can be getting on with if you want to work." Kit managed a faint smile. "Thanks." He settled cross-legged on the bed with his pile of manuscript and a pencil. Fiona watched him in the mirror for a few minutes until she was sure he was reading and not brooding. More than anything, she was glad he'd accompanied her to Toledo. The news of Drew's death wasn't something he should have had to face on his own. That was something she knew all about from personal experience, and she wouldn't wish it on her worst enemy. Extract from Decoding of Exhibit P13/4599. UFIME, ZFTMD, PFAPA, PDQIE. It wasn't hard to do Drew Shand. Messy, but not hard. They don't realize how vulnerable they are. A few hours of surfing the web and I knew the details of his daily routine. I didn't think it would be too difficult to pick him up. His sort are always suckers for flattery. It was just a matter of finding somewhere to see him off. Then I found the perfect place, a boarded-up butcher's shop. The back was tiled from floor to ceiling. There was a butcher's block in the middle of the room, and a couple of big sinks along one wall. Judging by the dust and cobwebs everywhere, nobody had been here for ages, and I didn't think anybody would be coming through any time soon. So I decided it would be safe just to leave whatever mess I made. The next day, I parked near his flat, where I could see him come and go. He got back from the gym right on schedule, and an hour later, he was walking back towards Bolton Street. I slipped into his wake and followed him into the Barbary Coast bar. It was already quite busy, and I could see a few blokes giving me the once-over. It made me feel sweaty and uncomfortable. After all, I didn't want anybody remembering me afterwards. Drew was at the bar, and I moved up beside him. He'd ordered a drink, and when it arrived I held out a tenner and said, "This one's on me." He didn't argue. We moved over to a corner where it was darker, and I acted surprised when he said who he was. I said I thought the torture scenes in his book were brilliant. He went on about how the critics had complained that the violence was over the top, so I told him I thought it was great. Sexy, almost. He gave me a funny look then, but he didn't say anything, just went to the bar and got another round in. When he came back, he asked me if that was what I was into, a bit of the rough stuff. It couldn't have gone better if I'd scripted it. Cutting a long story short, he invited me upstairs to what he called the dark room. Then I told him I had something better than that. I said I worked for a property development company, and I'd managed to get the keys to an old shop that I'd turned into a fantasy dungeon. I couldn't believe how easy it had been. I'd thought I might actually have had to have sex with him before I could get him to come with me, and I'd been dreading that even more than what I had planned for him. But he was a pushover. The worst bit was when we pulled up in the back lane and he leaned across and started kissing me. I pushed him away, a bit roughly, but that just made him all the more keen. When I was undoing the padlock, he pressed right up against me, so I could feel his cock hard against my backside. If I'd been having second thoughts, that would have seen them off sharpish. I pulled the door open, and as he reached for the switch, I smashed my heavy metal torch down on the side of his head, just above his ear. He went down like a tree. I don't want to think about the next bit. It wasn't nice. It's a lot harder to strangle somebody than it looks, especially when you're wearing latex gloves and your hands start sweating and slipping around inside them. Then I had to do the cutting. That was really disgusting, horrible. Not just the blood, but the smell. I nearly threw up. I've had some shitty nights, but this beat the lot of them hands down. Once I'd done what I had to do, I zipped his jacket back up to sort of hold things in place. Then I picked him up and carried him out to the 4x4. I couldn't just throw him over my shoulder, or his guts would have gone everywhere. I'd already decided where I was going to dump the body. The actual site described in Shan's book was out of the question. It was far too exposed. It would have been asking to be caught. But then, what do you expect? 100% accuracy? I'd settled on dumping him round the side of the cathedral. When I got there was nobody around, so I arranged him on the steps leading up to an office building. I undid his jacket and displayed him by the book. God, that nearly had me throwing up all over again. Then I took off as if I had the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse on my heels. Time to head back to where I was supposed to be. I expected it to give me nightmares, but it didn't. It's not like I enjoyed it or anything. It was a job that had to be done, and I did it well. I take pride in that, but no pleasure. Chapter 12. The arrival of their room service dinners forced both Fiona and Kit to surface from the salve of work. She had been entering data into her laptop and had started running various combinations through the geographic profiling software, but so mechanical a task left too much of her mind free to rerun her own memories. Trying to drown the voices in her head with alcohol was tempting, but Fiona had watched her father turn to drink, an accelerant that had plunged him into paranoid nightmares that had destroyed his life as surely as her murderer had destroyed Leslie's. If acute liver failure had not killed him 4 years earlier, she suspected he'd have taken his own life sooner rather than later. So the whiskey bottle was, for her, no choice. But burying herself in work wasn't doing the trick either. Sitting down with Kit to eat forced her to realize that Leslie's ghost hadn't stopped tormenting her since Kit had mentioned her name earlier, and by the looks of him, Kit was equally lost in his own thoughts. They ate their baked fish in virtual silence, neither knowing how to broach the subject that was uppermost in their minds. Fiona finished first, pushing the remains of her meal to one side of the plate. She took a deep breath. I think I might be better able to settle if I could find out more about what happened to Drew. Not because I think I can help in any practical way, but— She sighed. I know that what always helps me is information. Kit looked up briefly from his plate, seeing the pain of memory in Fiona's face. He knew that in the aftermath of her sister's murder, what had woken Fiona screaming from her sleep night after night was ignorance. She needed to know every detail of what had happened to Leslie. Against the wishes of her mother, who was adamant in her desire to possess as little information as possible about her younger daughter's fate, Fiona had pursued all the avenues she could think of to absorb every fact relating to her sister's terrible ordeal. She had made friends of the local reporters. She had exerted every ounce of her charm to persuade the detectives to share their information with her. And gradually, as she pieced together Leslie's last hours, the nightmares had receded. Over the years, as she had learned more about the behavior patterns of serial rapists and killers, that picture had become even clearer, giving texture and shape to her understanding, filling in the outlines of the transaction between Leslie and her killer. While part of him felt this was an unhealthy obsession, Kit had to admit that knowledge did seem to have provided some sort of balm for Fiona, and as far as he was concerned, that was what mattered. Even though she couldn't adequately explain why it helped her to have so detailed a reconstruction in her head, neither of them could deny its force. And Kit had also come to realize that as it was with her personal relationship to murder, so it was with her professional one. The more she knew, the more secure she felt. Perhaps she was right. Perhaps the best way to make sure her sleep wasn't riven with nightmares about Leslie was to garner what she could about what had happened to Drew Shand. And it might just help him, too. "What were you thinking about doing?" he asked. "See what they're saying on the net," she said. "How do you feel about that?" He shrugged, then topped up his glass. "It can't be worse than the movies my imagination is running for me." Kit gathered the dirty plates and put the trays outside the door, while Fiona logged onto the internet and connected to her favourite meta-search engine, which combed the vast virtuality of the World Wide Web at her command. "Where can I find Drew Shand?" she typed. Within seconds, she had the answer at her fingertips. Shand had had his own website, as well as a couple of fan sites dedicated to his work. "We might as well try the fan sites first," Kit said. "I don't think Drew's going to be updating his own site any time now." The first page Fiona clicked on had a black border round the publisher's jacket photograph of the dead novelist. Beneath it were the dates of his birth and death, and the atmospheric opening paragraph of Copycat. The Har moves up from the steel-grey waters of the Firth of Forth, a solid wall of mist the colour of cumulus. It swallows the bright lights of the city's newest playground, the designer hotels and the smart restaurants. It becomes one with the spectres of the sailors from the docks, who used to blow their pay on 80-shilling ale, and whores with faces as hard as their clients' hands. It climbs the hill to the new town, where the geometric grid of Georgian elegance slices it into blocks, before it slides down into the ditch of Princess Street Gardens. the few late revellers staggering home quicken their steps to escape its clammy grip. Fiona shivered. It makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, doesn't it? Kit observed. Bloody great opening paragraph. The kid really had something special. Did you read Copycat? It was one of the pile you gave me for Christmas. Oh, yeah. I'd forgotten. Fiona grinned. There were so many. Ever since they'd first been together, Kit had given Fiona his personal pick of the year's crime fiction for Christmas. It was a genre she'd scarcely ever read before they'd become lovers. Now she enjoyed keeping up with her partner's competition, as long as it was a guided trip and not a random harvest of the crime section of the bookshops. Scrolling down, Fiona ignored the hagiography and focused on any details of the crime. Nothing they didn't know already. The second fan site had little more to offer, except a rumour that Shand had frequented a pub in Edinburgh where gay sadomasochistic group sex allegedly took place in an upstairs room. "See what I mean?" Kit said angrily. "It's starting already, the deserving victim syndrome. You can see it now. He was murdered because he asked for it. He enjoyed the kind of sex that could turn nasty, and it killed him." "It'll get worse before it gets better," said Fiona, "unless they pick someone up quickly, and it turns out to be nothing to do with the gay scene." "Yeah, right. If AIDS doesn't get you, the bogeyman will." Fiona called up the menu of her favourite sites on the web and ran her cursor down the list. Kit leaned into her, reading over her shoulder. "I wonder how many people's favourite places list includes the RCMP, the FBI, various serial killer sites, and a forensic pathology discussion group," Kit asked. "More than is healthy, I suspect," Fiona muttered. Towards the bottom of the list was a site that she knew infuriated most of the law enforcement officers she knew. Officially, Murder Behind the Headlines was run jointly by a journalist in Detroit, a private eye in Vancouver who was reported to have had a murky past in the CIA, and a postgraduate in criminology in Liverpool. Given the depth of detail they managed to come up with on sensational murder cases, Fiona suspected there were a few serious hackers involved in putting together the site, not to mention a very large base of anonymous contributors who enjoyed the prospect of sharing whatever privileged information or hearsay they encountered. Several attempts had been made to close them down, on the basis that they were making public information that allowed scope both for copycat killings and for false confessions, but somehow they always seemed to resurface with ever more sophisticated graphics and gossip. Fiona sincerely hoped that the more faint-hearted relatives of the victims never logged on to Murder Behind the Headlines. Seeing where her cursor had paused, Kit groaned. "Gossip Central," he complained. "You'd be surprised how often they get it right," she said mildly. "Maybe so, but they always leave me feeling like I need a bath, and they can't write for toffee." Fiona couldn't resist a smile as she connected to the site. "Never mind the morality, feel the semicolons," she said ironically. When she was prompted for her area of interest, she typed, "Drew Shand." In the top left-hand corner of the page that unfurled before them, the same photograph of Drew brooding handsomely into the camera appeared. This time, however, the text was very different. Scottish thriller writer Drew Shand has been found murdered in the historic heart of the city he lived in and used as the background to his first gruesome novel, the award-winning Copycat. His mutilated body was found just behind St. Giles Cathedral, only feet away from the pavements pounded daily by millions of tourists. So far, no suspects have been arrested. MBTH hears from a source inside the investigation that there are some very spooky coincidences connecting Shand's own death and the graphic violence he turned to good commercial effect in Copycat. The plot of his serial killer novel centres round a contemporary recreation of the celebrated Whitechapel murders, a sort of Jock the Ripper gorefest. The original Jack the Ripper's fourth victim was found by a policeman on his beat. So was Shand's fourth victim, and so too was Shand. The police surgeon at the time of the Whitechapel murders, Dr. Frederick Brown, reported that the body was on its back, the head turned to the left shoulder, the arms by the side of the body as if they had fallen there, both palms upwards, the fingers slightly bent, left leg extended in a line with the body. The abdomen was exposed, right leg bent at thigh and knee, the throat cut across. The intestines were drawn out to a large extent and placed over the right shoulder. A piece of about 2 feet was quite detached from the body and placed between the body and left arm. The lobe and auricle of the right ear was cut right through. There was a cut through the lower left eyelid, dividing the structures completely through. The right eyelid was cut through to about 1/2 inch. There was a deep cut over the bridge of the nose. This cut went into the bone and divided all the structures of the cheek except the mucous membrane of the mouth. The tip of the nose was quite detached. There was on each side of the cheek a cut which peeled up the skin, forming a triangular flap of about 1.5 inches. The actual cause of death was hemorrhage from the left carotid artery. Each of these grim facts was annexed by Shand for his novel, and, according to our source, they were all present in the murder of the writer himself. Apparently, one of the murder squad detectives called to the scene of the crime had read Copycat and was immediately struck by the similarities. It was only when the police surgeon itemized the injuries and the detective went back and checked both with Shand's book and accounts of the original Ripper case that the police became convinced that they were dealing with a copycat. Apparently, the theory doing the round at Police HQ is that Shand was into hardcore S&M sex. They reckon that made him vulnerable to a perp who had fixated on his book and wanted to try it out for real. Shand was apparently a creature of habit. His daily routine is outlined on his website for all to see, so it wouldn't have been too hard for the hunter to track him down, and providing the killer was Shand's type, it would all fall into place. And of course, the easy thing about killing somebody who's into S&M is they think you're only playing when you tie them up. Doesn't matter that, like Shand, your victim works out down the gym every day, because he's trussed up like a chicken all ready for you. One other detail. The cops think he was killed somewhere else, then brought to the body dump, unlike both the Whitechapel murders and the slayings in Copycat. But Shand's flat was clean, so they've no idea as yet where the murder actually took place. One thing they can be pretty sure of, though, somebody's got a hell of a cleaning job on his hands. Remember, you read it first on Murder Behind the Headlines. Kit whistled softly. That is seriously creepy shit. Fiona logged off. You're not kidding. So, what's your take on it? Probably much the same as yours, Fiona said. He clearly planned his crime to mirror the circumstances of one of the murders in Shand's book, which in turn mirrors one of the original Ripper murders apart from the gender of the victim. That he succeeded so accurately indicates a high degree of control and organization. His intelligence, therefore, is likely to be significantly above average. He has a highly developed fantasy life, and would probably use violent pornography to support that. He would be unlikely to respond well to authority, so if he had a job it wouldn't be commensurate with his intelligence, which in turn would be a source of irritation to him. She pulled a face. But saying that is simply a matter of playing the probabilities. But what about his relationship to Drew? Is he a stalker, a jilted lover, or some sort of fucked-up wannabe acolyte? What do you think? She dropped into one of the chairs by the window and stared out at the city. When her answer came, she spoke slowly, feeling her way from sentence to sentence. That is without doubt the most interesting question, Kit. She gave him a quick smile. Hardly surprising that it was you who asked it. That the murderer fixated on the book and copied its crimes isn't particularly remarkable. Often killers who display their victims' bodies ritualistically are replicating images they've seen in pornography or in some situation that was particularly meaningful to them. But most sexually motivated killers would be satisfied with wreaking their havoc on any victim who broadly fitted their fantasy. To have chosen to hunt and destroy the creator of the very fiction that fueled his desire to kill is curiously personal. And in a crime where depersonalizing the victim is often crucial to the process, it's distinctly unusual. Kit ran his hands over his scalp, his face a mixture of amusement and exasperation. It's always got to be a lecture with you, hasn't it? You still didn't answer the question. Fiona grinned. I sort of hoped you hadn't noticed. If you pushed me on it, I'd probably plump for a stalker who's become obsessed with copycat, but that's purely speculation. So is Murder Behind the Headlines, but it doesn't stop you reading that, Kit pointed out. He got up and wandered round the room. It's a bit freaky, isn't it? The thought of somebody following Drew around like a shadow, invisible till the last moment when he shows himself. You never think of anything like that when you're writing, that some nutter is going to read their life story into your words. You'd probably never write another book if you give that possibility space in your head, Fiona said. Other people's madness is not your responsibility. Come here. Give me a hug. He crossed to her and gently pulled her to her feet, wrapping his arms around her. She turned her face up to his. There are other ways of taking your mind off things, Kit, she said softly, as his lips came down to meet hers. Inside the city walls of Toledo, the evening paseo was in full swing. Around the Plaza de Socotober, people strolled in couples, families, and groups, taking the evening air and catching up on the business of the day as they moved between pools of yellow light. Restaurants, many half empty now the height of the tourist season was past, served dinner to tourists and locals, greeting their regular customers with smiles and the small change of social intercourse. The bars were doing a thriving trade, their tables full inside and out, as older clients enjoyed a digestif with their coffee, and the young men checked out the women gossiping and giggling in their separate groups. It was a sharp contrast to the dimly lit alleys and narrow streets that radiated out from the plaza, linking it with the rest of the city. In one of the cafes, on the edge of the square, Miguel Delgado smiled across at the Englishwoman who worked behind the reservation desk at the Hotel Alfonso VI. 2 nights before, he'd engineered an encounter where he'd tripped over her handbag and knocked over her drink. She'd been with friends, so she'd suspected no ulterior motive when he bought her a drink to replace the one he'd spilled. Tonight, though, her friends were absent. For the price of another drink, he could make the down payment on his next act of revenge. He swallowed the last of his café solo and folded up his newspaper. Careful not to draw attention to himself, he crossed to her table, inclined his head in a small bow, and smiled. "Buenas tardes," he said. The woman returned his smile, without a trace of uncertainty. Minutes later, they were deep in conversation. Delgado was back in business. Chapter 13. On a professional note, I heard last night that Blake has done a deal with one of the Sunday tabloids. You know the kind of thing. My life of hell as the falsely accused Hampstead Heath killer. and on the strength of that, he's gone off to Spain, allegedly to get away from all the pressure. Of course, we've been keeping tabs on him, albeit at arm's length, and according to the travel agent, Blake has rented a villa outside Fuengirola for the next month. At least you're far enough away in Toledo not to stand any chance of walking into a neighbourhood cafe and finding him propping up the bar. Let me know when you're coming back, and we'll get together for dinner. Love, Steve. Fiona cleared Steve's email from the screen. She'd get round to replying later. It was thoughtful of him to pass on the news about Drew, but she didn't want to be distracted from the task in hand by thinking about Francis Blake right now. While she waited for Berrocal to arrive, she double-checked that she had plotted her crime scenes correctly on the map. Just as she finished, Berrocal strode through the door full of apologies for keeping her waiting. "So, what do you have to show me?" The map of Toledo was monochrome on the screen, the streets and alleys black lines over the off-grey background. "This is how it works," Fiona explained. "I started off with the street grid. Last night I entered the locations of the events that interest me." She omitted to mention the news from England that had stirred memories, turning her sleep into exhausting restlessness. She wasn't looking for Berrocal's sympathy, nor, more importantly, did she want to give ammunition to anyone who might suggest her work failed to come up to the required standard. So she mainlined the cartons of industrial-strength coffee that the junior detectives had deposited on her desk and tried to keep the weariness out of her voice. First of all, the vandalism cluster. She tapped a couple of keys, and the screen came alive in an irregular spread of radiant neon colours, from sea green, grading through blues and purples, to red. There were only 2 small blocks of red, both to the west of the cathedral and the Plaza Mayor. The programme assigns different colours to different degrees of probability. The perpetrator of the acts of vandalism I've identified as a cluster is most likely to live within the boundaries of those red blocks, she told him, pointing to them with her pencil. "Very interesting," Berrocal said softly. "Don't ask me how it works. The maths is way beyond me. I leave that to the techies. All I know is that it does have a frighteningly high degree of accuracy." She cleared the colours from the screen. "Now, this is the picture we get from the muggings." Again, the screen pulsed with vibrant colours. This time, there were 3 red blocks. One of them appeared almost identical to the larger of the 2 on the previous display, while the other 2 were more northerly. "I think the reason for these 2 is that the location of the crimes was circumscribed by where our mugger knew they were likely to be late-night victims," she continued, pointing to the aberrant blocks of crimson. "But look what happens when I amalgamate both sets of results, and we look at the vandalism and the mugging together." Fiona clicked the mouse a couple of times. Now the larger of the original 2 red blocks was the only bright scarlet patch on the screen, the others fading to deep purple. If I were a Toledo police officer looking to clear up these instances of vandalism and mugging, I'd focus my attention on people who live right there, around the bottom end of Calle Alfonso X. "Fascinating," Berrocal acknowledged. "But what happens when you consider the murders, too?" "It's far from clear-cut," Fiona admitted. "We're looking at 2 instances, which is a very small base to work with. And as I said to you before, because these crime scenes have historical rather than specifically personal significance, that could distort our results." Again she cleared the screen. "On their own, they don't provide us with anything like pinpoint accuracy. This time, there was no small red block, just a jagged purple mass that covered most of the west of the old city and spread like a port wine birthmark out towards the suburbs. However, I'm working on the principle that my theories of crime linkage and the escalation of violence are correct. Now, if I've got it right and these 3 groups of crimes have all been committed by the same person, Then when I add the murder sites to the other two series, I should still have my red block in more or less the same place. But if I'm wrong, then the resulting picture will show a significant distortion. She looked up at Berrocal and gave a wicked grin. Ready? The suspense is killing me, he said. Fiona hit a couple of keys, and the screen reconfigured itself. The red block was still there, though not in quite such a strong shade, but the purple areas had spread and become noticeably more blue. Fiona circled the red block with the end of her pencil. It doesn't significantly distort the key area, which indicates that the person who committed the murders could well be the same person as the vandal and the mugger. But you see this purple zone? Berrocal nodded. That's the fallback zone, is it? If he's not in the red zone, he might be in the purple? That's right. Now, the way that has changed with the murder input may not mean much in itself, given how specific he is about the body dumps, and given that the places where he displays his victims are central to the nature of his crimes. But I'm tempted to go out on a limb here and suggest that he might possibly have moved house in between the muggings and the first murder. Berrocal frowned. Why do you say that? It doesn't matter how high-tech a system is, there's still room for gut instinct when it comes to interpretation. I'd defend myself by saying that I've used this geographic profiler a lot now, and I've developed a sense of what the pictures mean that goes beyond what's in the manual. And there's something about the shape of this that makes me wonder if we're looking at a change of address. I'm sorry, I can't be more scientific than that. So, what we have learned is useless. No, far from it. If he has moved, it's been relatively recent, between the last of the muggings and the first of the murders. There must be civic records that would reveal who lives there and if anybody's gone in the last couple of months. I could be wrong. He could still be living there. But if I was the investigating officer here, I'd make it my first priority to look at residents inside the red block who have moved out. You think he moved to make it harder for us to find him? Berrocal asked. No, I don't think he was planning that far ahead, and he may not have left his home from choice. He may have been forced out because the building was being developed for some tourist-related business. He'll have seen this as a terrible provocation. If that's what happened, it could have been the factor that tipped him over the edge into murder. He's been nursing his hatred for a while now, judging by the length of time these earlier offences cover. Perhaps this tourist development has been on the cards for a long time and he'd been fighting it. Then, finally, he lost, and he decided to take revenge on the people he thought were to blame. Fiona leaned back in her seat. I know it might sound far-fetched, but as psychopathic motives for murder go, it's as coherent as any, and it makes sense of these events in a way that conventional theories of sexual homicide don't. The way you explain it is certainly logical, Berrocal acknowledged. Can you print these maps out for us? I'd like to get started on this line of inquiry as soon as possible. Fiona nodded. No problem. I'm also in the process of writing a full report for you that incorporates all my reasoning. I'll include a basic behavioral profile of the perpetrator. Berrocal frowned. I thought you didn't approve of behavioral analysis. Taken on its own, I think it has limited value, but when you incorporate it with crime linkage and geographical profiling, it can be helpful. Berrocal looked dubious. So, when will your report be ready? I should finish it today. Good. Then I can distribute it among the investigation team. First thing tomorrow, I'd like you to attend a briefing with them to answer any questions and deal with any objections. Fiona nodded. I'd be happy to. Berrocal got to his feet. And then, I presume, you will want to return to England. Fiona smiled. You presume correctly. There's nothing more I can usefully do for you right now, so I may as well go home. He nodded. "I'll let you get on with your report," he said. "Thank you." "You're welcome," she said absently, her mind already on the next task. The sooner she finished this, the sooner she could start to think seriously about going home. Extract 2. He never knew how long it would last. That was why he had to savor every moment of it, like a kid opening Christmas presents, unsure which garishly wrapped parcel held the gift that really mattered. The trick was to arrange it so that everything built to a climax. But sometimes it didn't, and he hated that loss of absolute control, hated the rage that boiled through him when those sluts let him down, when they failed to hold out long enough for him to extract each single possible drop of pleasure from their pain. Death should be the final moment in the crescendo, not a sad diminuendo, leaving the spirit dissatisfied. That was why he worked with such dedication towards perfection. Experience had taught him that every stage released its own particular flavor, from the first moment he chose her to the final moment when he abandoned her. The secret was to plan. The taste of anticipation was almost as good as the spectrum of sensuality supplied by the execution of his perfect scheme. So, too, was the satisfaction of watching the small minds pitted against him as they struggled through the skirmishes with his handiwork into ultimate failure. At first, his opponents had been as insignificant as the crickets that chirped the night away outside this safest of safe houses. Dumb sheriff's officers who'd never investigated anything more complicated than a fucked-up raid on the local 7-Eleven had no chance of coming anywhere near him. He knew the chances of them even managing to complete a VICAP report and file it with the FBI were remote. All that paperwork, interfering with the consumption of Dairy Queen hamburgers and brewskis, no chance. So puny a challenge couldn't last forever. He'd known that. He'd bargained on that. He'd set himself up right from the start to beat the finest. So there was no real satisfaction in running rings round the morons who'd gone into small-town law enforcement because they didn't have the stones to make something of their lives. They thought they knew their turf so well, but that hadn't stopped him moving into their territory and stealing a woman from under their noses. His greatest triumph this far had come with number 5. La Quinta was the daughter of the local sheriff in a small Nebraska town. As usual, he'd removed her from her own home. Saturday night, and her parents had gone out to a benefit dinner for the local Republican candidate for the Senate race. The girl had opened the front door without a second thought as soon as she saw the highway patrol uniform. It had been laughably easy to knock her to the floor with a single blow to the face. Hog-tied, she'd spent the night in the trunk while he drove the interstate, fueled by adrenaline and nicotine. By mid-morning, he'd been home, surrounded by dense woodland, away from the possibility of prying eyes. He'd carried her indoors and gotten down to making her his slave. Shackled to a bench in his workroom, La Quinta had learned that pain takes many shapes and forms. The delayed sting of the razor cut, the blossoming of a burn from a smart to a roar of pain that spread inwards as the smell of barbecued flesh drifted outwards. The searing agony of flesh forced to accommodate more than it has room for. The sickening pain of a broken bone never allowed time to knit. The dull distress of a blow strategically aimed at the organs nestling beneath the skin. It took her days to die. He'd enjoyed every waking moment. Then, he'd taken her back home. Not all the way home, of course. That would have been reckless. He drove her as far as the first bend over the county line on a quiet back road, then left her body sprawled across the blacktop for the next passing driver to crush beneath his unsuspecting wheels. La Quinta had made them sit up and pay attention at last. He'd read enough to know what would have happened next. An urgent request to the Phoebes, then a computerized search of the country to find matches. As soon as they realized he meant business, the machine would have kicked in. True to his prediction, the suits had arrived. And then finally, she had flown in to face a flurry of cameras at the airport. Now at last, the game was on. J. Schumann was in town. Dr. J. Schumann, the forensic psychologist who had turned her back on a lucrative private practice to become the FBI celebrity mindhunter. J. Schumann, who had single-handedly restored the tarnished image of psychological profiling with a string of spectacular successes. J. Schumann, with those intense dark eyes that contrasted so sharply with her bright blonde hair. A photo opportunity who gave the suits a human face. J. Schumann, whose glamour had persuaded her bosses that they should use her skills on the media as well as on the criminals. In the 20 years since she'd so heedlessly and needlessly humiliated him on the night of the senior prom, they'd both traveled a long way from the small New England town. But he had never forgotten nor forgiven the whiplash of her scorn that had branded him and distorted his life forever. The first 5 had been his apprenticeship. The next 15 would perfect his art. 1 for every wasted year. And then, only then, would he allow J. Schumann to come face to face with her personal and professional nemesis. There was a long way to go before then. But now, J. Schumann was on the case. At last, the revenge proper could begin. Chapter 14. Fiona gave a final glance at her notes, then looked out across the half-empty lecture theatre. To sum up, that dreadful old misogynist St. Paul says, "When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things." As do most of us. But the sociopath is different. Most of us come to comprehend that we are not the center of the universe, and that other people can share center stage in the narrative of our lives. The sociopathic personality never makes that adjustment. In his limited worldview, others exist at a less than human level. Their only valuable function is to meet the needs and satisfy the desires of the sociopath himself. She gave a sly grin. That's why they make such good captains of industry. Depressingly few answering smiles, she thought ruefully. Probably because half of them had their hearts already set on such a career. So serious, the modern student. So, if we are to develop any sort of empathetic understanding of the criminal psychopath, Fiona continued, we must learn to step back in time. I leave you with this thought, also from that fascinating psychological text, the Bible. Except ye become as little children, ye shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. Or, as we so often find in our line of work, the kingdom of hell. She gave a brief, courteous nod. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Same time next week. Head down, Fiona gathered her papers together as the students shuffled out, their muted mumblings drifting back towards her. She wondered how much she disappointed them. She was certain a significant proportion of them signed up for her courses on the criminal mind because their imaginations had been fired by the silence of the lambs. Expecting some Jodie Foster fueled by instinct and intuition, Instead, they were confronted with seminars on statistics and required to produce essays driven by intellectual rigor. The dropout rate disturbed her departmental administrator, but not Fiona. She'd never been interested in woolly minds. Some sixth sense made her look up, and an unself-conscious smile spread across her face as she took in Kit's burly frame strolling down the aisle between the ranks of seats. He returned her smile and leaned his forearms on the edge of the platform while she finished tidying her lecture notes into her briefcase. "Nice clothes," he said. "I like the image of the sociopathic killer as Peter Pan, the boy who never grew up." Now, that's an interesting comparison. With a bit of work I could make something of that. Captain Hook and the Lost Boys, Wendy as mother figure. Thanks, Kit. I think I'll steal that. So, to what do I owe this pleasure? Fiona asked, descending to his level and brushing his cheek with a kiss. "I've been going like a train today, and I ran out of steam about an hour ago. And I remembered that there's a launch party for Adam Chester's new book at Crime in Store at 6. I thought I'd swing by on the off chance that you fancied joining me there." Kit fell into step beside her. "You haven't forgotten we're having dinner at Steve's tonight?" Fiona asked. "We're not due there till 8. I thought we could swag a few glasses of Publisher's Plonk on the way. Show my face and remind everybody that I'm still a contender. Up to you, love. If you've got too much on, I'll meet you at Steve's later." Kit put his arm round her waist and gave her a quick squeeze before they emerged in the atrium of the psychology faculty building. Fiona considered for a moment. Nothing more pressing than marking essays should lie in store for her, and those could wait until morning. "Let me check my office, and if nothing urgent's come up in the last hour, you're on." The mystery bookshop was crowded with a mixture of authors, collectors, and fans of Adam Chester's complex and beautifully written 1950s police procedural novels. For this, the 10th in the series, his publishers had reprinted all his previous paperbacks with new jackets, the misty photographs evoking the dark and brooding ambiance of the books. His editor and publicist stood proudly beside a display of the covers, flashing encouraging smiles at the potential buyers. As soon as he walked in the door, Kit was immediately surrounded by an enthusiastic trio of women who turned up at every crime fiction event in the capital and who apparently adored him above all other writers. Fiona left him to it, edging through the crowd and helping herself to a glass of white wine. Kit was a professional. He'd give the women enough of his time to reinforce their view of him as approachable and amusing before disentangling himself and settling in for a good gossip with friends and colleagues. For herself, she was happy enough to take a back seat and watch him work the room. "He's such a pro," an admiring voice murmured in her ear. Fiona immediately recognized the genteel Edinburgh tones of Mary Helen Margulies and turned to greet her with a kiss. "Mary Helen, what a delightful surprise," she said, meaning it. In spite of hating her melodramatic Jacobite historical mysteries featuring Flora MacDonald's younger sister, Fiona had a soft spot for Mary Helen, not least because of her acerbic tongue. "What drags you away from the Highlands?" "Oh, I had to come down to talk to some dreadful wee man at the BBC who's making a TV series out of the Morag MacDonald books." "But that's good news, isn't it?" Mary Helen's face puckered as if she'd bitten a sour apple. "You wouldn't say that if you knew who they've cast as Morag." "Tell me the worst." Fiona had spent enough time around writers to know exactly what was required. "Rachel Trilling." Mary Helen's voice was fat with disapproval. "Isn't she—" Fiona struggled to make sense of the name. "She's the lead singer with Dead Souls, isn't she?" Mary Helen's eyebrows rose. "My God!" she exclaimed. "At last I found somebody who's heard of her. But then, what can you expect from a producer who thinks a white cockade is a tropical bird?" "Oh, Mary Helen, I am sorry, Fiona said. I'll just have to follow Kit's perennial advice and take the money and crawl, Mary Helen said, with a grim little smile. Apart from that, how's life treating you? It would be infinitely better if you'd pass me another glass of wine, Mary Helen said. Fiona obliged, but before they could say more, the shop manager began his introduction to Adam Chester. Adam spoke briefly and wittily about his new book, then read a 15-minute extract. A few questions from the floor followed. Then it was time for the signing. As the purchasers formed a queue by Adam's chair, Kit glanced across the room. "Uh-oh," he said to Nigel Southern, the 20-something writer of comic noir short stories he'd been talking to. "I better go and rescue Fiona from the clutches of mad Mary Helen." Nigel raised his perfectly groomed eyebrows. "I'd have thought your lady was more than a match for the Highland harpy. What's it like, anyway, living with somebody who spends her days poking around the perverted fantasies of psychopaths?" "Funnily enough, we don't talk about it that much. We've got a life," Kit said. "Anyway, that's not what she does. She uses computer analysis, not psychoanalysis." Nigel shook his head pityingly. "I couldn't be doing with that. I mean, it must be like living with the control freak's control freak. Isn't she always telling you you've got it wrong?" Kit gave him a good-humoured punch on the shoulder. "You haven't got a fucking clue how the grown-ups live, have you? Listen, Nigel, if you were ever lucky enough to meet a woman with half the brains, the wit, and the looks of Fiona, do yourself a favour. Go on a training course before you ask her out." Without waiting for a reply, Kit squeezed through the crowd and enveloped Mary Helen in a bear hug. "How's the Queen of the Glens?" he demanded, landing a resounding kiss on her cheek. "All the better for seeing you and Fiona. If I'm honest, the main reason I came to this do tonight was in the hope of seeing a few cheerful faces. This business with Drew Shand has cast a terrible pall over the Scottish crime-writing community. We've all been phoning each other every day for the last 2 weeks, making sure we're still alive." "You're such a drama queen, Mary Helen," Kit teased her. "I'm serious, Kit," Mary Helen protested. "It came as a terrible shock to all of us." "But surely there's no threat to any of the rest of you?" Fiona asked. "I thought the police were pretty much convinced he'd been killed by somebody he picked up that night in the gay bar. What's it called?" "The Barbary Coast," Kit supplied. "So, unless you've got a secret life in sadomasochistic society that we know nothing about, the chances are you're safe," he continued, putting a reassuring arm round Mary Helen's shoulders. "Would that I could claim to anything so exciting," Mary Helen said dryly. "But it's not that straightforward, is it? I mean, Drew was killed in the precise manner in which he'd murdered one of his fictional victims. It's hard to avoid the conclusion that whoever killed him had some sort of morbid fascination with the genre. You know about these things, Fiona. Wouldn't you agree with me?" Put on the spot by Mary Helen's sharp blue stare, Fiona shrugged. "Hard to say. I know no more about the case than anybody else who's read the papers and surfed the net." "You must have some sort of theory," Mary Helen pressed her. "After all, this is your field. Come on, don't be shy. You're among friends here." Fiona pulled her face. "To my mind, it has all the hallmarks of a stalker murder. Someone who became obsessed with Drew and his work to the point where the only way he could resolve his compulsion was to destroy its object. And the fact that Drew had provided him with the perfect script was simply the most unfortunate element in the whole scenario. If I'm right, then the rest of you are as safe as you ever were before Drew died. Stalkers don't, by and large, transfer their obsession to another target." "There, Mary Helen. Now you can sleep safe in your bed at night," Kit said. "You're a patronising wee shite, Kit Martin," Mary Helen said, giving him a mock punch on the shoulder. "Thank you, Fiona. I do feel better for hearing that, and I'll pass it round my colleagues north of the border." "Wait a minute, Mary Helen," Fiona protested. "I don't know anything for sure. What I said was nothing more than guesswork." Mary Helen beamed at her. "Maybe so, but it makes more sense than the platitudes we've been getting from the police. Now, I'm going to love you and leave you because I need to go into a huddle with my publicist, if she can tear herself away from Adam for a minute." They watched her go, Fiona shaking her head in exasperation. "I fall for it every time. She just fixes me with the twinkle and the dimple and twists me round her little finger." "Don't beat yourself up. She does it to everybody," Kit said, reaching past her for a fresh glass of wine. "We're all suckers for Mary Helen's little old lady routine. Anyway, I think she really needed the reassurance. He's not joking about people being wound up by Drew's death. Adam's editor has just been telling me that Georgia is refusing to go out on her book tour next month unless her publisher provides her with a bodyguard." Fiona snorted. The only way Georgia Lester would miss an opportunity for blatant self-promotion is if someone sewed her mouth shut. You know that. Don't you remember her turning up at the Waterstones in Hampstead with a sniffer dog in tow after the Docklands IRA bomb? Kit grinned. "You've always got the knife into Georgia, haven't you?" "That's because I don't get the benefit of the charm like you do. I'm the wrong gender." He spread his hands. "She can't help herself, love. You know Georgia. She gets an idea in her head and she gets carried away. Anyway, according to Adam's editor, she's giving them hell, threatening to move her next book to another house, threatening to tell the press that she's in fear of her life because her publisher won't protect her. I know she's your mate, but if she devoted half as much energy to writing as she does to self-promotion, her books would have got better instead of worse over the years," Fiona said cynically. Kit put a finger to his lips. "Shh! Don't say that so loudly. You might give a publisher ideas. After all, there's nothing like a dramatic death to boost your sales figures. I hear the advance orders on Drew's new book have more than doubled since his murder." "Why am I not surprised?" Fiona sighed. "Maybe you should mention that to the cops. For all we know, Drew might have been planning to move publishers. An editor who was going to lose him anyway might well have considered giving her balance sheet one final hike." Kit shook his head sorrowfully. "Such a low opinion of the publishing trade. I can't imagine where you got that from." "I've been hanging out with writers too long. It sours the milk of human kindness." Kit acknowledged her barb with a faint smile. "So, you really think Drew's killer won't strike again? Or were you just being kind to Mary Helen?" Fiona shrugged. "If I could predict the future that well, we'd have won the lottery by now. I honestly don't know. But if he does, he won't go for someone who writes cheerful cozies like Mary Helen. He'll be looking for someone on the noir side of the street." Kit's face froze. "Someone like me, you mean?" "Are you seriously telling me it hadn't crossed your mind?" Ignored by those around him, the man in the tweed jacket watched Kit Martin from the other side of the room. Whatever he was talking about with his girlfriend, it had shaken him up. That much was obvious. His eyes had widened, and his normally mobile face had turned into a still mask. Good, the man thought with deep satisfaction. He liked the idea of Martin's discomfiture. If everything had gone according to plan, Martin should have had good reason to be worried. The man's lip twitched in a tiny sneer, hidden from view behind his beard and moustache. He watched Martin take his girlfriend by the elbow and steer her through the crowded bookshop to the door. He'd barely paused to say farewell to his cronies, the man observed. The woman's words had clearly made him very uncomfortable. With the principal object of his hatred gone, the man slipped through the press of bodies to the table that held the wine. He held his glass out for a refill, nodded his thanks, and faded into the background. There were a few authors left, but they were beneath contempt, unworthy of his attentions. His opinion of himself was such that he was only interested in the very best. That, of course, had been the problem all along. He saw that now. They were the ones under pressure to come up with the goods, which explained why they'd done what they had to him. But that was history. What he was interested in now was retribution. Chapter 15. In the cab they took to Steve's, Kit was uncharacteristically quiet. Fiona knew better than to try to force him to talk about what was on his mind. That would simply lead to a sullen and mean-tempered denial that anything was troubling him. Like most men, a sense of his own vulnerability made him uncomfortable. Rather than make him even more uneasy by pushing him, she placed her hand on one of his and said nothing. Halfway up Pentonville Road, he finally spoke. "I know it's hard to credit, but it really hadn't crossed my mind that Drew's killer might come after me," he said, leaning his head against the back of the seat and sighing. "Dumb shit or what?" "That's the healthy response," Fiona said. "Why should you imagine you're going to be the next victim of a murderer who struck 400 miles away? If, and it's still a big if, Drew Shan's death is the first in a series, we don't know what it was about him that made him an attractive target. Was it that he was gay? Was it his work? Was it something in his past that we don't know anything about? Was it his attraction to the dark side of his sexuality? All of those are imponderables, and only one of them could apply to you. Statistically, your risk of becoming the victim of a serial killer is somewhere around vanishing point. Even so, you'd think it would have occurred to me in passing that I might just be on some nutter's hit list," Kit said sharply. "After all, I'm supposed to be the one with the imagination. You thought of it, after all." Fiona squeezed his arm. "Yeah. But my way of looking at the world is even more fucked up than yours. Besides, I'm your lover. I'm legally entitled to worry unreasonably about you." Kit grunted, putting an arm round her and pulling her close. "Doesn't it ever piss you off, being right all the time?" She grinned. "Find out what you're good at and stick to it, that's what I say. And since you've just admitted I have a right to worry, you have to promise me you won't talk to strangers." Kit snorted. "That's an easy promise to keep, at least until the new book comes out." The cab juddered to a halt outside the 4-story Islington townhouse, where Steve occupied the garden flat. He could have afforded somewhere bigger, but he spent so little time at home that he couldn't see the point of moving from somewhere that met his needs perfectly. 2 bedrooms, one of which doubled as a study, a dining kitchen whose French windows opened out onto the garden, and a living room big enough to accommodate 2 sofas and an armchair was all he needed. He kept the decor simple. Fiona loved the economy of style, but Kit hated its clinical purity. Both suspected Steve barely noticed his surroundings. As long as they were functional, he was content. Fiona's low heels clattered on the stone stairs down to the basement entry. Kit, following her, marvelled at her hair as the streetlights caught it, burnishing it to a rich chestnut brown. She was, he thought, more beautiful than he could ever deserve. Catching up with her as she rang the bell, he put his arms round her and kissed her neck. "I love you, Fiona," he said gruffly. Fiona gave a low chuckle. "Don't I know it?" Steve opened the door and grinned down from his superior height. "Keep it decent," he advised. "Some of us have to live here." They followed him down the narrow hall into the dining room, where the table was laid with an assortment of breads, cheeses, pâtés, and salads. The air was thick with the aroma of leek and potatoes. Steve lived on soup. There was always a pan of some concoction on the stove, next to the stockpot containing the makings of the next brew. Soup was the only thing he ever cooked. Kit enjoyed mocking Steve's culinary limitations, but when cornered, he was forced to admit that Steve made the best soup he'd ever tasted, and far from having a restricted repertoire, Steve probably experimented more with combinations of flavours than Kit himself. "It's just that it always comes with a bowl and a spoon," he had once complained. "It's so predictable." "At least my guests don't need a degree in civil engineering to eat their dinner," Steve had growled. "I remember my first globe artichoke round your house. Besides, given the life I lead, I need something instant when I come in the door, and my soup's a damn sight healthier than a bacon butty." But tonight, no one was interested in arguments about the menu. In the 2 weeks since she'd returned from Toledo, Fiona had finally found the time to give proper attention to the case file on the sting the Met had mounted against Francis Blake. Since she insisted her input was to remain informal, she had suggested outlining her conclusions round the dinner table. So for once there was an air of tense anticipation among them as they sat down, and Steve poured a robust red into their glasses. "Soup first, then we'll cut to the chase," Fiona decreed. Steve gave a wry smile. "Whatever you say, Doctor." He filled their bowls with steaming, creamy vichyssoise. "So, what small talk shall we indulge in?" "How about your love life?" Kit suggested. "That should occupy all of 10 seconds," Steve said. He picked up his spoon and examined it critically. "My love life is like the Loch Ness Monster. Rumours of its existence are greatly exaggerated." "What happened to that CPS lawyer you took to dinner the other week?" Fiona asked. "She was more interested in the rules on disclosure of evidence than she was in me," Steve said. "I'd have had a more interesting night out with the commander and his wife." Kit whistled. "That good, eh?" "Hell, I don't suppose I was much more interesting to her," Steve said, lifting a spoonful of soup to his lips. "The trouble with the three of us is that in our own ways we all have a morbid fascination with violent death," Fiona said. "Maybe Kit should fix you up with a sexy crime writer." Kit spluttered. "Easier said than done. When you cross off the ones who are already attached, the ones who have a serious interest in recreational drugs and the dykes, there's not a lot left over. Besides, you couldn't stand the competition," Steve added. The first course over, Steve cleared the bowls away, and Fiona took a couple of pages of notes from her briefcase. "I must say, the material you gave me made for very interesting reading," she said, "not least the interpretations that Andrew Horsforth placed on the interaction. It was an object lesson in what happens when you push the theory ahead of the facts. In one sense, the conclusions he drew were valid, if, that is, you concentrate on the margins and ignore the central core of the material. If you look at a series of conclusions as a continuum from most likely to least likely, he's opted more often than not for the least likely, because that's what backed up the view he started with, namely, that Francis Blake was the killer. But cleverly, you started from the opposite premise," Kit said, with affectionate sarcasm. "Nobody loves a smart ass, you know." Fiona stuck her tongue out at him. "Wrong. I started from the neutral position. I tried to ignore my own half-formed opinion that Francis Blake wasn't the killer. I was concerned with achieving as much objectivity as I could. Not something anyone could ever accuse Horsforth of," Steve said. "You'll be pleased to hear that he's been dropped from the list of Home Office-approved consultants after our debacle at the Bailey." "That's a bit decisive for the Home Office, isn't it?" Kit asked, through a mouthful of salad. "Horsforth's an easier scapegoat than senior police officers," Steve said. "We're as much to blame as him for what happened, but heaven forbid that any more mud should be slung at the Met right now." "Deputy heads will roll," Fiona observed cynically. "Before I tell you what I think, Steve, I need you to answer one question for me. Although obviously I know more or less where the murder took place, I didn't actually visit the scene of crime, so I wasn't sure about this. Is there anywhere on the Heath where someone could have watched the murder without being seen by Susan Blanchard's killer?" Steve frowned, his eyes focusing on the corner of the ceiling as he recalled the setting for the murder. When he spoke, his voice was slow, considering. "We found the body in a sort of hollow. There was a line of rhododendrons between Susan and the path. Then the clearing where she was found. Beyond that, the ground rose slightly to another line of shrubs. I suppose someone hidden in those bushes could have escaped observation by a killer who was intent on what he was doing. Socko will have done a fingertip search of the whole area, though, and I don't recall anything in the forensics to indicate the presence of a third person. You think Blake saw it? Kit broke in, unable to keep quiet. You're doing a horseforth, Steve said, theorizing without the data. It could just as easily have been someone else altogether who told Blake about it. Let's hear what Fiona's got to say. Kit cast his eyes upwards. I forgot. We have to have the whole lecture. No skipping to the back page to see who done it. He shook his head in tolerant amusement. Why change the habit of a lifetime? Fiona said sweetly. Okay, here's what I think. Right from the start, we know we're looking for a confident criminal. We know this because Hampstead Heath is a public place, and the risk of alerting passers-by to such a violent crime in broad daylight is high. Also, the way the body is displayed indicates a man who is, at least in criminal terms, a mature offender. Blake's record, on the other hand, is trivial, and shows little sign of escalation towards this sort of crime. That was the first thing that made me a little uneasy about him as prime suspect. Hang on a minute, though, Kit objected. You can't say that just because he doesn't have a criminal record, he'd not done the sort of crimes that lead to sexual murder. It might be that he's either been clever enough or lucky enough to get away with it. It's true, Fiona acknowledged. Blake might just be very clever, so I wouldn't write him off on the grounds that he has no criminal record. Nor would I dismiss him on the basis that the pornography the police found in his flat, although sadomasochistic in content, contained no photographs or descriptions that fit the way the body was displayed. But again, that detail gives me pause for thought, because the killer had to form that image somehow. If it didn't come from his pornography, it came from some incident in his past around the time he was forming his sexual identity, and none of Steve's researches came up with anything comparable in Blake's history. So as far as I'm concerned, that's another question mark over Blake. Steve was leaning forward now, elbows on the table, an intent frown on his face. So far Fiona had said nothing he didn't already believe himself. But he always found her cogent way of stringing things together, clarified things, sometimes rearranging details so they formed a different picture. He sensed where she was heading, and he wondered if Kit had been right about what was coming. Another thing I would expect from this killer is that he'd have poor heterosocial skills, Fiona continued. But again, that doesn't fit Blake. He had a girlfriend, but as well as that, he was comfortable with contacting strange women through personal ads. We know from some of the women who have come forward that he managed to have sex with them, even if most of them found him too domineering a partner to want to continue the relationship. So, here we have a man who is good at making social and sexual connections with women. Better than me, Steve pointed out. You're right, though. That was one of the main reasons I never liked Blake for this job. He wasn't some frustrated virgin or someone whose head was wired for beating up women as the best means of achieving sexual satisfaction. I knew all that before I read the entrapment transcripts, Fiona continued, as I'm sure you did too, Steve. However, it became clear from reading what passed between Blake and Erin Richards that he knew more about Susan Blanchard's murder than he could have gleaned from the press reports. He knew, for example, that her hands were arranged as if in prayer, the fingers linked, rather than having the fingertips propped against each other. Blake always maintained after his arrest that he'd heard that in the pub, but he couldn't identify the person he claimed had told him. I'll come back to that later, though. Kit nodded. In spite of himself, he was as fascinated by Fiona's dissection as Steve. He was sure he'd guessed where she was heading, but that didn't mean he wasn't interested in seeing how she justified reaching that conclusion. Even after all this time, he was still intrigued by the way her mind worked, so analytical in contrast to his own intuitive approach. "Consider our breath well and truly baited," he said. Refusing to be thrown off her stride, Fiona ignored him and carried on. "What I want to deal with next is the fantasies that Blake outlined in his letters and conversations with D.C. Richards. Based on my experience, I would expect the killer to have very specific fantasies. I would expect the object of his fantasies to be a teenage girl or a woman in her early 20s, as Susan Blanchard was. They're easier to manipulate, both in fantasy and reality. In the scenarios he plays out in his head, this killer will objectify women. He'll fantasize about control, submission, violent activity that causes the object of his attention to show extreme fear. He'll imagine threatening her with a knife, tying her up, causing her pain, cutting her, making her beg for mercy." Fiona paused and took a long draught of her wine. "And because he killed her out of doors, I'd expect the setting for those imaginary sexual encounters to be in a park or in woodland. But that's not what we find in Blake's fantasies at all. Almost everything he outlined to D.C. Richards involves voyeurism. He talks and writes about a third person watching their sex games, being turned on by them, often joining in. Admittedly, there are some strong elements of submission and domination in there too, but they're much more in the realm of playfulness rather than the real infliction of pain. But the clincher for me is that in all of the scenarios he outlines for this woman he's aiming to bed, this woman he's been taking on walks through the parks of London, in each and every scene he describes, where they are going to have sex is indoors. At the undertaker's where he works, at the office where she works, in a deserted warehouse, in his flat. Not a single one of these elaborately detailed, pornographically described situations is out of doors. And finally, there's the question of the pornography that your officers found in Blake's flat. It's true, there was a lot of it, both magazines and videos, and it's true that most of it was what would be classified as hardcore, mostly involving young women or teenage girls. But if the catalogue in the file is accurate, surprisingly little of it focuses on rape or S&M. What there was a lot of was threesomes and voyeurism, plus a bit of bondage. "You're saying Blake doesn't match the crime?" Steve said flatly. "Based on the product of your operation, I think any qualified psychologist with an open mind would come to that conclusion," Fiona agreed. "There's more, though, isn't there?" Kit chipped in. "You think you know what really happened, don't you, Fiona?" Steve paused halfway through spreading pâté on a piece of bread. "You do?" Fiona fiddled with her napkin. "That's not what I'm saying, Kit. I don't know who did kill Susan Blanchard, but I'd stake my reputation that Francis Blake didn't." She took a deep breath. "However, I believe he saw the man who did. Blake's a voyeur. That's why he looks at parks the way he does. He likes to watch. I think this is what happened that morning on Hampstead Heath. He was lurking in the shrubbery, hoping he'd see a couple making love. What he actually saw was very different. Francis Blake stood and watched, while somebody else raped and murdered Susan Blanchard. And it was the most exciting thing he'd ever seen in his life." Chapter 16. The silence that followed Fiona's conclusion had the quality of empty air after the shockwave of a bomb blast. Even though Kit had guessed where she was heading right at the start of her exposition, the certainty of her judgment chilled him into stillness. Steve closed his eyes and dropped his head onto one hand, massaging the bridge of his nose between thumb and forefinger. "That's a bit of a leap, Fee," he said softly. "It makes sense of all the information in a way nothing else does," she said, reaching for the bottle and refilling her glass, as if girding her loins for a challenge to her reasoning. Steve raised his head and met her eyes. He wanted to believe her, not least because it might give him fresh avenues to explore, but he was aware that his own feelings for her had always made him willing to give her the benefit of any doubt. He'd stuck his neck out to defend her reports to his bosses, and it had paid off in the past. This time, though, his very future hung on what he did with the Susan Blanchard case. If he screwed it up even more than it already had been, his career was effectively over. No one would criticize him if he let the case slide into the unsolved regions. The public assumption would remain that they'd got the right man, but had wrecked the case against him. But if he took a chance and pursued the possibilities thrown up by Fiona's theorizing, he'd better be damn sure he got it right. He cleared his throat. Or maybe Blake is entirely innocent, he said. Fiona shook her head. Too many coincidences. She ticked off the points on her fingers. We know he was on the heath that day. We know he fantasizes about being a voyeur, and we know he knew things about the murder victim that were never in the public domain. It's stretching credibility too far to suggest that the one man who happened to be on the heath that morning was also the one man who happened to be told in a pub by an unidentifiable stranger precisely how Susan's body was arranged. All the reasons why Blake was a suspect in the first place have another interpretation, and only one interpretation: that he saw what happened. If you're right, and it sounds reasonable to me, the irony is that Francis Blake could genuinely have helped the police with their inquiries, Kit said. He knows more about this killer than anyone. If you treated him as a witness instead of a prime suspect the very first time you interviewed him, the day after the murder, it's possible that things might have turned out very differently. But Fiona shrugged. Probably not. Steve sighed. One way or another, we blew it. I have to say, Fee, I think you might be right. I'm not totally convinced, but I'm going to have to take it into account. Fiona gave him a long, considering stare. She was used to Steve grasping her ideas more firmly than this. His very caution made her realize how much pressure he was under in this case. She hadn't wanted to become involved, but now she was glad she had done what little she could do to help. I hope it's useful, she said, with more humility than she usually felt when she had offered her professional opinion. What I don't understand, Kit said, is why Blake didn't come out with the truth when he was interrogated after you finally arrested him. I mean, it's the obvious get-out for him, isn't it? It wasn't me, Gov, but I saw the bloke who did it. Not if you were supremely confident that the court would throw out the case against you. Not if you knew there could be no forensic evidence tying you to a crime you didn't commit, Fiona said. He had a solicitor with him, didn't he, Steve? Right from the off. The first interview he did after the arrest was a no comment. Then, when we laid out the evidence, his brief asked for an adjournment. When they came back, all Blake would say was that he'd been on the heath that morning, he'd lost track of time, and realized he was going to be late for work, and that's why he was running when the witnesses saw him. As for what he wrote and said during the undercover operation, he was adamant that it was total fantasy, nothing more. So, when they had their little chat, the brief will have told him you'd never make it stand up in court, Kit said, understanding dawning. And that little shit sat there, smug as a bug, knowing that he knew more than you would ever know about what happened to Susan Blanchard, and that you'd never find out what that was. What a total scumbag. Fiona nodded. He probably thought the whole thing would be thrown out in the magistrate's court, instead of which he ended up spending 8 months on remand, and by that stage he had no way out. He couldn't recant at that point and admit what he'd seen, because she would have been so furious that he'd jerked you around, he'd have charged him with being an accessory. He must have so much festering rage inside him for the police now. Kit leaned back in his chair. Not a bit of it. Didn't you see him on the TV? He's revelling in it. He's been having the time of his life. Not only does he have these powerful memories to relive any time he wants to, he also has the supreme satisfaction of knowing he's left the police and the CPS looking like idiots. More than that, he's going to be paid for it, Steve growled. Massive compensation from the Home Office for wrongful imprisonment, not to mention what he screwed out of the newspapers. He let out a deep breath. Sometimes this job would make you fucking weep. In the soft lighting of the dining room, the planes of his face seemed even starker than usual, following the bitter confirmation Fiona had brought him. There was a long pause. Suddenly, no one felt much like eating. Kit reached for the bottle and topped up everyone's glass. "So, where can you go from here?" he asked Steve. "Back to square one. Since it wasn't Francis Blake, someone else was on the heath that morning killing Susan Blanchard. We'll have to go back and look at every single witness statement and re-interview them all." Kit gave a snort of laughter. "Yeah, right. It's not like Blake's going to be coming across with what he saw." "There is one thing you might like to consider," Fiona said slowly. Steve looked up, his eyes alert. "And that is?" "It's possible that Blake has managed to identify the killer. He may have recognized him. He may subsequently have seen him. He may even have seen the killer make his getaway in a car and managed to get the number. I'd say that given his moment of triumph, it's conceivable that Blake has become confident enough to try blackmailing the real murderer. I don't know if you've got the resources for this, since the investigation is officially dead, but when he comes back from his jolly to Spain, I'd watch him very carefully. Tap his phone, open his mail, carry out very discreet surveillance, monitor his bank account. It's a slim chance, but Blake might just lead you straight to your man." Steve shook his head dubiously. "It's reaching a bit, Fee. Besides, I'll never get a warrant for a phone tap on the basis of this. The best I can manage is probably a loose surveillance." "It's better than nothing. What else have you got?" Kit demanded. "Sure, you can go back and talk to all your witnesses again like you suggested, but how much more are you realistically going to get out of them now so much time has passed? Plus, anything they have to say is going to be tainted by the media blitz surrounding the arrest and the trial. They're going to lean even heavier on the idea that Blake's your man. It's only human. Seems to me a slim chance is better than no chance at all. You want to redeem yourself on Susan Blanchard's murder? I'd say you've got no choice." "I've also got no budget," Steve said bitterly. "I'm supposed to be pursuing a discreet, deniable investigation here, which means I've got hardly any bodies to speak of and even fewer resources. There's no way I can mount the sort of operation you're suggesting, even if I thought I could justify it." "Maybe it's time to call in your markers," Kit said. "There's got to be some of your team that owe you big time, or feel like they owe Susan Blanchard and her family, not to mention all those coppers that are smarting at what the judge had to say. I bet a few of them wouldn't mind giving the odd bit of unofficial, unpaid overtime. Fuck it. If all you need is somebody to sit outside his house in a car, I'm up for it." He grinned. "Never say die, Steve." Steve shook his head. "You put me to shame, you two. Fiona spends hours analysing Horseforth's shitty operation, and you offer to doorstep the #1 scumbag in the capital, and all I can do is sit and whinge about how hard it's all going to be." He straightened his shoulders unconsciously. "Thanks, both of you. At least now I've got a new line of inquiry to get people energised." Kit raised his glass. "To a result," he said. Steve gave a wry smile. "To the right result." It was after midnight when they got home. Kit announced he was too wired to sleep and too mellowed on Steve's wine to write, so he was going online to see if any of his international playmates were around on one of the several multi-user computer games he treated as a way of winding down. 7 o'clock on the East Coast, he mumbled, as he wandered through to his office. Should be somebody out there ready to be killed. Fiona climbed the stairs to her attic. She'd drop off her papers in her office, then head for bed and a blissful 7 hours of sleep. The winking red eye of the answering machine gave her a moment's pause as she turned to leave. Ignore it or hear it out. Duty won over desire, not least because there was obviously only one message. It was Salvador Berrocal, his confident tones deadened by the soundproofing. "I thought you'd like to know that we have identified a suspect in the 2 Toledo murders," he said. "I'm sending you the details via email, but I wanted to let you know as soon as possible that we have made progress." Yes! Fiona clenched her right hand and punched the palm of her left. Now she was as restlessly awake as Kit. 2 swift strides took her to the computer where she accessed her email. There were half a dozen messages, but only one that interested her. She downloaded it and opened it immediately. From Salvador Berrocal, sberroc@cnp.mad.es, to Dr. Fiona Cameron, fcameron@psych.ulun.ac.uk. Subject, Toledo Consultation. Dear Dr. Cameron, finally we have managed to procure the details that we needed to make progress. And so we now have developed what we believe will be a viable suspect. His name is Miguel José Delgado. He is a bachelor. Until 2 months, he was the owner of a small general store. The shop sold mostly groceries to local people. The business was failing, which Delgado believed was a result of the city centre residents being forced out into the suburbs. He lived in a small apartment behind the shop. The owners of the building wanted to sell it to an American hotel chain. The resistance was led by Delgado. According to locals, he spoke with great violence against the proposed development. He claimed that tourists were a cancer eating away the real life of Toledo. Interestingly, one witness said he was saying often that he wasn't going to bend down to be fucked in the ass by the Americans. So, 2 months ago, the landlord found out that Delgado was going away overnight. When Delgado came back, his shop was boarded up, and he could not gain access to his apartment. The landlord had moved all his possessions and the stock of the shop into a new apartment about 3 miles south of the city. They gave Delgado the keys to his new apartment and a large sum in cash, and told him he could no longer run his business from their building. Delgado was not much liked by his neighbors or his customers, and that probably has more to do with why his business was going badly. They describe him as sometimes surly and unwilling to be helpful, although some say he could be charming enough if he wanted to, especially if he got onto his pet subject, which was the history of Toledo. He lived alone and had no girlfriend that we can discover, so you will see that he is a close fit on the profile, but also that he is appropriate to the geographical profile as well as the psychological one. We have only one problem. We are unable to discover where Delgado is living. He has never been seen near his new apartment. In fact, 2 weeks after he was to move in, the neighbors called the landlord about the smell. When the landlord's men let themselves in, they found that all the perishable goods from the shop had gone bad. The one good thing is that in spite of our failure to track him down, the killer has not yet attacked another victim. Once again, I must thank you for your help. Without it, we would still have no idea who we are looking for. I will keep you informed of the progress of our search. With best wishes, Salvador Berrocal. Fiona reached the end of the message and smiled. At least one police officer looked like he was headed for the right result. She'd been nervous that the next time she'd hear from Berrocal would be when he reported that another foreigner had been killed. But for some reason, Delgado, if he was indeed the killer, had temporarily stopped. Either that, or they just hadn't found the body yet. Whatever, there was nothing she could do about it. Fiona switched off her computer and headed downstairs. As she turned the last corner in the stairs, she saw Kit standing in the doorway of his office, a sheet of paper in his hand and a worried look on his face. "What's the matter?" she asked. He looked up, his eyes wide and troubled. When he spoke, his voice was uncharacteristically high in pitch. Got a death threat. Chapter 17. Kit held the sheet of paper out to Fiona. Gingerly she took it by the top left-hand corner. It was a single sheet of A4 paper, folded twice to fit a standard business envelope. There was nothing to distinguish it from any other computer-generated document. Standard font, nothing complicated about the layout. All of this Fiona took in first, bracing herself, before she read the words. Kit Martin, you are a thief of other people's creative endeavour and a traducer of other people's reputations. You steal what you cannot yourself make, and your lies deprive others of what is rightfully theirs. Your work is a feeble reflection of other people's light. You have striven to ensure that competition is driven from the field. You take, you destroy, you are a vampire who sucks the blood of those whose gifts you envy. You know this to be true. Search your pathetic, grimy soul, and you will not be able to deny what you have deprived me of. The time has come for you to pay. You deserve nothing from me but my contempt and my hatred. If killing you is what it takes to grant what is rightfully mine, then so be it. The hour and the day will be of my choosing. I trust you will not sleep easy. You do not deserve so to do. I will enjoy your funeral. From your ashes, I will rise like a phoenix. Fiona read the poisonous letter twice. Then she carefully put it down on the hall table and stepped forward to hug Kit. Poor you. What a horrible thing. She could feel his tension as he buried his face in her shoulder. I can't get my head round it, he said, his voice muffled. It makes no sense. Fiona said nothing. She just held on tight to him until she felt his body start to relax against her. Where did it come from? She asked, eventually. It was in the post. I was busy when the second delivery came. I didn't bother picking it off the mat till I was going out. I stuck it in the office. I wasn't expecting anything urgent. Have you got the envelope? He nodded. It's in the bin. I just chucked it automatically. He went into his office. Fiona followed him into the chaos of books and papers that covered all of the available surfaces and half of the floor. Not for the first time, she marvelled that anyone could work in such a clutter. But Kit not only worked here, he also seemed to have total recall when it came to the sight of any particular book, file, or letter. He went straight to the waste paper bin by the desk and fished out a plain white, self-sealing envelope. He studied it with a frown. Fiona put an arm round his waist and looked at it with him. The address had been printed in the same anonymous typeface. West London, postmark, posted 2 days ago with a second-class stamp, he said. He gave a snort of nervous laughter. Well, it's obviously not an urgent death threat. I suppose that should be some sort of consolation. You should report this to the police, Fiona said decisively. Kit dropped the envelope on top of his keyboard. You think so? He sounded sceptical. I do, yes. It's a really nasty letter. It's a death threat, for God's sake. Kit dropped into his chair, swinging round to face her. I get nasty letters all the time, love. Not death threats, admittedly, but in among the fan mail, I regularly get letters slagging off me and my books. Disgusted of Tunbridge Wells is horrified by the torture scenes in The Dissection Man. Ms. Censor of Lambeth is appalled that teenagers have access to depraved sexual fantasies in The Blade King. And then there are the ones who accuse me of being gutless for not writing about grotesque mutilation and sexual perversion in more detail. It's not all fan mail, you know. How do they get your address? Fiona demanded, suddenly struck with an uncomfortable vision of mentally unstable readers beating a path to her front door. Kit shrugged. I don't know. Mostly they come via my publisher, some on email. 1 or 2 of the more obsessive types have probably trolled the voters' roll for Dartmouth Park. I'm not that hard to find, love. Fiona shivered. That letter was bad enough. But now you're really scaring me. Honestly, Kit, I think you should take this to the police. He picked up a pencil and fiddled with it restlessly. They'd laugh at me, Fiona. It's just a crank letter. There's nothing specific in it. All it says is that I nick other people's ideas, which is bullshit. It's just some nutter with a bee in his bonnet. Fiona looked unconvinced. I don't think you should be taking this so lightly, Kit. I really don't. She turned away and crossed to the window, where, as usual, the blind was raised. Impatiently she tugged the cord to shut them off from the outside world, anything to avoid saying what was uppermost in her mind. It's not that I'm taking it lightly. It's the police that would think I was wasting their time anyway. Why should I react to this any more than the rest of the offensive mail I've had in the past? I've been getting letters from nutters ever since I was first published. It's no big deal, honestly. It was a shock, that's all. You don't often get them so vitriolic. But nothing's ever come of a letter before, so I don't see why this should be any different. He was, he knew, protesting too much. But he didn't want to be scared. He wanted this letter to be in the same class as every other piece of hate mail that had ever dropped on the doormat. Any other response opened a door he wanted to keep firmly closed. But Fiona was determined to articulate what was in both their minds, however unpalatable it might be. After what happened to Drew, I don't think you can afford to ignore this, she said quietly. I knew you were going to say that, Kit said irritably. I knew I should never have let you see it. Christ, Fiona, you always have to analyze things to connect them. Well, sometimes things just don't connect. They are separate. They just are. Okay? No, it's not okay. Fiona raised her voice, her cheeks flushing. Why are you so resistant to this? 2 weeks ago, one of your colleagues was murdered in a horrible, ritualistic way. Now you get a death threat, and you don't think the two might be connected. Reality check, Kit. He slammed the pencil down on the desk. The only connection between this letter and what happened to Drew is that some fuckwit thinks it would be clever to take advantage of his murder to put the shits up me. You read the letter, Fiona. That wasn't written by the person who killed Drew. There's no specifics in it, no boasting, none of that. You'll get what's coming to you, like Drew Shand did. That doesn't prove a thing, Fiona stormed. That letter was written by somebody who is off the scale of normal. So was Drew's killer. Kit got to his feet and hit the wall with the side of his fist. So were Fred and Rosemary West, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't them that wrote this. Look, Fiona, if I go to the police with something as flaky as this, you know what they're going to say. She folded her arms tight across her chest. Enlighten me. They're going to say I'm doing a Georgia. They'll write it off as bandwagon jumping, publicity seeking. They're not going to take it seriously. What can they do, anyway? Send it off to the labs on the off chance that my correspondent has conveniently left fingerprints and DNA all over it? I don't think so. Fiona couldn't resist the truth in what he said. She knew he was probably right. But that knowledge did nothing to assuage the chill lump of apprehension in her stomach. That someone hated Kit, or his work, enough to pour out such venom on the page was unnerving. To fear that poison might escalate into real violence was, in her opinion, an entirely reasonable reaction. She pushed past him and into the hall. In the doorway she turned. It's your decision. It's your letter. But I think you're wrong. So, what's new? He turned his back on her. I'll live with it. Extract from decoding of Exhibit P13/4599. TQSAF, MXAFA, RUZWP, DQIET. He got a lot of ink, Drew Shand, but they didn't get it. Everybody had their own theory, and not one of them came close. They soon will, though. Me, I've been keeping my head down, being a good little boy, not attracting any attention, not that anybody is paying any attention, which means I had no interference with the next stage of my plan. Jane Elias. She's American, but lives in Ireland, probably because writers don't pay any tax there. The bitch wasn't satisfied with earning more money than God. She wanted to keep it all. It wasn't hard to find where she was living. You can maybe get away with being a recluse somewhere the size of America, but not in Ireland. I knew she had a big estate in County Wicklow, on the shores of a lake. I knew it was about an hour's drive from Dublin. One of the fan sites on the web had a picture of the house, so I just drove around for a day with a large-scale map and a pair of binoculars till I found it. The next morning, I went back down to Elias's estate. I cut down to the shoreline of the lake when I saw what I was looking for, a sailing club, with lots of little dinghies pulled up on the concrete ramp. There was nobody about. It couldn't have been better. I hunkered down among the boats and checked out Elias's property on the other side of the water. I could just make out a landing stage with a couple of boats tied up alongside. If my information was right, she would come down to the lake sometime in the afternoon and go sailing. Sure enough, she appeared just after 2. She got on one of the boats and went sailing off across the lake. I waited till it got dark, and she'd gone back. Then I dragged one of the dinghies down to the water's edge and climbed aboard. I'd sussed a hiding place earlier, further up the lake where the trees came right down to the water's edge. I was feeling really edgy again with the prospect of what I was going to have to do the next day. There were so many mistakes I could make that would blow it. And then I had to do the killing again. I decided I wasn't going to stick to the book as closely this time. There was no way I was going to torture somebody for hours. I knew I didn't have the stomach for it, and besides, I didn't have the time or the place for something so elaborate. What I would do, I decided, was to kill her quickly with a knife. Then I could do the things to her body that would make it look like the body in the book. It's the appearance that's important. I'm not some fetishistic killer who has to obsess about all the details. What I'm doing is sending a message, not satisfying some weird urge inside myself. If there was another way of showing those bastards that they can't get away with discounting me and my life, I'd have chosen it. I'm trying not to think about what I'll have to do to her. My stomach's queasy enough without making it worse. I just have to keep telling myself it won't take long, and then I'll be on the road home. They'll have to pay attention this time. Chapter 18. The early morning light was pearl grey, a thin curtain of cloud hanging just above the tops of the Wicklow hills across the steely waters of Loch Killargan. The spectacular autumn colours of the trees were beginning to emerge against the soft green of the hillsides, transforming the landscape from chill to warmth. Jane Elias stood on the flagged patio and gave a long, low whistle. From a stand of green, ochre and brown sycamores a few hundred yards away, 2 streaks of black and tan emerged, their shapes resolving into a pair of lean Dobermans as they bounded across the grass towards her. Jane held her hands out to the dogs as they skidded to a halt at her feet and luxuriated in the sensuous warmth of their wet tongues on her skin. "Enough," she said, after a few moments. The dogs, obedient to their morning ritual, lay at her feet while she went through a series of stretches to loosen up muscles still half frozen from sleep. Then, as Jane moved off in a slow jog, the dogs scrambled to their feet and raced ahead of her. This was the best part of the day, she thought. No promises broken, no sentences written, no phone calls taken. Everything was still possible. Gradually, she picked up speed. heading out towards the perimeter wall that ringed her property. 5.5 miles, the perfect length for a morning run. She could beat the bounds of her domain in absolute privacy, secure from prying eyes and free from fear. She didn't count the guard monitoring the closed-circuit TV cameras as having prying eyes. After all, she was paying him to make sure she was safe. She didn't mind him watching her run. They occupied separate universes. He in his windowless office, his bulk crammed into khaki shirt and navy trousers, his walkie-talkie at his hip, his small life somewhere else. She, in the fresh air of her personal fiefdom, her streaked blonde hair fastened in a headband, her lean, muscled limbs enclosed in lightweight sweats, her feet pounding out a regular rhythm as she thought about the morning's work that lay ahead of her. After the run, she let the dogs into the mudroom where she fed them on chopped steak and vitamin-enriched dried biscuit. While they were still snuffling down their food, she was already on her way through the kitchen of the Georgian mansion, heading for the private bathroom that no one else was permitted to use, not even her lover, Piers Finnegan. 5 precise minutes under the hot shower, then a blast of freezing water to close her pores, and Jane was on the next stage of her daily routine. A brisk toweling, then an application of expensive aromatherapy body milk from chin to toe, facial moisturizer, eye gel, dark red lipstick. Dressed in jeans and a silk and wool plaid shirt, she headed back to the kitchen for fresh fruit salad, a slice of whole wheat toast with organic peanut butter, and a tall glass of tomato juice. Once, she'd been 25 pounds overweight. That was one of many things that was never going to happen again. She was in her office by 7:30. The day's work arrayed on one of the 2 large desks that stood against the walls. Today, the task was to correct the proofs of her forthcoming novel. For the next 5 hours she focused on the printed pages, scanning each line for errors, making the occasional change to a sentence she now found clumsy, sometimes reaching for the dictionary to double-check a spelling that looked odd. At noon precisely, Jane pushed her chair away from the desk and stretched her arms above her head. She returned through the silent house to the kitchen, switched on the radio tuned to a classical music station, and took a portion of frozen vegetable soup out of the freezer. While it microwaved, she opened the morning's post, delivered by the security staff while she was at work. After the soup and a couple of slices of bread, she returned to her office, where she dictated replies to the day's letters. She left the tape on the kitchen counter, where the security staff would collect it and deliver it to the woman in the nearby town who acted as her secretary. The letters would return on a disc that evening, ready for Jane to print out and sign. The 2 women met only rarely at social occasions in town, but it was an arrangement that worked well, nevertheless. Jane walked out into the mudroom and picked up a fleece jacket, letting the dogs back out into the grounds. She walked down the path to the jetty, head up, as she savoured the fresh afternoon air and tested the breeze. The cloud layer had lifted, leaving a blue sky smudged with occasional puffs of cumulus. She reckoned the wind was somewhere around force 5, just right for a brisk sail in the 21-foot Beneteau First Classic, currently her favourite of the 3 boats she kept moored at her small private marina. It was perfect for single-handed sailing, unlike the bigger Moody that she preferred when she and Pierce went out on the loch together. Jane checked the boat over, then cast off, allowing it to drift out from the jetty before she raised the mainsail. Leaving a single reef in it, she headed out towards the centre of the loch, planning her afternoon cruise in her head without bothering to consult her charts. She knew this part of the lake better than she knew her own face in the mirror. 3 days out of 4 she sailed more or less the same route, depending on the winds. It was, she had decided, best for views across the water to the hills, as well as having no treacherous snags to trip her if she grew forgetful, her mind on her work rather than her helm. Soon she had left the shore behind, moving across the water at a sharp 45-degree angle. The only sounds the hiss of the water against the hull and the crack of the wind in the sails. Jane gloried in the feel of the air against her skin, loving the sense of release that sailing the lake always brought her. Who cared if people thought she was weird, a slave to routines and patterns, a paranoid recluse? She knew different. There was nothing routine about what she did on the water every afternoon she could, pitting herself and her craft against the weather and the wildness of the lake. Out here, she was queen of Freedom Hill. Fuck them. They could call her anal as much as they liked. All that proved was how little they knew of her. They knew nothing of her life at the tiller, nor did they know about the fierce passion of her relationship with Pierce, kept secret by both of them for so long they had forgotten there was any other way to live. He visited when he could, which, given the schedule of a member of the Garda Síochána's undercover drug squad, was not often. They had met when he'd attended an FBI course at Quantico. One of the instructors, an old college friend of Jane's, had invited them both to dinner, and the spark had been instant. Within weeks she had sold her estate in New England and bought the property in Ireland. It was only after she'd made the move that she discovered the unexpected bonus of the tax exemption the Irish state extended to writers. Now she was as settled here as she'd ever been anywhere. And when Pierce was travelling undercover, she would sometimes take a room in the same hotel. Being a recluse had its advantages. No one recognized her the way they might with other best-selling authors who appeared on chat shows and full-colour jacket photographs. Producing ID for Margaret J. Elias, her given name, had never raised so much as an eyebrow with hotel clerks. In 2 days, proofs finished and sent off to New York, she'd be flying out to Morocco to meet him. She could hardly wait. After a long tack, she went about and cut a course at right angles to her previous direction. It would bring her nicely round the headland and into the bay, where she'd lose some of the wind, allowing her plenty of leeway to alter her heading to take the boat back out towards the centre of the lake. Coming into the bay, she noticed a dinghy tacking erratically back and forth across the line she planned to take. With a touch on the tiller, Jane adjusted her heading, hoping the dinghy sailor would respond accordingly. But suddenly, the small boat heeled over in a capsize, catapulting the man at the helm into the water. Within seconds, the wind had carried the dinghy in one direction, the current had swept the man in the other. Calling down the wrath of the gods against fools who didn't know what they were doing on the water, Jane started her engine, then hurried forward to lower the sail. Inside a minute, she was motoring slowly towards the bobbing orange life jacket that was all she could see clearly of the idiot who obviously didn't know how to handle his boat. Coming alongside him, she set the engine to idle and dropped the swim ladder at the stern. The man swam clumsily round to the back of the boat and hauled himself out of the lake, icy water streaming from him. "Thanks," he gasped, unfastening his life jacket and slipping one hand inside it. "I guess you don't know these waters," Jane snapped, turning away to put the engine back in gear. She never saw the Kosh as it arced through the air towards the base of her skull. Chapter 19. From below, the two women on the sheer side of the hill looked like a pair of cursors moving diagonally across a muted green screen. They had climbed swiftly from the Wye Valley at Lytton Mill, through the trees that lined the old railway, then out onto the bare hillside, where even sheep preferred not to scramble among the limestone outcroppings. They reached the highest point of the climb, and Fiona, who was quicker on her feet over the familiar terrain, chose a boulder with enough of an edge to perch on, while she waited for Caroline to pant her way up the last 20 yards. She looked down at her companion with an affectionate smile. When Fiona's sister Leslie had been an undergraduate at St. Andrews, she'd learned as much about herself as she had about her studies. One of the things she discovered was the direction of her heart. At the time of her murder, she'd been tight in the grip of first love. The revelation of its nature had been another aspect of her death that her parents had found difficult to cope with. For Fiona, though, it had come as no surprise that the person who was sharing her sister's bed was another woman. Leslie hadn't actually told her in so many words, But Fiona had understood the meaning of the way she spoke about her friend, Caroline Matthews. Because their relationship had been clandestine, Fiona was also the only person with whom Caroline could properly grieve. It was no surprise that out of grief the bond of friendship had been forged. Now, 12 years later, Fiona and Caroline met whenever Caroline was in London, and they communicated irregularly by phone and email. And at least 3 times a year they met to walk in the Peak District. Caroline had remained in St Andrews and was now a lecturer in mathematics. She had moved on, as Fiona had. But for both of them, the loss of Leslie was an undercurrent that would forever inform the tenor of their emotional relationships, and the debt of guilt that both bore about Leslie meant they would never let each other down. Caroline reached the crest, scarlet and panting. She collapsed on a boulder near Fiona, her breath ragged and shallow. "Oh, God," she gasped. "I am so out of condition. The summer was such a washout, we hardly got out on the hills at all." "Sounds like you've not been to the gym either," Fiona commented. Caroline pulled a face. "Julia started going to a step class in her lunch hour, so she's knocked the gym on the head. And we both have so many work commitments, she gets pissed off with me if I spend our 2 free evenings a week down the gym. I keep telling myself I'll get up early and go before work, but somehow I never manage it. You'd feel better if you fitted it in." Fiona opened her rucksack and took out her water bottle. "Fiona?" There was a warning in Caroline's voice. Fiona laughed. "I'm sorry. You're right. I'm not your mother. Shut up, Fiona." She extended a hand, and Caroline gave her a gentle smack on the wrist. It was an old routine, born of the early days of their common grief, when Fiona had fussed around Caroline as a substitute for the caring she could no longer offer her sister. Fiona took a swig of her water, offering it to Caroline, who shook her head. "If I start drinking in these temperatures, I'll want to pee within 5 minutes, and I can't see a single bit of shelter for the next half-mile. As long as you don't get dehydrated." "Fiona!" This time it was a shout. "You are not my mother. Behave." "Sorry. It's living with a man that does it, especially one who spends half his time inhabiting a parallel universe. Presumably one where somebody else always remembers to pick up the dry cleaning and puts food in front of him at regular hours." Fiona grinned. "It's not that sort of thing Kit forgets. It's stuff like being so engrossed in his work that he suddenly looks at the clock and realizes he was supposed to pick me up 10 minutes ago, or missing his stop on the tube because he's busy having a conversation with himself and coming round to find he's in Kennington when he should be in Leicester Square. How is he, anyway?" Fiona got to her feet, stuffing her water bottle into her backpack and shouldering it. "Bloody-minded as ever." Caroline, now breathing normally, stood up, giving Fiona a speculative look. Fiona wasn't given to bad-mouthing Kit, and besides, if she had to divide the bloody-mindedness in that relationship between them, she'd have to award Fiona the lion's share. As far as Caroline had observed, Kit was pretty laid back. In debate, he was quick and decisive, but never attacked, the way Fiona could if she sensed weakness in the opposition that could be bulldozed aside. "Sounds like he's rattled your cage," she said cautiously, as she fell into step behind Fiona on the narrow track that cut across the shoulder of the hill above the spectacular curve of Watercombe-Jollydale. "You could say that." Fiona clamped her mouth shut, her eyes on the ground in front of her. "Do you want to talk about it?" "I'm so cross with him," Fiona said fiercely. "We had a blazing row the other night. He got this death threat in the post, and he refuses point-blank to take it to the police. He says it's just a routine crank letter, but I'm not so sure. It felt very unpleasant to me, and after what happened to Drew Shand, but surely that was a one-off," Caroline said. "According to all the reports I've seen in the Scottish media, they reckon it was a pick-up for S&M sex that went wrong. There's been no suggestion that anybody outside the gay community could be at risk." Fiona scowled at the horizon. "That's only one possibility. And we don't know if Drew Shand had any death threats, because all we know is what the police are telling us. I know it's a long shot to suggest that the killing might have more to do with Drew's writing than his life, but it's a possibility, and while it's a possibility, I think Kit should be taking this more seriously. And that's what you had a fight about. We've hardly spoken since. Presumably, Kit understands why you're so wound up about this, Caroline said, taking advantage of the path splitting into two parallel tracks to catch up with Fiona. I think he's got the message that I'm concerned about him, Fiona said frostily. But that's not really what it's about, is it? Fiona said nothing, simply ploughing on resolutely and making great play of looking down at the river as it widened into the still expanse of water created by the dam for the Georgian mill at Crestbrook. This isn't just about Kit, Fiona. It's about Leslie. Fiona stopped in her tracks. It's nothing to do with Leslie. Her jaw was set in a stubborn line. Caroline came to a halt a few feet ahead of her and turned to put a gloved hand on her arm. You don't have to pretend with me, Fiona. You can't bear the thought of losing him, because you've already lost Leslie, and you know what it feels like when someone you love is murdered. And that fear magnifies the slightest danger into something life-threatening, turning you into a one-woman nanny state. Caroline paused. Fiona said nothing, so she pressed on. I understand the phenomenon because I do it myself. It drives Julia crazy. If she's in town without the car, I always pick her up. She says it makes her feel like a teenager whose mother doesn't trust her not to be snogging the local ruffian behind the bike shed. Caroline gave a weak laugh. One time, early on in our relationship, she insisted that I not pick her up after a parents' evening, so I hung around outside the school and waited till she came out. I followed her home, and I nearly gave her a heart attack, because when she was cutting through one of the alleys in the town centre, she heard footsteps behind her and thought she was going to be mugged. That was when she realized that my insistence on picking her up was more about my fears than about her capabilities. So now she goes along with me, in spite of how it irritates her deep down. Fiona, you need to tell Kit why you've let this threatening letter take on such huge proportions. If he says it's nothing, he's probably right. He knows what his post is like, but he needs to know that you're not just fussing, that there's a valid reason for the way you're behaving. Fiona glared at the limestone cliffs on the other side of the dale. I thought I was the psychologist around here. Her voice shook slightly. Yeah. Well, psychologist, analyze yourself. Fiona studied the scuffed toes of her walking boots. You're probably right. I should explain myself better. She met Caroline's steady gaze. I couldn't live with myself if anything happened to him. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Caroline pulled Fiona into a tight hug. I know. Fiona drew back and managed a frail smile. I'll talk to him when I get home, promise. Now. Are we going to stand here till we get hypothermia, or are we going to the Munsell Head pub? Caroline pretended to consider. I think, on balance, I'm going to go for the pub. Race you to the dam, Fiona said, setting off across the hillside at a killer pace. You win, Caroline muttered, following at a more reasonable speed. 12 years on, and still Leslie's death was the defining event in both their lives. No matter how much they tried to put it behind them, it was there, ready to ambush them, she thought. Sometimes she wondered if they would ever be free of its embracing shadow, or even if they actually wanted to be. Fiona marched up Dartmouth Park Hill from the tube station, determined to set things straight with Kit. Caroline was right. She just hadn't allowed herself to accept what was driving her determination that he take the letter seriously. Head down, she scuffed through fallen leaves, easily outpacing the late commuters coming home from the office. She reached the left turn into their street in record time, gathering speed as she headed downhill. She was eager now, more than ready to apologize and explain. So her heart sank when she opened the door and heard Kit call, "We're upstairs." Whoever the other component of "we" was, she wasn't in the mood for their company. "Just taking my boots off," she shouted. Backpack on the floor, jacket tossed over the newel post, Fiona undid her laces and stepped free. She wiggled her toes at the pleasure of release. Comfortable as her well-worn boots were, they still caged her feet. She stopped in the kitchen to pick up a glass, reckoning that if Kit had company, the wine would already be open. Then she made her way up to the first-floor living room. The lamps were on, casting scattered pools of warm light through the wide room. Kit was in his favourite armchair, glass in hand. That would have been perfect if he'd been alone. But his companion was the last person Fiona felt like seeing. Curled up on the sofa, her strappy sandals kicked off on the rug below her, was Georgia Lester. A legend in her own lifetime, Georgia had published over 30 novels in a 25-year career that had seen her rise to challenge P.D. James and Ruth Rendell to the title of Queen of Crime. She'd been one of the first crime writers to have her work successfully adapted for TV, and that had guaranteed her a slot in the bestseller lists ever since. She was a darling of the media, shamelessly exploiting every possible opportunity to appear in print, on the radio, or on TV. Men fell for her flirtatious flattery and her undeniable generosity. Most women, including Fiona, cheerfully loathed her. "She's the Barbara Cartland of crime fiction," Fiona had once remarked to Mary Helen Margulies, who had choked on her drink and then promptly passed the remark around the Bush Telegraph. Without attribution, of course. The soft illumination flattered Georgia, softening the tautness of cosmetically tightened skin, minimizing the elaborate makeup that Georgia skillfully employed to keep the years further at bay. In this light, she could pass for early 40s, which Fiona regarded as nothing short of miraculous for a woman who couldn't be a day under 57. "Fiona, darling," Georgia purred, tilting her head upwards in a gesture that demanded an air kiss. Fiona obliged, conscious of her wind-burnt skin, her unbrushed hair, and that her fleece probably smelled of sweat. Georgia, naturally, was fragrant with Chanel No. 5, and dressed immaculately in a flowing midnight blue garment that clung only to the strategic points of breasts and hips. Her hair, an improbable but convincing ash blonde, appeared to have come straight from the salon. "I wasn't expecting to see you, Georgia," Fiona said, as she turned away and helped herself to a glass of wine. She crossed to Kit and kissed his cheek. "Hello, love," she said, hoping the action would combine with her tone of voice to indicate that she was offering a truce. He caught her round the waist with his free arm and hugged her, relieved that a day in the hills with Caroline seemed to have broken down her hostility. It unsettled Kit when things were scratchy between them, but he'd realized early on that he would either have to get used to that or learn to apologize even when he didn't believe he was in the wrong. Now he mostly gave in, for the sake of a quiet life. But sometimes he dug his heels in, tolerating the edgy atmosphere for as long as it took for Fiona to acknowledge she might possibly have been less than right. "Did you have a good day, then?" he asked. "We were lucky with the weather," Fiona said, perching on the arm of his chair. "We did about 10 miles, great views." Georgia shuddered. 10 miles? I don't know how you do it, Fiona. I really don't. Wouldn't you rather be tucked up somewhere warm and cosy with this delicious man?" "The two are not mutually exclusive, Georgia," Fiona said. "I enjoy the exercise." Georgia's smile was the equivalent of a teacher patting a small child on the head. "I've always preferred to take my exercise indoors," she said. Fiona refused to rise. "So, "How are you, Georgia? I hear you're feeling a bit nervous about your safety." Georgia immediately switched on an expression of tragedy. "Poor, poor Drew. Such a terrible fate, and such a dreadful loss to us all." "I didn't realize you knew Drew," Fiona said, trying not to sound as bitchy as she felt. "I meant his work, Fiona dear. To see such a talent snuffed out so young is indescribably tragic." Fiona resisted the impulse to gag. "But surely Drew's death is no reason for you to feel under threat?" she asked. "That's why George is here," Kit interrupted. He didn't want the sparring between the two women to drive Fiona from the room. It had happened before. Rather than allow it to develop into all-out hostility that might damage the unlikely friendship between Kit and Georgia, Fiona would invariably remove herself from the fray. Tonight, however, he wanted her to stay. "Absolutely, my dear. When Kit told me about the terrible letter he'd had, I knew at once I had to come. He was taking it so lightly, you see, and when he told me your reaction, I knew I had an ally in you, my dear." She gave Fiona the benefit of the full radiance of her cosmetically enhanced smile. "Georgia's had a letter like mine," Kit said. "Show it to Fiona. It must be from the same person." Georgia picked up a folded piece of paper from the occasional table by the sofa. She held it out, forcing Fiona to get up and collect it from her. Fiona crossed to the other armchair before she opened it and studied it. The paper and the typeface looked the same as Kit's letter, and the style was similar. As far as she could recall, whole sentences were identical. "Georgia Lester," she read. "You call yourself a queen of crime. But all you are, Monikoff, is plagiarism and protectionism. Your fame is based on what you have stolen from others. You give no credit where it is due, and your lies deprive others of what is rightfully theirs. Your work is a feeble reflection of other people's light. You would be nothing without the ideas of others to feed on. You have striven to ensure that competition is driven from the field. When you could have offered help, you have trampled the faces of those who are greater than you will ever be. You are a vampire who sucks the blood of those whose gifts you envy. You know this to be true. Search your sluttish soul, and you will not be able to deny what you have deprived me of. The time has come for you to pay. You deserve nothing from me but my contempt and my hatred. If killing you is what it takes to grant what is rightfully mine, then so be it. The hour and the day will be of my choosing. I trust you will not sleep easy. You do not deserve to do so. I will enjoy your funeral. From your ashes, I will rise like a phoenix." Fiona carefully folded the letter closed. She had no doubt it had come from the same source as the one that had so disturbed her a couple of nights before. "When did you get this, Georgia?" Georgia waved one hand negligently. "A fortnight ago. I can't be sure. I came back from Dorset last Tuesday, and it was among the mail waiting for me." "Did you do anything about it?" Georgia stroked the hair over her right temple. "To be honest, I thought it must be one of those crank letters Kit tells me he gets regularly. It's not something I've ever had much experience of. The letters I get are invariably from admirers. My work is so much less provocative than Kit's, you see. But when Kit told me he'd had so similar a letter, I felt sure we shouldn't ignore them. In the light of Drew's murder, I mean." "Georgia thinks we should take them to the police," Kit said. "Like you." Fiona looked at him in dismay. She was caught on the horns of a dilemma of her own making. While she found the letters profoundly disturbing, she was also loath to take any course of action that would link Kit with Georgia in the eyes of both police and public. If they took these letters to the police, then within 24 hours A media circus would descend upon them. Whatever Georgia might promise here and now, Fiona knew the lure of publicity would be far too strong for her to resist. It would be a nightmare. Not only would the invasion of her and Kit's privacy be hideous, but if he didn't have a stalker before, he soon would have. Photographs of their house would appear in the tabloids, an easily identifiable target for any of the seriously strange who found something in his books that tapped into their own mental frailties. She knew she wasn't being paranoid. They knew at least one crime writer whose life had been rendered so intolerable by a stalker that the family had been forced to move house and to change their children's schools. But she was the one who had pushed so hard for action when Kit had received his death threat. If she was going to change her tune now, she'd better have a good reason lined up. "I agree. You should take them seriously," she said cautiously, "but I'm not convinced that anything would be gained by taking these letters to the police. As you said yourself, Kit, there's little they could do with them. It's not likely there will be any forensics on the letters. They offer no clues to the sender's identity, and the police don't have the resources to protect either of you. All it would do would be to attract unwelcome attention to the pair of you from the very kind of person you're nervous of." Kit looked faintly baffled. "That's not what you said the other night." Fiona gave an embarrassed smile and half shrug. "I've been giving it some thought today. I realized I was overreacting and that you were right." Kit's eyebrows rose. "Can I have that in writing?" he said. "That's all very well," Georgia said, her mouth drooping in petulance. "But we could be at serious risk here. Are you seriously suggesting that we forget all about this, Fiona?" Fiona shook her head. "Of course not, Georgia. You and Kit must take every care." She forced an artificial smile. "I understand you wanted your publisher to provide you with bodyguards for your book tour. Well, that would be a good place to start." Kit stared at them open-mouthed. He couldn't believe Fiona had kept a straight face. "You want me to get a minder?" he asked, incredulous. "Not if you take sensible precautions. Don't be out on the street at night alone. Don't strike up conversations with strangers when you're on your own." She grinned. "And don't go to gay S&M bars." "I don't think this is a joking matter, Fiona," Georgia said huffily. "No, sorry. You're right, Georgia. But what you must bear in mind is that it's unlikely the person who sent these letters is the same person who killed Drew." "How can you be so sure?" It was Fiona's turn to adopt an air of patronage. "There's a saying in law enforcement. Killers don't call and callers don't kill. Psychologically speaking, people who write threatening letters seldom carry out their threats. What they want is to cause fear without getting their hands dirty. And people who murder generally fail to advertise their intentions ahead of time. It would make their plans much harder to carry out, for one thing. If you like, I'll take both of these letters and subject them to professional psycholinguistic analysis. If, after that, I think there is some substantive reason to be genuinely worried, I'll come to the police with you. Is that a deal?" Georgia pursed her lips. If she could have seen how it revealed the fine lines around her mouth, she'd never have done it again. "I'll allow myself to be guided by your professional judgment, Fiona, but I'm not entirely happy, I have to say, and I will be speaking to my publisher about providing me with a bodyguard." "Wise move," said Fiona, struggling to stifle the giggle that threatened to erupt. "And now," Georgia said, gathering her dress around her elegantly and slipping her feet into her shoes, "I must away. Dear Anthony and I are dining with the culture minister and his partner, and I'm already fashionably late." While Kit saw Georgia to her car, Fiona reclaimed the sofa and stretched out full length, letting her muscles relax. The letters were disturbing, but now she had recognized what was really eating at her. She was able to put them into perspective. They contained, she believed, no credible threat. She heard Kit running upstairs, and he collapsed on the sofa beside her, cuddling her close. "You are a very wicked woman," he said, laughter in his voice. "I don't know what you mean." "Bodyguards would be a good place to start," he mimicked. "Well, she deserves it, honestly, Kit. I don't know how you can put up with all that archness." "I've always had a weakness for high camp," he confessed. "She's good fun, Fiona, and generous to a fault." "Only if you're a chap, darling," Fiona said, in a parody of George's grand manner. "And they say men are bitches." He slid his arms around her, pressing his body against hers. "Have we stopped fighting now?" Fiona sighed. "I overreacted. I always have Leslie at the back of my mind, even when I don't know it myself." "Thank you, Caroline." He buried his face in her hair and kissed her neck. Then he pulled away. "Oh, and by the way, I just wanted to say, I've never heard a bigger load of bullshit in all my time with you. I'll subject the letters to professional psycholinguistic analysis. Honestly, Fiona." "Georgia seemed to think it was a good idea." "Yeah, but Georgia's grasp on reality is shot to fuck. Let's not forget she actually believes our policemen are wonderful, and that accusations of racism and corruption against the Metropolitan Police are wicked lies spread by left-wing conspirators." "They're not." Fiona's eyes widened in mock horror. "I don't know how to tell you this, Fiona, but there's no Father Christmas either." She pulled his head down towards her. "I'll just have to see what you've got in your sack for me then." Chapter 20. The following evening, as usual, Fiona picked up a copy of the Evening Standard at the tube station on her way home from work. The lead story on page 3 so astonished her that she made no attempt to board her train when it pulled into the station. Instead, she carried on reading, transfixed. Queen of Crime found murdered. Best-selling American thriller writer Jane Elias has been brutally murdered in a horrific crime that mirrors the gruesome violence of her own work, police in County Wicklow revealed today. Her mutilated body was discovered by a local forestry worker in the early hours of yesterday morning on a back road near the country estate that had been her home in the Republic of Ireland for the past 4 years. She had been so badly mauled by her killer that identification was impossible, except by a distinctive scar she sustained after back surgery 3 years ago. A police spokesman said, "Experienced officers were shocked when they saw what had been done to the victim. Miss Elias had lived in this area for 4 years and was very popular with local residents. We are pursuing various lines of inquiry, but at this stage it's hard to imagine why anyone would want to do this to her." Her British literary agent, Jeremy Devonshire, expressed deep shock at the news. "It's appalling," he said. "I can't take it in. Jane was the most charming of women. We worked together for the past 5 years, and I can honestly say we never had a cross word." A spokesman for her publishers, Turnhouse Batchelor, said, "We are deeply shocked by this news. Jane was not only a shining talent, but also a delight to work with. The whole company is grieving today." Psychopaths. Jane Elias leapt to the top of the bestseller lists on both sides of the Atlantic 7 years ago with her first novel, Death on Arrival, which introduced forensic psychologist Dr. J. Schumann, an FBI serial killer profiler. There followed an award-winning series of novels, 3 of which have been filmed by Hollywood, including her debut novel. The adaptation of Death on Arrival, starring Michelle Pfeiffer, won an Oscar. Jane Elias was notable for her reclusive lifestyle. Unlike most top-selling writers, she shunned publicity, only rarely emerging from her seclusion to talk to the press. She explained her move to Ireland as a desire for peace and quiet, which she could no longer find in her native New England. Security at her Georgian mansion on the shores of Loch Killargan was notoriously tight, with permanent guards and closed-circuit TV monitoring the 5-mile perimeter fence. In spite of that, she played an active role in her local community, most recently writing a play for the local church dramatic group to help raise funds for a children's playgroup. A keen sailor, Jane Elias maintained several boats at her private marina. This morning, there was speculation that she may have been attacked while she was sailing one of her yachts on the lake. Shocked, Fiona read the story again, half expecting that this time the words would rearrange themselves in a different order. But the news remained the same. A woman she had sat opposite at dinner less than 3 months before was now a murder victim. No amount of familiarity with the business of homicide investigation could lessen the immediacy of the cold horror that swept through her. Fiona had no recollection of the journey home, her mind entirely occupied with memories of Jane Elias in life and the images her informed mind conjured up of the writer's body in death. They had met on Jane's last trip to London, on the publication of her 7th J. Schumann novel, Double Take. Jane and Kit shared a publisher, and because of Jane's reluctance to make public appearances, Turnhouse Batchelor had arranged a series of private dinners for senior buyers in the book trade and key reviewers. To maximize their benefit, they had also invited a couple of their other crime authors to each of the dinners, which was how Kit and Fiona had come to meet the American. Of course, as soon as Jane had discovered Fiona's professional interest in crime, she had been far more interested in talking to her than any of the other guests, and the two women had spent a large part of the evening deep in gruesome discussion of murder and its motivations. Fiona had been drawn to Jane, first because of her intellectual incisiveness, but also because of her acerbic wit. She could see why Jane had prevailed against the understandable demands of her publishers for her to take a more active role in promoting her work. Anyone who had once been on the receiving end of that caustic tongue wouldn't want to repeat the experience in a hurry. But now, that voice was stilled forever. It was, Fiona thought, as she plodded up Dartmouth Park Hill, a loss she felt more keenly than she would have expected, and now she would probably have to break the news to Kit. She walked through the front door to the clear voice of Tracy Thorne, revealing that she was out among the walking wounded. Fiona knew just how she felt. She walked into Kit's study, finding him hunched over the keyboard, fingers flying. She put a hand on his shoulder and kissed the top of his gleaming head. "Give me 5 minutes," he said abstractedly. Fiona left him to it. Bad news always came too soon. Better that he finished what he was focused on than she interrupted his flow with something so momentous that he would always connect it to that chapter, that paragraph. In the kitchen, she poured them both a glass of cold white wine and sat down at the table to wait. The 5 minutes turned into 12, but Fiona felt no impatience. There was nothing either of them could do for Jane now. At last, Kit appeared, grinning a greeting that faded to uncertainty when he saw her sombre face. "What's the matter?" he asked, concern furrowing his forehead. Fiona pushed a glass towards him. "Bad news." There was no way to sugarcoat it, so she didn't even try. "Jane Elias has been murdered." Kit's hand froze halfway to his drink. "Jane?" he said, incredulous. "Murdered? Where? When? What happened?" Fiona pushed the paper across the table. That's as much as I know. Kit dropped heavily into a chair, reaching for his wine and scanning the paper. This is terrible, he said, shaking his head. Poor Jane, shit, I can't believe it. I couldn't take it in either. She was such a strong personality, it's hard to imagine her as a victim. It's a fucking nightmare. Kit ran his hand over his head in a gesture of consternation. And it's only 2 or 3 weeks since Drew was killed. He stopped dead in mid-gesture. You don't suppose they're connected? Somebody going after thriller writers? No, I don't, Fiona said firmly, reaching across the table and putting a hand on his arm. There's no reason to think that, Kit. Different countries, different gender, different body dumps. The fact that they both wrote psychological thrillers is just a horrible coincidence. You always say there's no such thing as coincidence, Kit challenged. Okay, Fiona said. Maybe not quite coincidence. It's possible that somebody who was as obsessed with Jane as Drew's killer was with him saw the stories about his murder and decided that was the best way to deal with the object of his desire. But to decide on the basis of these 2 cases that there's a killer out there targeting people who write crime fiction is a nonsense. Kit shook his head and sighed. Yeah, I know. It's just that I live in a world where conspiracy theories always seem more attractive than cock-up. It's like it would be easier to believe that there's a serial killer on a spree than that there are 2 seriously fucked-up individuals out there who get their rocks off murdering writers. And when you factor in the letters, well, it just seems like there's a fuck of a lot of crazies out there with an interest in people like me. I can see why it feels like that, but I don't think it's anything more than bad timing. I really don't. Fiona felt the hollowness of her words, even as she spoke them. There was nothing she could say to help, and she hated that feeling. Kit pulled away and slammed his hands palm down on the table. I mean, how could this have happened to Jane, of all people? She guarded her privacy so closely. Everybody knew that place of hers was like a fortress. Maybe that was the challenge, Fiona mused, unable to ignore the professional wheels going round. It was always her refuge of choice when she didn't know how else to respond. She wasn't proud of it, but she didn't know how to change it, or even if she wanted to. Some of her best ideas had come out of work as displacement activity. Why would anybody have it in for her? Kit demanded. I mean, sure, she generated a lot of envy from other writers, but people who say they'd kill for Jane Elias's sales figures, that's just talk. Writers don't take out the competition like the mafia. But outside the business, why would she be a target? Fiona shrugged. The usual reasons: love, hate, greed, fear. Was she involved with anyone? Kit shook his head. Well, I've no idea. I never heard any gossip about her personal life, which is unusual in itself. You know what a rumour mill the book world is. Everybody knows everybody else's business. I could tell you what her last advance was, which was $18 million for a 3-book deal. But I've never heard anything about who she was shagging, if there was anybody. Maybe she was just one of those people that aren't bothered about sex. I certainly didn't get any vibe off her, did you? No, Fiona said. Nothing flirtatious either with the women or the men at that dinner. That's right. Dead cool. Kept her distance. The only time she really got animated was when the 2 of you got stuck into that stuff about the compliant victims of the sexual sadist. He got to his feet and headed for the fridge, where he started methodically removing vegetables from the chiller. Couscous and roast vegetables, he said, half to himself. When in doubt, cook, Fiona said affectionately. You want to talk about it? Nope. I'm going to chop the hell out of these vegetables, and then I'm going back to work while they cook. Best therapy I know. She finished her drink and stood up. "I'll be upstairs if you need me." Kit nodded. "You going to check it out on the net? You know me too well. You don't think I'm being a ghoul?" Kit half turned and grinned. "The bells are ringing for me and my ghoul," he sang, in his bass voice. "Go and dig the dirt. You can serve it up with supper and calm my irrational fears." Fiona returned his smile. Unbidden, the thought came to her that if Jane Elias had had a lover, someone was in unbearable pain tonight. "Call me when it's ready," was all she said. It felt too much like tempting fate to tell him how much she loved him. Extract from decoding of Exhibit P13/45-99. UIMEF, AFMXX, KETMF, FQDQP. I was totally shattered after Jane Elias. All I wanted to do was sleep. It was as if I wanted to wipe the memory of it from my brain, and sleep was the best way to do it. I couldn't even pick up a pen and keep the record straight until today. Of course, I couldn't kill her on the boat, because I didn't want to get blood everywhere. That would have been completely wrong in the context of the book. So, once I'd got her unconscious, I had to sail over to the sailing club landing ramp, get her out of the boat, and finish her off in the shallows there. But my luck held. I let her bleed out a bit in the water. Then I got her in the back of the 4x4 and set her boat adrift on the lake. Let them work that one out, I thought. Then I did what I had to do. I don't know why, but it felt worse than doing Drew Shand. Maybe because she was a woman, or maybe because I had to strip her, and she looked much more vulnerable than she did with her clothes on. Everything went according to plan, and from what I read in the papers, it sounds like the message is starting to trickle through. Not before time. Now, it's time to start thinking about number 3. Georgia Lester. I've been reading her book again, and why anybody would publish it, never mind turn it into a film, is beyond me. It's unfortunate that my plan will help sell more copies of her pitiful book, but that can't be helped. I've got to keep thinking about the bigger picture. I've done a recce on her cottage in Dorset, and it's perfect for what I want to do. It's finding when she's going to be there that's the difficult bit. I know she's in London this week, and looking at her engagements on the website, I think she'll go down to Dorset at the weekend and come back on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not looking forward to this one little bit. It's the worst prospect so far. What I'm going to have to do to her is so horrible. I keep rereading the bit of the book that describes it, and it turns my stomach to think I'm going to have to copy that. But I can't stop now. That would make everything I've done so far completely pointless. When I feel like this, I look around me and see what I've been reduced to because of what they did to me. I don't get any pleasure out of doing this, but it does give me back my self-respect. I haven't taken everything they've thrown at me lying down, and that's worth something. So, I just have to grit my teeth and do what has to be done. 2 down, 4 to go. They should have got the point by then. Chapter 21. Like police officers, firefighters, and journalists, Fiona had discovered that the fastest and most effective tool for putting emotional distance between herself and the terrible things her job forced her to confront was black humour. So, when entering Jane Elias's name on her meta-search engine threw up a website called Laughing with the Dead Celebs, she couldn't resist. Jane Elias's death had been in the public domain for less than a day, but already she merited her own cartoon tombstone. Fiona clicked on Jane's name. The screen dissolved into a coffin-shaped frame. Jane Elias, killed somewhere around 47 people in her 7 novels. Some would say it's about time she discovered what it feels like. Not us, of course. If jokes about death offend you, don't scroll down this page. Fiona naturally carried on scrolling. So far, there were only 4 contributions. Why did Jane Elias have to die? So she could finally get her hands on a good plot. Do writers know when they start out how it's going to end? Jane Elias obviously didn't. What did St. Peter say to Jane Elias at the pearly gates? So Jane. Who done it? What was the motive for Jane Elias's murder? Sales figures to die for. Only the first was worth a smile, and a pretty thin one at that, Fiona decided, closing the site and heading for a more conventional tribute web page. The first site she checked out was one that had been created by a fan. It simply said, under that day's date, Jane Elias was found murdered today. This site is closed as a mark of respect. She had more luck with her second choice, also an act of devotion from one of Jane's readers. The bare details of the murder were reported, and below them were a series of boxes offering hyperlinks to other areas of the site. Offered a choice of her life, photo album, the investigation, condolence book, and related links, she opted for the photographic record first, curious to see what the site's creator had been able to assemble, given Jane's notorious camera shyness. First came the jacket photograph that had only ever appeared on her first novel. It was an unremarkable face, the sort it would be hard to describe in terms that would differentiate it from a million others. Mid-brown hair in jaw-length bob, parted on the right, straight brows, dark eyes, an absolutely average nose and full lips that curved in a faint smile, giving nothing away. She was wearing an open-necked shirt, revealing a thin gold chain round her neck. Apart from the blonde highlights and a few more lines etched into the corners of her eyes, she looked exactly the same as she had on the night Fiona had met her. Next came her high school yearbook picture. The hair was longer here, hanging straight to the top of small breasts, but still with the same parting. At 18, Jane had worn unfashionably heavy-framed spectacles that made her eyes look unfocused. Her face, too, was fuller, almost plump. If all Fiona had had to go on was this, she doubted she'd have picked Jane out of a crowd. A third photograph showed Jane accepting the first of her 2 Edgar Awards at a Mystery Writers of America dinner. Her smile was broad and unself-conscious, and she looked surprisingly elegant in a figure-hugging black dress that shimmered with sequins. The final shot in the gallery showed a completely different side of Jane Elias. Taken at the finishing line of a charity half-marathon in Dublin, it revealed Jane in mid-stride, her running shorts and vest showing off the smooth planes of well-developed muscle that covered legs and arms. The camera had caught her in a candid moment, her expression exposing the blissed-out, altered state of the athlete who has gone through the pain barrier. She looked more attractive here than anywhere else, Fiona noticed with detachment. From studying the photographs, Fiona moved on to the condolence book. If she'd been involved with the investigation, she'd have suggested the police take a look at the messages posted by fans. Given the tendency of psychopaths to attempt to insert themselves into the inquiry into their crimes, it was an obvious place for Jane's killer to go. The dozen messages Fiona scrolled through seemed innocuous enough, but there was plenty of time for the strange and bizarre to show up. She bookmarked the page, resolving to return in a day or two to see if anything resembling Kit and Georgia's letters showed up. There was nothing else on the fan site that interested her, so, like a child saving its favourite part of the meal for the last, she directed her web browser to Murder Behind the Headlines. She typed in Jane Elias in the search box and hit the return key. Queen of the serial killer thriller, Jane Elias, has finally found out what it's like to suffer what she handed out to dozens of victims in her books. Unfortunately, she won't be able to put her experiences to good commercial effect because the man or woman who abducted her made sure she wouldn't live to tell the tale. Elias's body was found on a back road in the early hours of the morning by a forestry worker whose truck ran into the body, strategically placed in the middle of the road just round a blind bend near the novelist's estate in County Wicklow, Ireland. This shows striking similarities to one of the body dumps in Death on Arrival, Elias's first novel, which was turned into an Oscar-winning vehicle for the luscious Michelle Pfeiffer. And, according to MBTH's sources in the County Wicklow coroner's office, Elias suffered injuries that have much in common with the description of what happened to the victims in that novel, only in her case, they were post-mortem rather than while she was still alive. Maybe her killer was more squeamish than his victim. Here's the template from the book. The delayed sting of the razor cut. The blossoming of a burn, from a smart to a roar of pain that spread inwards as the smell of barbecued flesh drifted outwards. The searing agony of flesh, forced to accommodate more than it has room for. The sickening pain of a broken bone, never allowed time to knit. The dull distress of a blow, strategically aimed at the organs, nestling beneath the skin. Creepy, huh? Especially after the recent copycat murder of copycat writer Drew Shand in Edinburgh, Scotland. Unlikely though it may sound, conspiracy theorists are already speculating that somebody is taking out serial killer thriller writers. Now that's taking criticism a little too far. But the truth may lie in a different direction. MBTH can exclusively reveal that Jane Elias's greatest secret was that for the last 5 years she had been involved in an affair with an undercover drugs cop, Piers Finnegan, one of the key figures in the Irish Republic's police force, the Garda Síochána's fight against drug dealers. Finnegan was instrumental in the cracking of a major heroin supply route last year, and the word is that there's a price on his head from senior gangland figures still awaiting trial. He is reportedly liaising with Europol presently, and has high connections with the U.S. drug enforcement authorities. Frankly, his affair with Elias was a far better kept secret than anything in the leaky Garda files. Elias met Finnegan when he was attending an international convention of criminal intelligence personnel at Quantico. Friends claim she was visiting the convention anonymously under the wing of a software company in Florida who were pioneering a computer photo-fit program. During the convention, she was able to sneak into several closed sessions where she heard Finnegan speak. Later, friends introduced them, and the two immediately formed a close, personal bond. Not even his Garda bosses knew about the affair. As a result, Elias moved to Ireland, where Finnegan was a regular visitor to her high-security compound in County Wicklow, though among locals it's doubtful if even Elias's security staff knew his true identity. Elias often had secret liaisons with her lover when he was on the road. She would check into the same hotel, and the two would share clandestine nights of love. So, no mystery about where her plot lines came from. Now, speculation is rife that whoever killed Elias was either taking revenge on Finnegan or sending him a warning to back off and compromise his trial evidence. The death of Drew Shand could have provided the killer with the perfect blueprint for a killing that would send the desired message to Finnegan without necessarily being connected to any of the Garda agents' cases. Of course, that would only work if the affair remained a secret. Sorry, Pierce. Sorry, Mr. Murderer. We just blew your cover. Remember? You read it first on Murder Behind the Headlines. Fiona took a deep breath. This was dynamite, if it was true. Having a lover who was an undercover drugs investigator provided a far more credible motive for so violent a murder than the notion that a serial killer was targeting writers. Knowing how law enforcement agencies worked against their own, Fiona seriously doubted that the relationship was a secret to Finnegan's bosses, but the pair had certainly done a good job of keeping it out of the public eye. She couldn't help feeling relief. Although her logical self had been reluctant to accept the possibility of a murderer who wanted to rid the world of thriller writers, her emotional self had known nothing but the gnaw of fear ever since she'd read the newspaper headline. Fiona knew far too much about the relentless capabilities of serial offenders. The notion that Kit might be a name on a hit list had been rattling round her head for the past hour, and she was selfishly grateful that there was a logical explanation for Jane's death that could not touch her own lover. She closed down the computer and made her way downstairs. Kit was back in the kitchen, tipping couscous into a pan of boiling water. He looked round and forced a crooked smile. 10 minutes, he said. Did you manage any work? Fiona asked, topping up his glass and refilling her own. Nothing like other people's tragedies to get the words flowing, he said, a sharp edge to his voice. It's like a defense mechanism. My brain uses writing to block out the static. As long as I'm staring at the screen and getting stuff down, I can't be thinking about the hell Jane had to go through before this bastard let her die. That's the trouble with having an imagination, Fiona said. Especially one like yours. You don't even have to try to come up with 100 harrowing scenarios. She crossed the room, and he turned to accept her hug. Her injuries were post-mortem. She wasn't tortured. I suppose we should be grateful for that, Kit mumbled into her hair. He pulled away gently. So, what did you dig up? Bottom line? You shouldn't be worried on your own account. She sat down at the table and outlined her researches in detail. You know what I think about those muckrakers, Kit protested. How can you be sure they've got it right about her relationship with the undercover guard? Maybe they were just mates. Maybe it was just a contact that she milked for ideas and deep background. Fiona shrugged. I can't be certain, but they've obviously got some very high-level sources and they exploit them to the hilt. So, unless we hear otherwise, I'd take what they say at face value. Easier said than done, he muttered. One thing that might help set your mind at rest. When you're ringing round to see if anybody else has had threatening letters, see if anybody knows whether Jane had one. If she didn't, then it's even more evidence to support my theory that people who write death threats aren't the ones who kill. Maybe I should just ring the local police and ask them. Yeah, right, like they're going to tell you. They might tell Steve. Fiona acknowledged the sense of his statement with a dip of her head. And I'm meeting him tomorrow night anyway, Kit continued, taking the roasting dish of vegetables out of the oven and tipping them into the couscous. He placed the food on the table with a flourish and sat down facing Fiona. I'm going to ask Steve if he can find out about whether Jane got any death threat letters, he said. If she didn't, then you're probably right, and Georgia and I are in the clear. And in the meantime, I promise to be careful without being paranoid. Will that do you? Fiona smiled. That'll do me fine. But if somebody does come after you with a knife, no heroics, just leg it. What? You don't want me to stand my ground and be a man? Kit teased. God, no. I'm far too busy to take time off to organize a funeral. Fiona tasted her dinner. Wonderful. Take care of yourself, darling. I could never afford to replace you in the kitchen. Kit pretended to look hurt. Only in the kitchen? If I don't eat every day, I die, she said. I'd miss shagging you, but it wouldn't kill me. You think not? He said, dangerously. Let's not put it to the test. He grinned. Right answer, Doctor. So, do you fancy a quiet night in? Kit, we've never had a quiet night in. Why would we start now? She raised her eyebrows provocatively. But I wouldn't say no to fucking your brains out. You talked me into it, you smooth bastard. Kit's grin promised to take no prisoners. Jane Elias would soon be cold in earth. Neither of them had forgotten that for a moment. Keeping the ghosts at bay was the most important thing they could do for each other, and they knew it. It was, as so often in the past, their unspoken contract. Chapter 22. Georgia Lester sat at the kitchen table, hands cradling a china cup of weak Earl Grey tea, staring unseeingly down past autumn-bedraggled herbaceous borders to the skeleton apple trees at the bottom of her cottage garden. She didn't register the perennials that were due to be cut back, the roses that would be pruned when next the gardener came. That was neither her interest nor her job. She only ever noticed the garden when it was beautiful. Ugliness she preferred to tune out. There was enough of that in her head without adding to it from outside. What she enjoyed about her cottage was the peace. Being Georgia Lester was a tiring business. It was a constant effort to maintain the image of sophisticated beauty and elegance that the world expected from her. Of course, she had created that expectation herself, a conscious invention of a persona and style that would mark her out from the herd. But that didn't make it any easier. And these days, whenever she looked in the mirror in the morning, it seemed as if the mountain was looming higher every day. Perhaps it was time for another visit to that charming man in Harley Street who had done such a good job with that loose skin around her jawline. But here, at the cottage, she could absolve herself from the need to maintain the facade. Well, she could when she was here alone, she amended, a sly smile of reminiscence lifting the corners of her mouth. A girl did need distraction now and again, and devoted as Anthony was, he couldn't quite provide the stimulus of a taut young body with all the sexual energy that accompanied it. None of her flirtations lasted long, she made sure of that, nor did they mean anything more to her than a kind of blood transfusion, something necessary but somehow impersonal. This weekend, however, Georgia had a different agenda. No dressing up for lovers, just working on her rewrites. Unlike most of the writers she knew, Georgia loved the revision process. It allowed her to step back from the nuts and bolts of getting her first draft on paper and focus on the quality of the writing itself. She'd established a reputation for finely crafted prose, and she always maintained that came from her attention to the detailed sentence-on-sentence shape of her book. She had 3 clear days of her favourite work ahead now, and she was looking forward to it. Already, her mind was racing onwards to the section of the book she would be working on that day. The typescript was already sitting on her desk, next to the Mont Blanc Meisterstück fountain pen she always used to make the revisions her secretary would later transfer to the computer. She wasn't even going to bother dressing yet. She'd slob around in her fluffy dressing gown, hair hidden in a silk turban until lunchtime. Then she'd soak in the bath, while she listened to the world at 1. A snack for lunch, then she'd have to venture out into Dorchester. There was plenty of food in the freezer, but she'd inexplicably run out of white wine, and dinner without a glass of chilled Chablis was unthinkable. She firmly believed that writers needed the discipline of routine, and that included the small pleasures of life, as well as the habits of mind that made it possible for her to turn out a book a year. Georgia finished her tea and poured a fresh cup. She planned to make the most of these 3 days. When they were over, she would be plunged into an author tour to promote her latest hardback. Thinking of it reminded her that she still hadn't persuaded her publisher to foot the bill for the handsome bodyguard she'd hired before leaving London. She didn't really think anyone was after her, in spite of her protestations to dear, sweet Kit that they should take those tiresome letters to the police. But she had no objections to cashing in on the possibility. It never hurt to keep one's name firmly in the public eye. The notion that she was sufficiently significant a writer to attract the attention of a stalker would inevitably draw new readers to her, curious to discover what it was about her that was so special. And once drawn to her, Georgia was utterly convinced they would remain to devour her backlist in its entirety. Thanks to astute planning like that, she had climbed to the top of the heap. She was well aware that her activities earned her disapproval from many of her fellows. It bothered her not a whit. They could pretend all they liked that they were too high-minded to stoop to her tactics. The reality was that they were jealous of the column inches she gathered. Unaware that she was about to generate the greatest publicity of her career, Georgia sipped her tea and felt very, very contented. Chapter 23. Fiona was running late, literally. Dodging students, she swerved into her secretary's office. "Bloody Northern Line," she gasped, trying to wrestle her coat off and open her office door at the same time. She crossed the threshold, shedding jacket and briefcase, and reaching for the folder of notes for the departmental meeting that had been due to start 5 minutes earlier, her secretary following her. "There's a Spanish policeman been trying to get you," she said. She consulted a message sheet in her hand. "A Major Salvador Berrocal. He's been ringing every 10 minutes for the last half hour." "Shit, shit, shit," Fiona muttered savagely. "He said, would you call him back as soon as possible?" her secretary added helpfully, as Fiona dithered between desk and doorway. "It sounded urgent." "I've got to go to this meeting," she said. "Barnard's been trying to dump half his seminars, and I don't want to be landed with them." She ran a hand through her hair. "Okay. Call Berrocal, and tell him I'm unavoidably detained, but I'll get back to him as soon as I can. Sorry, Lizzie, I've got to run." She raced down the corridor and skidded to a halt outside the meeting room, attracting curious looks from those who had only ever seen Fiona in cool and elegant mode. She paused for a moment, smoothing her hair and taking a deep breath to regain her composure, then swept in with an apologetic smile. "Sorry. Tube," she muttered, taking her place halfway down one side of the conference table. Professor Barnard neither faltered in his convoluted sentence, nor graced her with a glance. It felt like the longest meeting in history, and Fiona had to force herself not to fidget restlessly as they ploughed through seemingly endless departmental minutiae. She managed to contain her impatience, refusing to allow Barnard's domineering presence to fluster her into accepting more than one additional seminar group. But even as she argued her case, half her mind was on Berrocal's urgent message. He must have a suspect in custody, or so she hoped. At the end of the meeting, Fiona scooped up her papers and swept out, earning raised eyebrows and an exchange of meaningful looks between those of her colleagues who preferred to dismiss her as being too arrogant by half. Back in her office, she asked Lizzie to hold her calls and started to dial Berrocal's number before she was even seated. "Major Berrocal?" she asked, when the phone was answered on the second ring. "Si. Dr. Cameron." His tone gave no clue to the nature of his news. "I'm sorry not to have called back before this, but I couldn't get away," she gabbled. "You have a development?" He sighed. "Not the sort I had hoped for. I am afraid we have another murder." Fiona's heart sank. This was the news she had been dreading so much she had refused to consider it a serious possibility. "I'm sorry to hear that," she said inadequately. "I am calling to ask if it is possible for you to come back to Toledo and consult further with us. Perhaps the information generated by this latest murder might help you pinpoint where we should be looking for our suspect now." Fiona closed her eyes. "I'm sorry," she said, hoping he could hear the genuine regret in her voice. "It's impossible at present. I have too many commitments here that I can't avoid." There was a ponderous silence. Then Barrocal said, "I was afraid you would say that." "There's no reason why I can't examine the evidence, if you can fax the details to me," she said, her sense of duty kicking in ahead of her common sense. "That would be possible? I've got a very heavy schedule, but I'm sure I could make time to analyze the material," she assured him, already wondering how she would fit it in. "Thank you," he said, his relief palpable even over the phone. "Perhaps you could give me the bare bones now?" Fiona asked, pulling a blank pad towards her and tucking the phone between ear and shoulder. "The body was found inside the courtyard of the Alcazar." Barrocal's voice was clipped and clinical now. "An Englishwoman, Jenny Sheriff, 22 years old, from Guildford." He split the unfamiliar place name into 2 words. "She was working as a receptionist at the Hotel Alfonso VI on a year-long exchange to improve her Spanish. Her shift ended at 10 last night, and she told a colleague that she was meeting a man for coffee in the square. She said he was fascinating. He knew all there was to know about Toledo." "Did she mention his name?" Fiona asked. "No. We have a barman who says he served her and a man with coffee and brandy just after 10. He remembers because he had noticed her several times before, drinking there with friends. But he didn't notice the man she was with because he was sitting with his back to the bar. The barman doesn't remember them leaving because a group of tourists came in for drinks shortly after that." "When was she found?" "This morning. The custodian, who opens up for the rest of the staff at the Alcazar, found the staff entrance unlocked. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw her, lying there. She had been stabbed several times in the stomach. Our preliminary report indicates that the murder weapon was probably a military bayonet. The death matches those of many of the Republicans killed by Franco's forces when they relieved the siege of the Alcazar in the Civil War. This ties in with the theme you identified of tourist scenes associated with violent death. And there is a further connection. Like Martina Albrecht, her vagina had been mutilated after death by repeated insertions of a broken bottle. And finally, there was also a city tourist map from the hotel in her pocket, so I think there is little doubt that we are dealing with the same man. Delgado, or whoever." His voice was edgy with frustration. "No signs of forced entry?" she asked. "No. It looks as if he must have had keys. We are working on that angle. He may have had a friend who has access to the keys, or he may have somehow acquired his own set. We'll be checking all the keyholders' home addresses. It's possible that wherever he's hiding out might be near one of them. He could have made an illegal entry and got his hands on their keys that way." Fiona sighed. "I'm really sorry about this, Major. When you told me you had a suspect, I hoped that would be an end to it." "Me too. But Delgado seems to have disappeared into the landscape. Every police officer in the city has his name and his picture, but we don't have a single sighting of him to follow up." "It must be very frustrating for you." She frowned as she spoke, trying to snag something at the edge of her consciousness. It is. But we will keep on trying. I will fax the material over to you as soon as it becomes available. After she put the phone down, Fiona stared at the wall, waiting for her subconscious to throw up whatever was lurking there. Nothing came. Then the phone rang again, pulling her back to the immediate demands of the work she was supposed to be doing. In spite of her best efforts to concentrate, only part of her mind was focused on her seminar group that morning. Berocal's problem niggled in the corner of her brain. Frustrated by her inability to drag to the surface whatever nugget was lurking just out of reach, she spent her lunch break in the nearby swimming baths, ploughing up and down mindlessly, trying to reach the semi-trance state that exercise could produce. But still, it eluded her grasp. Walking back to the department, she summoned up the image of the Alcazar in her mind's eye. Perhaps that would help her unlock the puzzle. The imposing building stood on the highest point of the old town, the perfect position for a fortress, a situation that had been exploited by every occupying power since the Romans. It dominated the city, bigger than anything else in the line of sight, its four-square geometry a reproach to the higgledy-piggledy appearance of the rest of the buildings that rambled down the slopes toward the Tagus. But it had never been a lucky building. It had burned down several times and been seriously damaged in the Civil War, when Franco's men had bombarded it for months. From a distance, it was a forbidding sight, its walls apparently lacking the ornate decoration of its skyline rivals, the cathedral, and San Juan de los Reyes. The only breaks in its severity were the four circular turrets that adorned the corners, each with a Disneyland flourish of roof. Inside the high walls, it was a different matter. Each of the exterior facades was decorated in a different architectural style. Fiona had never toured the Alcazar, but she had seen photographs, and she'd found it almost absurd that so elaborately stylized a building should have ended up as army offices with a museum tacked onto them. Even so, it had still managed to acquire a new layer to its bloody history. Now, it was a crime scene, the resting place for the latest victim of a ruthless killer she was supposed to help catch. An objective she was apparently some distance from achieving. In spite of her mental nagging, still her mind refused to release its inspiration, and by mid-afternoon Fiona had given up. She decided to work late, dealing with the correspondence that had piled up to dangerous levels in her in-tray. Kit was out for the evening, doing an event at a bookshop, then going for a drink with Steve, so there was no urgency about getting home. When she finally left her office, she ran into a couple of part-time lecturers from the anthropology school who persuaded her to come for a drink at the staff club. She was on her second glass of wine when the conversation veered off at a tangent. Two of her colleagues were pouring scorn on the notions of a third about funerary customs in West Africa. Some electrical current sparked in Fiona's brain, and suddenly she knew what she needed to tell Berocal. With a mumbled apology, she jumped to her feet and hurried back to her office. Of course, when she got through to the Spanish police, Berocal was out of the office. She didn't want to leave her hunch as a message with a minion because she was aware how bizarre it would sound. Equally, she didn't want to wait until morning. She switched on the computer and went straight to her email program. From Fiona Cameron, fcameron@psych.ulan.ac.uk to Salvador Berocal, sberoc@cnp.mad.es. Subject: Toledo Murders. Dear Major Berocal, a thought has occurred to me about where your suspect may be hiding out, although it is probably grasping at straws. As we know, he is obsessed with the history of Toledo, which is now linked in his mind with the business of death. Where do death and history intersect? in graveyards. I wondered if there was the kind of cemetery in or near Toledo where there are large tombs or funerary vaults. If so, he could be camping out there. He obviously has some sort of shelter, since he is managing to remain well enough groomed not to attract adverse attention to his appearance. I think he could possibly have broken into a mausoleum or family vault, which he is now using as a base of operations. If you have no other leads, it might be worth examining this possibility. I will be at home later this evening, where I intend to go through the material you promised me. Good hunting. Best wishes. Fiona Cameron. Chapter 24. Kit closed the last of the books with a flourish and put down his pen. "Thanks, pal," he said to the bookseller, who moved the pile of hardbacks to one side. "Do you mind doing some of the paperbacks as well?" the woman asked. "Happy to." He glanced across to Steve, who was browsing the true crime section. "I'll not be long," he called. "No problem," Steve said, pulling a book about forensic anthropology from the shelf. "I thought it went well," he said absently as he signed. "It was great," the bookseller enthused. "It's the first time we've done a whole week of themed events, and it's been terrific. We've really put on sales, not just at the events, but during the day as well." "That's because you promoted it so well in the store," Kit said. "The windows look the business, and that pulls the punters in. It was a good audience tonight." The woman pulled a face. "Apart from the nutter in the front row. You always get one." "Oh, I know. But the way he kept going on about poor Drew Shand and Jane Elias, what a sicko. Doesn't it worry you that weirdos like that are reading your books?" Kit stood up and shrugged. "Not really. It's the ones who keep their mouths shut you have to worry about. Isn't that right, Steve?" Steve looked up, startled. "Sorry? You speaking to me, Kit?" "Yeah. I was saying, it's not the nutters who mouth off that want watching. It's the ones that don't let on that they're candidates for the locked ward that really cause the problems." Steve snapped the book shut. "That's right. The perfect murders are committed by people who are smart enough to make them look like accidents and strong enough to keep their mouths shut afterwards." Kit snorted. "Unlike that bloke in Sheffield, who cut his wife's head off and brought it round to show the girlfriend how much he loved her." The bookseller shuddered. "You're making that up." "I wish he was. Truth is usually much more horrible than even his fiction," Steve said. "You done, Kit?" They walked down the hill from the bookshop in companionable silence. By unspoken consent, they turned into the first pub with beer that Kit classified as decent, an establishment where no expense had been spared to make it look like a 1930s public bar, all bare floorboards and wooden chairs. All it lacked was sawdust on the floor. As they elbowed their way to the bar, Kit finally spoke. "You don't think there's any connection between Drew Shand and Jane Elias being murdered, do you?" he asked. "I don't know enough about either case even to speculate," Steve responded. He pushed through the drinkers and caught the barmaid's eye. "2 pints of bitter, love." Kit grinned. "Lack of knowledge never stopped Fiona. She reckons it's about as likely as Man United getting relegated from the Premiership, but she might just be saying that to stop me worrying." Steve took a mouthful of his beer, then grinned. "And you think I'm going to contradict her, and risk bringing down the wrath of God on my head? You know what your trouble is, Stevie. You let Fiona get away with far too much. You defer to her like you do to nobody else I've ever seen you with. But with a woman like Fiona, you can't afford to roll over. Give her an inch, and before you know it, her flag's flying over the whole world." "Old habits die hard," Steve said, aware that Kit was marking his territory as obviously as an undoctored tomcat. He knew his friend was right. When the shape of his relationship with Fiona had been forged, he hadn't understood that she needed someone who would stand up to her and challenge her. Now it was too late to change. Worse still, It had become the established pattern of his personal relationships with women. He could be tough with female colleagues and subordinates, never making any allowance for their gender. But as soon as the possibility of romance entered, Steve reverted to the wimp who had failed to win Fiona. He didn't like it, but he didn't have sufficient time or motivation to change it, even supposing he could. Steve snapped out of his thoughts and tuned back into what Kit was saying. I don't need humouring. I just need to know whether you think I should be watching my back with these threatening letters going the rounds. They made their way to a table in the corner that they knew from experience was in one of the dead spots of the sound system. They could have a conversation there without risking laryngitis or eavesdroppers. Steve took a cigar from his breast pocket and lit up. Run that past me again, Kit. I couldn't hear you over the racket at the bar. Kit shook his head. You weren't listening. You were thinking about women. I was telling you about these death threat letters that seem to be going the rounds among some of us crime writers. I've had one. Georgia Lester's had one. Fiona suggested I asked around to see if anybody else has had one, and I sent out some emails today about it. So far, I've got 3 others admitting to it. Jonathan Lewis, Adam Chester, and Enya Flannery. And my agents had one too, and they all sound like they've been written by the same person. Plus, Enya and Jonathan both said they'd had similar messages on their answering machines, though the voice was too muffled to recognize, even if they know the person. And you're wondering if there's a connection to these 2 murders, if there's somebody out there with a grudge against crime writers. Steve tried not to look as incredulous as he felt. He knew Kit had a healthy ego about his own work, but he hadn't realized that he and his fellow writers actually thought they were important enough to provoke someone to serial murder. Well, it had crossed my mind, Kit said. I don't think that's unreasonable in the circumstances. 1 crank letter is easy to dismiss, but 6 makes me a bit uneasy. And I wondered if you could maybe put a call in to your oppos on the other side of the Irish Sea and maybe check out if Jane Elias got one of these death threat letters. Kit, the papers are full of Jane Elias's affair with this Garda Síochána officer. Frankly, I thought that had a lot more to do with her murder than anything else. From what I hear, Pierce Finnegan made plenty of enemies over the years, inside the tent as well as outside. There's no better way of getting to someone in law enforcement than going for the people they love, so no. I don't think you should be losing your sleep over the idea that somebody might be coming after you. But you'll make the call. To put my mind and Fiona's at rest. Kit eyed Steve over the rim of his glass. If he wouldn't do it for friendship, he'd do it for his quaint notion of courtly love. Kit would have put money on it. I'll see what I can find out, Steve said. He knew he was being manipulated, but it was more effort to fight it than he could be bothered expending. Kit nodded, satisfied. That's all I wanted to hear. Fiona's saying she doesn't think there's likely to be a connection, but I'm not sure if she really thinks that, or if she's only saying it to keep me happy. I sometimes feel like Fiona thinks I'm some fragile little flower that needs protecting from the wind and rain. Steve spluttered a mouthful of beer over the table. Fuck's sake, Kit, he got out. You're about as fragile as the Forth Bridge. Before Kit could respond, their peace was shattered by an announcement that a live Irish band was about to start playing. Kit drained his pint and stood up. Let's get out of here. Come back to ours. It's only 10 minutes' walk. Neither of them noticed the bearded man who had sat at the back of the bookshop event, abandoning his half-drunk pint of Guinness and following them out of the pub at a cautious distance. He'd left the shop before the signing and waited patiently in a nearby doorway until Kit and Steve had left. He'd walked down the hill in their wake, and when they entered the bar, he'd loitered outside for long enough to allow them to buy their drinks and settle down. Then he'd attached himself to 3 other men heading for the bar, bought himself a drink, and found a seat where he could see the back of Kit's head and Steve's profile. Now he pursued them through the night streets, careful to keep well back. He smiled to himself. His caution was a waste of time, really. The stupid fools didn't have a clue. When they turned into a gateway, he stopped in his tracks, pretending to tie his shoelace. Then he continued down the street, glancing to one side as he passed the house they'd gone into. He couldn't help a spasm of jealous anger as he took in its elegant proportions. If he had his way, Kit Martin wouldn't be enjoying his smug and cosy life for much longer. He had plans to make things much less comfortable for Mr. Bloody Martin. They arrived to find Fiona in the kitchen, finishing the penne puttanesca that Kit had left for her. "You're back early," she said. "We thought we'd try and catch you with your secret lover," Steve teased. Fiona poked her tongue out at him. "Too late. She's just left." "The Paddies invaded the pub," Kit said. "You know how I hate that bloody bogus bog-trotter music." He snagged 2 bottles of Sam Smith's organic bitter from the drinks cupboard. "So, we thought we'd come back and spoil your evening." "You're too late for that as well. Salvador Berrocal called earlier to tell me there's been another body in Toledo, so I've been ploughing through Spanish scene-of-crime reports and entering data on the computer instead of indulging myself with a long hot bath." Kit pulled a face. "Bummer," he said. "How was the gig?" Fiona asked. "Not a bad turnout, considering I didn't have a new book to promote. Sold a fair few books and signed every bit of stock I could lay hands on." He's being modest again, Fee. He had them in the palm of his hand. They loved him. All the women wanted to take him home, and all the blokes wanted to take him for a pint, Steve said, as he sat down opposite her. "And you two got to be the lucky ones," Kit said. "Somewhere in your youth or childhood, we must have done something ferociously wicked," Fiona responded. "How's things with you, Steve?" He made a gesture with the flat of his hand to indicate so-so. "We got a lucky break on a serious racist attack down in Brick Lane, 3 lads in custody and one of them singing like a diva. That's about the best of it. Blake hasn't come back from Spain, but we've had a look through his finances and there's nothing to indicate any blackmail proceeds. The only large payment in his account is the money he made from selling his story to the papers. He took a chunk of that out in cash, which is presumably what he's spending in Spain." "Scumbag tabloids make you sick," Kit commented. Fiona sighed. "He's technically an innocent man. There's nothing to stop them paying him." "He's not innocent if he watched Susan Blanchard get killed and said nothing," Kit protested. "We don't know that, though. It's only my theory," she reminded him. Seeing she'd pushed her plate away, Steve took out a cigar and lit up. "I did take my own advice about a second trawl through the eyewitnesses, however." "Any joy?" Fiona asked. "Well, it's early days yet, but there might be something. I read through the original statements again, and I noticed that one person mentioned seeing a cyclist coming from that general direction. She was walking her dog, and she remembered this cyclist because he was going much faster than people on bikes generally do on the heath. We didn't follow it up at the time because Blake emerged as such a strong suspect so soon." Fiona frowned. "You know, I remember making a note of that when I was on the case officially. I think I might even have mentioned it in my preliminary report," she said thoughtfully. "So, have you interviewed her again?" Kit asked. "I went to see her personally," Steve admitted. He held his hands up as if to stem a protest from Fiona. "I know, it's pathetic. A detective of my rank going out and taking witness statements, and I know I should be able to delegate. But if we screw up again, and I'm left carrying the can, at least this time it'll be my can." "What did she have to say?" Fiona asked. She didn't have a lot to add. Her walk had already taken her past the shrubbery where the murder took place, and she's still racked with guilt because she was wearing a Walkman. She's convinced that if she hadn't been listening to the Mozart Requiem, she'd have heard something and been able to raise the alarm. Anyway, about 10 minutes later, a bike came up behind her and raced past. She took notice partly because cycling isn't really permitted on that part of the heath at that time of the day, although some people ignore the rules. But mostly, she remembered him because of his speed. He was going like the clappers, she said. Fiona sighed. Not much chance of a decent description, then? Steve shook his head. I'm afraid not. She only saw him from behind, and she doesn't know anything about bikes, so we don't know whether it was a racing bike or a mountain bike. She remembers he was wearing a helmet and proper lycra cycling gear, black trousers, she thinks, and a dark top, maybe purple or dark blue or even maroon. Like that narrows it down, Kit said. However, Steve held up one finger and smiled. She has agreed to be hypnotized to see if there's anything else lurking in her subconscious about this cyclist. And when we re-interviewed the other witnesses who came forward and asked specifically if they'd seen anyone cycling that morning, we got one other hit. A nanny was sitting on a bench at the bottom of the hill when he went past her. She said he was going so fast she thought he wouldn't be able to make it round the bend. But he cleared it and headed for the exit onto Heath Road. How come you didn't pick that up first time round? Kit asked, never reluctant to put Steve on the spot in spite of their friendship. Steve looked embarrassed. She's Filipino. Her English is pretty good, but it isn't her first language. When we spoke to her before, we didn't have an interpreter. The DC who did the preliminary interview decided she had nothing useful to tell us, so he didn't bother setting up a second interview with an interpreter. This time, we did it properly. And did you get some useful product? Fiona asked. Steve took a long pull from his bottle of beer and nodded. Sort of. She reckons he was wearing goggles and a helmet and a dark outfit. She thought it was a mountain bike. She reckoned it looked like the one her employer has. We've identified the make and model, though of course she might be wrong about that. That's pretty good recollection after all this time, Fiona said thoughtfully. How much prompting did it take? Almost none, Steve said, with a hint of bitterness. As soon as she was asked about a cyclist, she started nodding and got quite excited. She said she'd tried to tell the policeman who came before, but once he'd established she hadn't seen Blake, he'd lost interest. In our defence, I have to say we didn't get her on the first appeal for witnesses. It was about 10 days or so later that she came forward. Her employers had been away the week of the murder, and she was nervous about coming to the police without their permission. So, by the time she made herself known to us, Blake was already our prime suspect. Not much of a defence, Kit commented. And you have the nerve to get pissed off when I put the occasional dozy detective in my books. So, where'd you go from here? Steve fiddled with his cigar. I'm tempted to bring Blake in and ask him to make a witness statement. Kit snorted in derision. I can imagine the statement you get from Blake. I'd lay money that it would contain the words fuck and off. Steve threw a mock punch at Kit's shoulder. Don't mince your words, Kit. Tell us what you really think. Ignoring them, Fiona said slowly, You'd have to handle it very carefully. You've taken the public position that you're not actively seeking anyone else in connection with this. If you pull Blake in for questioning, it would be very easy for him to shout harassment, since by your own admission, the investigation is closed. If you defend yourself by saying the inquiry is still ongoing, then you alert the real killer to the fact that you're looking for him more actively than you ever were. But we'd have to balance that against what Blake might tell us, Steve argued. I think Kit's right. I don't think he'll tell you anything useful, she said, shaking her head. He's got too much to lose if he really did witness the murder. She counted off the points on her fingers. 1. He risks prosecution for obstruction of justice for not revealing what he has known all along. 2. He loses the edge he might have if he knows the killer's identity and wants to blackmail him. 3. He loses the power of his secret fantasy. And 4. He loses the public protestation of innocence that's already earned him a lot of money from the newspapers and will net him much more in compensation from the Home Office. So, if it was up to you, you'd leave him alone, Steve said baldly. Fiona raised her eyebrows. I didn't say that. I just said I wouldn't question him about the murder. Steve smiled. On the other hand, if the traffic division know that when he drives through King's Cross at 31 miles an hour, they should check he hasn't been drinking. Kit shook his head, pretending sorrow. That would be harassment, he observed. Only if we're clumsy about it, and I intend to keep tabs on him when he does come home. Fiona gave a nod of approval. It's an outside chance, but he still might lead you straight to a killer. Steve's face was grim. I've seen slimmer chances pay off. Believe me, if Francis Blake has anything to hide, I'm going to find out what it is. Chapter 25. Steve replaced the handset of the phone and made a note on his pad. He'd spoken to the Garda officer running the inquiry into Jane Elias's murder earlier in the day, and he'd hung on to wait and see if the man would get back to him. The guard had promised a response as soon as possible, but had pointed out that Elias's office alone contained hundreds of letters and thousands of sheets of paper. However, he'd already had a team working on it, and he'd eventually called to pass on the information that so far no letter resembling those received by Kit or Georgia or their colleagues had been found among Jane Elias's papers. It wasn't conclusive, of course. She could have thrown it straight in the bin or burned it on the open fire in her drawing room. But no letter had been found with the body, nor had the Garda had any written communication from a purported killer. There was nothing to indicate any connection between the letter writer and Jane Elias's murderer. Steve was glad he had good news for someone. He wished someone had the same for him. He yawned and stretched his arms out so wide his shoulders cracked. He was far from the only officer still at his desk in New Scotland Yard at 9 in the evening. Most of those remaining not actually on night shift, however, were well below the rank of detective superintendent. But then, he reminded himself with regret, unmixed with self-pity, most of them had families to go home to. He'd accepted long ago that he would probably never reach that happy position. The ferocity of his undeclared, because he knew it to be unreciprocated, love for Fiona Cameron had put him involuntarily out of the running in the crucial years of his 20s, when all his friends had been settling down first time around. He'd sublimated his unrequited passion in his work, and when one day he had realized that the strong bond of friendship that locked him to Fiona was, after all, enough, he had understood that he had arranged his life in such a way that he would never again have time, energy, or opportunity to form the sort of relationship that would satisfy him. But lately, he had begun to wonder. So many of those friends who had become established couples a dozen or more years ago were single again. Few of them seemed to remain that way for too long. Maybe at 38 it wasn't too late. Perhaps the time had come when he could plug into a network of single life again. Certainly, if Francis Blake persisted in his declared intent to sue the Home Office, it wasn't beyond the bounds of possibility that a high-profile scapegoat would have to be found. The debacle of the sting could still mean that he'd end up with lots more time on his hands. He knew, if his bosses decided he should be the one to shoulder the blame publicly, He risked at the very least being sidelined, shunted into areas where his public profile would be non-existent, the professional challenges minimal. Without a demanding job, he would have time to fill. Time not to kill, but to grow. On the other hand, he might yet find the key to unlock the mystery of Susan Blanchard's killer. And while the idea of life with a partner, life perhaps even with children, was a haunting dream, the satisfaction of a job well done was something he craved more actively, because he had experienced its intoxication so many times. He knew it could be a reality again, and he never grew tired of it. With a sigh, Steve closed the file on Francis Blake. He'd reread it a dozen times over the previous week, but he had no niggling sense of having missed something, no gut intuition that told him where the next lead might lie. He wished Fiona's advice hadn't chimed with his own instincts about how Blake would react. At least pushing a suntanned and contemptuous Francis Blake for a witness statement would give him something to attack. But he knew she was right. The only reason he wanted to talk to Blake was the desire to make a man he despised uncomfortable. Thinking of Fiona in the context of this case set anger burning slow inside him. If only they'd been able to continue working together, he wouldn't be in this mess now. The thought stirred a buried memory. Steve jumped to his feet and crossed to his filing cabinet. Right at the very beginning of the case, Fiona had drafted a bare-bones profile with some suggested avenues of inquiry. In the general chaos that had supervened, Steve had entirely forgotten about its existence until she had mentioned it in passing the previous evening when they'd been talking about the cyclist. His fingers flurried through the folders as he tried to remember where he'd put it. On the second pass, he found what he was looking for. FC Prelim was scrawled in black marker pen on the top right-hand corner of a pale manila file. Steve smiled and pulled it out. It was painfully slender, which was why he'd missed it the first time. He flicked it open and started to read Fiona's precise and familiar prose. As usual, she had not identified the case by name, not entirely trusting the security of her university computer. Case SP/35/FC. The victim and the crime scene were both categorizable as low risk. She was a respectable married woman, accompanied by her twin children, with no evidence of criminal involvement by anyone in her immediate circle. The crime scene is a public place, reasonably populated by passers-by, with little to divert their attention from what is going on in their immediate vicinity. The crime took place in broad daylight, yards from a well-used thoroughfare. Hampstead Heath is generally regarded as one of the safer park spaces by day in the capital, relatively well policed and lacking a reputation for either serious assaults or drug-related activities. This means, conversely, that the perpetrator took a high level of risk to carry out his crime. This indicates either a relatively high level of maturity and sophistication, or a reckless disregard for the consequences of his action. If, however, we examine the nature of the crime itself, it is clear that this was not an opportunistic attack born of spur-of-the-moment rashness. The weapon used in the crime, a long-bladed knife, must have been brought by the perpetrator to the scene. The attack took place in one of the few easily accessible, yet largely invisible areas of the Heath, indicating a degree of premeditation, and it is possible, given witness statement 1276/98/STP, that he came equipped with the means of his escape, viz., a bicycle. I would therefore incline to the view that we are looking for a man who has a high degree of confidence in his abilities. Such criminal maturity comes only with experience. While he may not have killed before, there is a high probability that he has previously committed serious sexual attacks. If he has a criminal record, the likelihood is that it will have begun with incidences of voyeurism and possibly flashing, escalating through minor sexual assault to rape. However, it is entirely possible that he has avoided establishing an arrest and conviction record. I would therefore recommend a thorough trawl of both solved and unsolved rapes and serious sexual assaults over the last 5 years in an attempt to establish crime linkage and develop a suspect. The key factors to look for are: 1. Offences that have occurred out of doors. Research indicates that rapists tend either to commit their offences indoors or in the open, seldom mixing the two. 2. Most rapists tend to offend against members of the same ethnic group, although this is not invariable. Since the victim here is white and blonde, the chances are high that his previous victims share similar characteristics. 3. He was not disconcerted by the presence of small children. It may even be that this provides an element of his satisfaction. Therefore, any incidents which include the element of child witnesses and which fit the above patterns are even more likely to be among his previous crimes. 4. Offences where the perpetrator has made his escape on a bicycle. If this has worked well for him in the past, he is more likely to have repeated it. 5. Offences where the offender has used or has threatened to use a knife. It is clear that he must have brought the knife to the heath with him, so it is likely that it forms part of his previous activities. With the results of such a trawl, it may be possible to establish escalation through crime linkage, and thus to develop a geographical profile that could lead to the identification of a valid suspect. As always, he thought, Fiona was succinct and to the point, and as she had generously failed to remind him the previous evening, she had picked up on the possible significance of the bicycle straight away. At the end of the formal report, she had attached a post-it note in her small, neat writing. I know, it read, that you have a couple of witnesses describing a running man near the scene of the crime. I don't think this is your killer. Whoever committed this murder was together enough to make his escape in a much less attention-grabbing way. If I had to stick my neck out, I'd say the mysterious cyclist, who hasn't, as far as I can see from the statements, come forward to admit being on the heath at the crucial time, is a far more likely suspect. Let's talk soon. F. Although the case of Susan Blanchard's murder was officially closed, Steve had managed to shame his boss into allowing him a small staff to continue the inquiry that none of them would publicly admit to until and unless it produced a culprit who could credibly replace Francis Blake in the eyes of the public as well as the Crown Prosecution Service. He had 1 detective sergeant and 2 detective constables assigned full-time under his command, as well as a pool of goodwill among most of the officers who had worked with him on the original inquiry. Mentally reviewing what the members of his team were doing, he decided to use DC Joanne Gibb for the records trawl. Joanne was a meticulous researcher, and she was also skilled in developing relationships with officers both in other divisions and outside the Met. He'd seen her soothe and cajole hostile case officers in other forces, making them forget their resentment at having the big boots of the Met trampling over their patches. Nobody would be more dogged in tracking down cases with similar MOs to those suggested by Fiona. Nobody would be better at extracting details from investigating officers. Steve carefully copied out the parameters Fiona had laid down and left a note for Joanne to start on the job first thing in the morning. He stretched luxuriously, both relieved and energized by having put something positive in train. Tonight he might actually sleep properly, instead of the ragged hours of tossing and turning that had been his recent lot. He unfolded his long, lean body from the chair and took his jacket off the hanger depending from the hook he'd superglued to the side of the filing cabinet immediately behind his desk. Functional, not aesthetic, like so much of his life, as Fiona had pointed out more than once from the earliest days of their friendship. Perhaps if he'd had Kit's style, things might have worked out otherwise, he mused, as he patted his pocket to check he had his keys. Pointless to speculate, he decided. To have had Kit's style, he would have had to be a different man, and a different man might not have reaped the rewards of a constant friendship with Fiona, as he had done. 2 strides away from the door, the phone on his desk rang. Steve dithered briefly, then turned back. "Steve Preston," he said. "Superintendent Preston. It's Sergeant Wilson on the duty desk here. We just had a fax from the Spanish police. Francis Blake's booked on a flight tomorrow morning from Alicante to Stansted. He's due to land at 11:45. I thought you'd want to know as soon as possible." "Thanks, Sergeant. Do we have the flight details?" "It's all on the fax. I'll get someone to bring it up." "Don't bother. I'll pick it up on my way out." Steve replaced the phone and allowed himself to smile. Now there would be 2 lines of inquiry running tomorrow. While Joanne searched for the tracks of a killer, Detective Sergeant John Robson and Detective Constable Neil McCartney would be on the tail of someone who might lead them to the same man. Definitely a turn for the better, Steve thought, his shoulders noticeably squarer as he headed for the door for the second time. Extract 3. This was the only place that mattered. This was the sacred place, the sacrificial grove where morality became concrete. Everything in it was chosen. Nothing was accidental except for the shape of the room, about which he could do nothing. There had been a window, but he had covered it with a sheet of plywood, then carefully plastered over it, so that the wall was entirely smooth. Only the door interrupted the perfect balance of the room. That, however, was acceptable. It rendered the room symmetrical, in the way that the human body was symmetrical about the axis of the spine. He had papered the walls with lining paper. The wallpaper he wanted had been discontinued years ago, but that was of no consequence. He'd made a stencil of the stylized leaf pattern that had run down it in stripes, had paint specially mixed to replicate the exact hues of green he remembered, and meticulously made a perfect copy. Then he'd covered it in a light coat of colourless yacht varnish, so that any splashes or smudges could be readily cleaned off without damage. That, he felt, was one improvement he could comfortably make. The floor had been easy. He'd bought the old parquet tiles from an architectural salvage yard, Maple, the man had told him, from the offices of an old woolen mill down Exeter way. It had taken a few evenings to lay them in the closest possible approximation to the remembered arrangement, but it had been a task more boring than truly challenging. The light fitting had come from a junk shop out on the Taunton Road. It had been the very first thing he'd bought, the item that had in fact given him the idea for this magical place. It could have been the original, so closely did its 3 frosted bowls match his memory. As he gazed at it in wonder in the dingy shop, it came to him that he could make the place live again, reassemble it just as it had been, and make of it a temple to the dark desires it had bred in him. The furniture was simple. A plain pine table, though the scars on this surface were different from the ones he recalled. 4 balloon-backed pine chairs, worn dark along the top, from the regular wear of hands pulling them out and pushing them in. A small card table, covered in faded green baize, where the tools of his vocation were arrayed, their shining steel glittering in the lamplight. He looked down at the table. surgical dissection knives, a butcher's cleaver, a small handsaw and an oil stone to make sure they were always laser-sharp. Beneath the table was a stack of polystyrene meat trays of various sizes, and an industrial-sized roll of cling film. The killing took place elsewhere, of course. It didn't matter where. That was irrelevant to the meaning of the ritual. The method was always the same. Strangulation by ligature was the technical term, he knew that. More reliable than hands, which could slip and slither on skin slick with the sweat of fear. The crucial reason for this choice of means was that it did least traumatic damage to the body. Stabbing and gunshot wounds created such havoc, destroying the perfection he craved. Then came the cleansing. Naked to match his sacrifice, he lowered the stripped body into the warm water and opened the veins to allow as much blood as possible to seep out, to prevent the ugly stains of lividity from spoiling the appearance of his oblation. Then he would drain the bath and refill it. The body would be carefully purified with unscented soap, the nails scrubbed, the effluents of sudden death washed away, the body purged of every defilement. Finally, he could set about his task. Once the process had begun, he could afford to waste no time. Rigor would start within 5 or 6 hours of death, making his job both more difficult and less precise. The body, laid out on the table, pale as a statue, was his votive offering to the strange gods of obsession that he had learned must be placated all those years ago. First, the head. He sliced through the sinews and complex structures of the throat and neck with a blade so fine that it left a trace no thicker than a pencil line when he removed the knife to exchange it for a cleaver to separate the skull from the first vertebra. He put the head to one side for later attention. Then he made a Y incision, like a pathologist. He peeled the epidermis back, carefully rolling the body so he could remove the skin from neck to toe, stripping it off like a wetsuit, till he had revealed a cadaver that resembled an anatomy illustration. The shucked skin went into a bucket at his feet. Then he plunged his hands into the still warm mass of the abdominal cavity, gently lifting the intestines and internal organs clear before slicing them free and placing them in a pile to one side. Next, he broke the diaphragm and carefully removed the heart and lungs, putting them symmetrically on the other side of the torso. He moved down to the wrists. He severed both neatly, the disarticulation causing him no problem. His career in the butchery trade had provided him with all the basic skills, which he'd refined to an art, he confidently believed. Never had the human body been so perfectly dissected, nor so reverently. The feet were next. The elbows and knees succeeded them, followed by the separation of the remaining upper limbs at hips and shoulders. Now he was working swiftly and surely, jointing the torso with the efficient movements of an expert at home in his specialism. Time flew by as his hands worked methodically, until all that remained was a mound of jointed meat, the head facing outwards at the top of the table. Now, his excitement was at a peak, his heart pounding and his mouth dry. With a soft moan, he took his penis in his blood-slicked hands and carefully slid it into the open mouth that sat like a totem in front of him. Holding the head by the hair, he thrust into the slack-jawed orifice, his body shuddering with his ecstasy. All passion spent, he stood with his fists on the table, leaning forward and breathing as heavily as a marathon runner at the finishing tape. The sacrament was over. Nothing remained but the disposal. For most killers, that would have presented insurmountable problems. If Dennis Nilsson had managed to develop a more practical way of getting rid of his victims, he would probably have been reducing the homeless statistics of London for years. But for a man who owned a wholesale butchery company, it was a simple matter. He possessed dozens of freezers filled with packs of meat. Even if anyone ever made it through the padlocks of the freezer that his staff knew was his own private cache, they would see nothing more suspicious than dozens of freezer packs. Human flesh, fortunately, looked much like any other kind once it was slaughtered. Chapter 26. Dusk on Hampstead Heath had never lost its magic for Fiona, especially at this time of year. By early October, after a hot summer, full daylight exposed the dust dulling the turning leaves, the faded tones of the grass, the parched grey of the earth. But as the sky purpled in a hazy sunset, the colours resumed their depth and richness, providing maximum contrast with the city spread out below her. Unlike the Heath, the London streets lost all definition in the gathering twilight. The dying sun dazzled off occasional windows in the taller office buildings, flashes of fire studding the amorphous grey mass like synapses sparking in a brain. It wasn't the wild and varied landscape of the Derbyshire hills, not by any stretch of her imagination, but it reminded her that such places not only existed, but were part of her mental map, there to be regained at need. It was a refreshment of sorts. In the week since she'd read the news of Jane Elias's death, Fiona had made her way to the Heath at least once a day. Now she settled on a bench at the top of Parliament Hill, content to do nothing more demanding than people-watching for a while. Some of the passers-by were familiar from her walks on the Heath, dog-walkers, joggers, a gaggle of skateboarding boys about to broach their teens, 2 elderly women from her own street who strode briskly past with a nod of acknowledgement, the bookshop assistant practising her race-walking, others she'd never seen before. Some were obvious locals, often deep in conversation with partners or children, feet automatic at every junction on the path. Some were obvious tourists, clutching maps and frowning over their struggles to identify landmarks in the dim vista below. Some refused to fit neatly into any category, their pace anywhere between an aimless stroll and an intent hike. Which category had Susan Blanchard's killer fallen into? Fiona wondered. Suddenly alert, she asked herself what had prompted that thought. It wasn't as if she hadn't visited the Heath regularly since the murder, although she had tended to avoid the path that passed the crime scene. But why had that thought popped into her head now? Fiona scanned the path in both directions, convinced she had registered someone or something that had subconsciously triggered thoughts of the murder. It couldn't have been the 30-something couple, the man with their baby strapped to his chest, nor the middle-aged man with his black Labrador, nor the 2 rollerblading teenage girls giggling over some anecdote. Puzzled, she looked around. He was hunkered down in a hollow, about 50 yards away, perhaps 20 feet from the path. At first glance, he looked like a jogger. Lightweight sweatpants and a t-shirt, training shoes. But he didn't appear to be breathing hard, as someone who had toiled up the slope would inevitably be. Nor was he staring out at the view. No, he was watching the 2 girls on the rollerblades as they swooped in circles round a wide junction of paths, their voices shrieking laughter and insults at each other. When the girls moved off, their bodies hidden from his line of sight by a clump of bushes, he stood up, gazing back along the path to see who else was coming. For a few minutes, no one seemed to capture his attention. Then, a pair of adolescents strolled into view, arms entwined, the girl with her head on the boy's chest. At once, the man's pose became more alert, his hands thrust into his pockets, and he dropped back into his crouch. Fiona watched the boy and girl out of sight, then got to her feet and took several paces in the direction of the man. She ostentatiously stared across at him and took out her mobile phone. As soon as he realized what she was doing, he straightened up and started running down the slope towards a path that wound through dense shrubbery. Fiona put her phone away. She'd had no intention of calling the police, but it was enough that he thought she might be going to. What could she have reported, after all? A man who appeared to have an interest in watching teenage girls. He had done nothing threatening, nothing particularly out of the ordinary, nothing that couldn't be explained in tones of outraged protest. Even his sudden departure could be easily justified. He'd paused in his run, and was sufficiently rested to continue. Innocuous though his behaviour could be made to sound, it had been enough to set Fiona's antennae jangling. It wasn't that she suspected the strange man of being anything more than a rather timid voyeur, but it reminded her that Susan Blanchard's killer must have scouted his killing zone thoroughly before he had struck. He would have walked the ground, not cycled it, taking in every detail of landscape, plotting his escape routes, selecting his victim. He might have been sophisticated enough to disguise his interests entirely, but Fiona doubted it. She wondered where he was this evening. The urge to kill again would be strong in him, she reckoned. Where would he be walking now? What reconnaissance would he be making? How would he choose his next location? Would he come back to the heath? Or would he try another nearby site? Highgate Cemetery? Alexandra Palace? Or did he know his city well enough to move further afield? Where were the borders of his mental map? She knew the limits imposed by his psychology. They were evident in his actions, but where did his geographical boundaries lie? Questions she couldn't answer crowded into her head, shattering the peace she had come to the heath to find after a trying day at work. Time to walk back home through streets of substantial houses, with their grubby stucco and grimy yellow London brickwork, turned gloomy by the dirty orange of sodium streetlights. Time to enjoy her own voyeuristic pleasure, by glancing in at the lit windows she would pass, savouring glimpses of people's lives, played out in brief snatches, caught in her peripheral vision. And, of course, the feeling of superiority she couldn't stifle when she noted some particularly tasteless interior. "You should get a life, you sad girl," she muttered, as she spotted a newly decorated living room that incorporated 3 clashing wallpaper patterns and made a mental note to share it with Kit later. As she pushed open the front door, the phone began to ring. Fiona hurried through to the kitchen and grabbed it on the 4th ring. "Hello?" she said. "Dr. Cameron." The voice had the tinny echo that mobile phones sometimes produce. "Is that Major Barracal?" Fiona asked uncertainly. "Si. I'm sorry to trouble you at home, but we have some developments here. I thought you would want to know." "No, that's fine. It's no trouble. Have you found Delgado?" As she spoke, Fiona shrugged out of her jacket and reached for the pad and pen kept by the phone. "Not exactly, but we have found where we think he has been hiding out." "That sounds like progress." "Si. And it is thanks to your idea." He was living in a mausoleum? A tomb? Fiona felt a quickening of gratified pride. "Not exactly, no. There is a big cemetery to the north of the city that fitted the suggestion you made, so we persuaded the local police to make a search of it. There were no signs that any of the tombs had been opened, so the officers decided we were truly crazy and Delgado was not to be found there. But one of my officers, he is what my wife calls a bulldog. and he went back there today. And he found something, Fiona urged. See, there is a small shed that used to be used by the workmen to store their tools. It has been empty for some years now, but my officer discovered that the boards nailed over the window had been loosened. He went inside, and he found what we think is Delgado's camp. There was food, water, a sleeping bag, and some clothes. We compared fingerprints we found with the ones on Delgado's possessions in the apartment, and the match was perfect. So, you know he's been there. See, I have men watching the cemetery now, but I fear he will not return. The fruit in the shed was starting to rot, and so I think he must have seen the local police searching, and now he will not go back there. What a disappointment for you, Fiona said. So near, yet so far. Close, but no cigar, huh? I think he will be dangerous on the run. No? Fiona thought for a brief moment. I don't think he'll panic. So far, his reactions have been quite controlled. He knows the city and the surrounding area well. He probably has a fallback position in mind. Berrocal grunted non-committally. What I am afraid of is that he will feel cornered, and he will decide to go out in a blaze of glory, something spectacular. He has nothing to lose now. He knows we know he is the killer. Maybe the best he can hope for is to make his point in one final dramatic way. You're thinking a spree killing, a massacre? Fiona asked. It's what I fear, Berrocal acknowledged. Fiona sighed. I can't think offhand of another case where a serial killer has moved on to a spree killing. But then, most serial killings are primarily sexual homicides, and I felt from the start that these murders stemmed from a different motive. I honestly don't know what to say, Major. I have to say your reading of the situation seems plausible to me. There was a long pause between them. Then Berrocal said, I will make sure the city is on full alert. It's not a big place. We should be able to find him. Whistling in the dark, Fiona thought. Everyone who deals with serial offenders ends up doing it. Sit down with someone who has an intimate knowledge of Toledan history, she advised. Ask them about sites in the city connected with violent death. If he's going to strike again, either with a single murder or a spree, that's what he'll focus on, and that's probably where you'll catch him. Thank you for your advice. You're welcome. I'm sure you must have worked it out for yourself, though. Let me know how you go on. Of course. Good night, Doctor. Good night, Major, and good luck. As Fiona replaced the phone with heavy heart, she heard the click of the front door opening. Kit? She called, surprised. The door closed, and her lover's familiar voice replied, Hi, babe. I'm home. He walked into the kitchen and enveloped her in the suffocating hug she had come to find comfort in. Fiona tilted her head back to kiss him, her hazel eyes bright with pleasure. I wasn't expecting you till late evening. I thought you were all going out for supper with Georgia after her event. Kit let her go and crossed to the fridge. That was the plan. Only no show without punch. What? Georgia decided she needed her beauty sleep more than a night of drunken revelry with reprobate crime writers. Fiona teased, taking down a couple of glasses for the wine Kit was opening. Who knows? She didn't show. You mean she cancelled? Fiona's incredulity was obvious. The notion of publicity-hungry Georgia Lester missing the chance of delivering a lecture at the British Film Institute was almost beyond belief. No. I mean, she didn't show. No message. No word to the BFI or to her publicist. No answer from her home phone or a mobile, according to said publicist. Kit drew the cork and poured the wine. So what happened? Nothing much. The audience hung around like lemons for about half an hour, then the guy who was supposed to be introducing her got up and said that Miss Lester was indisposed and they could obtain a refund from the box office. We all went for a quick drink, then I came home. So, a mystery then, Fiona said lightly. What's the theory, Sherlock? The drinking team ended up with two schools of thought. Kit settled into a chair and prepared for narrative. The charitable one goes like this. Georgia has a cottage down in Dorset where she goes, allegedly, to write, but in reality, I happen to know, to shag senseless the latest Italian waiter she's got a clause into. Well away from Anthony, the boring but doting husband, right? So, there she is, having a wicked way with Super Mario. She loses track of the time and ends up leaving at the last minute only to run out of petrol miles from anywhere, and the battery on her phone has died. That's the charitable version? Come on, Fiona. You know Georgia. Most people who only see the public face find it hard to say much about her that doesn't involve a certain degree of bitching. I can't wait for the uncharitable alternative, Fiona murmured. That goes like this. After Drew's murder, Georgia was bleating that she wanted Carnegie House to provide her with bodyguards. She took the line that she was a high-profile queen of crime who needed protection from the nutters out there, and that was the duty of her publisher. Of course, several of my colleagues thought it was just a way of getting Carnegie to pimp for her. Oh, cruel. But possibly true. Anyway, as you know, she was threatening that she wasn't going to tour with the new book if they didn't give her some protection with a bit more muscle than a publicist and a sales rep. And, of course, this lecture was technically the first event of the tour, so several of my colleagues reckon that Georgia decided to do a no-show to put the frighteners on her publishers. After all, it's not like the BFI is a bookshop. Not turning up there would hit the headlines without costing her too many sales, he added cynically. The intention being that tomorrow morning her publishers will be calling her with promises of a pair of thugs to escort her round the bookshops of Britain, Fiona asked, trying not to sound as bemused as she felt. Yep. She'll be ringing them up, doing the pitiful, "Poor little me. I was so terrified that when it came to it, all I wanted to do was run away and hide." Not to mention how heartbroken she is to have let down her legion of devoted fans. So, if Carnegie House really value their top-selling crime author, they will, of course, be laying on a bulletproof limo and a team of minders for her, which in turn will generate even more publicity, a point which everyone is sure never crossed Georgia's mind, Kit said, with affectionate sarcasm. That really is the most disgustingly cynical analysis I have heard in a very long time. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Kit gave a grim smile. A fiver hopes they're right. Because what they don't know is that Georgia's had a death threat, and that Georgia really did think she might be on a killer's hit list. You didn't tell them? What would have been the point? Someone would have blabbed. When I started asking around to see who else had had letters, I was careful not to mention Georgia by name. With her name in the frame, somebody would have sold the story to one of the newspaper diary columns, so everybody was being very entertaining at Georgia's expense this evening. And you, knowing what you know, what do you think? Kit ran his hands over his face and his scalp. There are far worse things that could have happened to Georgia. I just hope everybody's right, that she's at the wind-up. Because if she's not, then I think it's about time I started to get seriously scared. Chapter 27. What did I tell you? Kit demanded, brandishing the Guardian under Fiona's nose at breakfast 2 days later. If it says it in the loafer, it must be true. He pointed to the item in the literary gossip column and read, The word on the mean streets is that crime writer Georgia Lester has gone to ground in fear of her life. Bestseller Lester failed to turn up for a prestigious lecture at the British Film Institute on contemporary noir films of books and has not been heard from since. Lester has apparently fallen out with publishers Carnegie House over their failure to provide her with minders on her upcoming book tour to promote her latest psychological thriller, Terminal Identity. Her demand followed hot on the heels of the shocking murder of Edinburgh-based wunderkind, Drew Shand, last month, which police believe may be stalker-related, and the equally bizarre murder of American recluse Jane Elias near her Irish estate, a supposed gangland killing connected to her lover, an undercover drugs cop. Now open season has apparently been declared on crime writers. A friend claimed that Lester was outraged by what she saw as a lack of concern for her welfare and reportedly said she'd make Carnegie pay for it, whether in pain or in cash wasn't clear. That Lester, noted for her willingness to accommodate the media, has turned her back on a major platform to express her views, will surely have sent a strong message to her publishers that she isn't going to be fobbed off, however paranoid her demands. Well, that's what the world's saying, so maybe I should stop worrying. Fiona shook her head. I don't think so. Not until you hear it from Georgia herself. What's in the loafer was probably leaked by one of your drinking cronies from the other night. She was more worried than she was willing to acknowledge, however, so she searched for something more reassuring. All she could come up with was the line she'd been using ever since she'd seen Georgia's death threat. Whatever is going on, I don't think the person who wrote your letter is responsible. Of course it makes sense to be cautious, but I don't think you should be living in fear. Kit grumbled indistinctly through a mouthful of Weetabix. The silence that followed was broken only by the sounds of breakfast being consumed and the turning of pages as they both read their sections of the paper. Suddenly, Fiona rallied. This was far better reassurance than any platitude she could come out with. Now that is what I call much more interesting than the spreading of unsubstantiated rumour, Fiona said, folding the news section over and passing it to Kit. Suspect held in Elias murder. A man has been arrested in connection with the brutal murder of American thriller writer Jane Elias, the Garda Síochána in County Wicklow have confirmed. The suspect is John Patrick Regan, a 35-year-old house builder from Kildenny, a small town 15 miles from Ms. Elias's estate on the shores of Loch Killargan. Ms. Elias was found dead on a country road 10 days ago. She was last seen by security guards at her estate, leaving her private dock in a 21-foot yacht 12 hours earlier. Regan is believed to be a cousin and business associate of Thomas Donaghy, who is currently awaiting trial on charges of heroin smuggling. He was arrested during a major operation by the Garda last year, which was the result of an undercover sting operation and led to the confiscation of heroin with a street value of £1.2 million. Piers Finnegan, the Garda officer responsible for the operation, is believed to have been Jane Elias's lover, and there was speculation last night that her murder was intended to discourage Finnegan from giving evidence when the case against Donaghy and his co-accused comes to court next month. A Garda spokesman said, "We have a suspect in custody who is being questioned about the death of Jane Elias. At this moment, no charges have been laid." Jane Elias's death shocked the quiet Irish community, where the reclusive writer was highly respected. Continued, page 3. Kit scanned the newsprint quickly, then looked up at Fiona with a half smile. "I suppose that counts as good news," he said. "As good as it gets in a murder inquiry, I think." He shook his head, his mouth pursing in bitterness. "What a stupid, bloody reason to die, though. I mean, to be killed not for anything you are, or anything you've done, to be murdered because of the person you love." "It happens all the time when you think about it," Fiona said. "Women murdered by ex-husbands who can't accept they've chosen someone else to be with. People murdered because the person they sleep with is the wrong religion, or the wrong colour, or the wrong gender." No. No, that's different. There, you've got an element of choice. At some level, it's a conscious decision. You know what you're getting into. But you can't know when you get involved with someone in law enforcement that it's going to rebound on you like that. Fiona shook her head. It is the same thing. It's all very well you saying there's an element of choice in the examples I cited, but you know it's not entirely true. If we lived in Northern Ireland and I was a Protestant vicar and you were a high-ranking Republican, could you have walked away from loving me because it might cost either of us our lives? Kit glared at her across the table. Don't be bloody silly. Of course I couldn't have. Well then, I don't suppose Jane Elias was blind to the potential risks of loving Piers Finnegan. She was far too smart for that. And I'd guess that she accepted the risk because taking a chance on being with him was infinitely preferable to playing safe and doing without him. Just as it might have crossed your mind that living with a woman who has helped the police to put away serial offenders has its attendant risks, Fiona added, softening her voice to take the challenge out of her words. I won't pretend I haven't had my moments. Thing is, Fiona, I never once thought that your job might put me on the line. It's always been you I've been worried for. I suppose I was projecting what I feel onto Jane. I reckon she must have had her sleepless nights over Piers, but maybe, like me, she never thought she'd be the one catching the rebound. He spread his hands wide, smiling at her. Fiona reached across the table for his hand. He met her halfway. I love you, you know, she said. By heck, that's a bit soft for the breakfast table, he teased. Oh, please, don't come the hard man of British noir with me, Fiona protested. You're forgetting. I know the truth. You could ruin my reputation with a word, he said ruefully. So, make a fresh pot of tea, and my lips will remain sealed. She retrieved the paper and shook it out. There is one very good thing about this arrest. What's that? It means there's no connection between the murder of Jane Elias and the murder of Drew Shand. So we can all stop worrying about a serial killer stalking the world's best thriller writers, Fiona pointed out. The water rushed noisily into the kettle, drowning Kit's muttered reply. What? Fiona asked. Kit turned to face her. I said, always supposing the Irish cops have got it right. Fiona shook her head, laughing. What is it with you? You want to feel like your life's under threat? You getting into method writing? This time, there was no deprecating smile. No. I don't want to live my life looking over my shoulder, but you have to admit, it wouldn't be the first time the cops have arrested the wrong person. But there's no reason to suppose they have in this case. Kit shrugged. There's no reason to suppose they haven't. Fiona frowned. It's not like you to be the pessimist in this kitchen. I'd call it realism, not pessimism. Kit's tone indicated he wouldn't readily be persuaded otherwise. Fiona pushed back her chair. Fine, she said calmly. Leave it with me. Jane Elias, arrest. Latest breaking news. You can always rely on the cops for the obvious line of inquiry. And so John Patrick Regan is behind bars tonight, accused of a crime that has shocked the bestseller buyers of Middle America. Readers of this site will remember we broke exclusively the identity of Elias's long-term lover, Garda Síochána undercover cop Piers Finnegan. And since law enforcement officers scan this site as avidly as our most devoted fans, they decided they'd better make a trawl through Finnegan's recent cases. And bingo! They hit on Tommy Donaghy and his team of Major League drug runners. Donaghy and 3 of his lieutenants are currently awaiting trial on charges of heroin smuggling, thanks in no small part to Finnegan's talents at mounting an undercover sting. Although Donaghy is based north of Dublin, the Garda did a trawl of his known associates and came up with his cousin, John Regan, who now lives a mere 15 miles from Elias's estate in the Wicklow Hills, and by strange coincidence, Regan's building firm did some of the restoration work on the Georgian mansion where Elias lived. Regan is a small-time, jobbing builder, divorced with 2 kids, who lives in the sleepy Irish town of Kildenny. He also owns a motor launch, and on the afternoon Elias disappeared, he was out fishing, all on his ownsome. So, he's a man with means, motive, and opportunity, and not an alibi in sight. Looks good to the Garda, especially since they have no other leads to speak of. It's unfortunate for them that Regan has no criminal record. Word is that so far forensics have come up blank, but they're still looking. Expect charges before bedtime, or sooner, if Regan decides to confess, which, given the shoot-themselves-in-the-foot tendencies of the Irish, is probably pretty much a given. Let's just hope for John Regan's sake that Pierce Finnegan isn't in charge of the interrogation. Remember, you read it first on Murder Behind the Headlines. Fiona stood up and waited impatiently for the printer to finish. She grabbed the sheet of paper from the tray and ran down the 3 flights of stairs to Kit's office. She knew he'd abandoned the kitchen for the womb of his desk. Classic FM on the radio had given way to Gomez, cheerfully singing that there weren't enough hours in a day. She knew the feeling. Kit was staring gloomily at the screen, reading through the last pages he'd written. Fiona dropped the paper on the keyboard in front of him. He ran a hand over his smooth scalp as he read, massaging the soft skin into ridges and furrows. "Sounds a bit flip to me," he said dubiously. "That's just the tone they use. Believe me, if there were good reasons for thinking this arrest isn't kosher, they'd be shouting it from the rooftops, not dropping vague hints. I've told you. They pride themselves on getting the stuff that nobody else knows or is willing to publish. And like most of us, they like to cover their backs just in case they got it wrong. Trust me, I'm a doctor." Fiona leaned over and kissed the tender skin where earlobe joined jawline. Kit swiveled in his chair and pulled her into his arms. Now there was nothing half-hearted about his smile. "Thank you," he said. "You've put my mind at rest." "Good. Does that mean we get to go out and play like normal people do on a Saturday?" "You want to be normal? What's brought that on?" "I thought we could maybe give it a whirl, see what we've been missing all these years." "All right. Just this once. But only if we get to come home and be seriously abnormal later." "I'll hold you to that." He grinned. "I can hardly wait." Extract from Decoding of Exhibit P13/45, 99. GZNQX UQHMN XQ Stop FTQKH. Unbelievable. They've arrested somebody for Jane Elias's murder. According to what I read, Elias was sleeping with an Irish cop who went undercover to put away some serious drug dealers last year. And they reckon this was a revenge killing. Well, they're right about that at least. They're mad, those paddies. Gangland executioners don't go to such elaborate lengths to take somebody out. But I suppose the upside is that it means my targets won't be on their guard. I was beginning to worry that I might not be able to con Kit Martin if he was on the lookout for somebody after him. Mind you, I'd expected Georgia Lester to be a bit more cautious. I'd interfered with her fuel line so her car would break down, and I was right behind, all ready to be the knight of the road. She was standing by the side of her Jag, looking helpless when I pulled up behind her. I offered to have a look at it, but she said she was going to call the AA. I whacked her when she bent down to get her mobile. Then I dragged her into the back seat. It took me about 5 minutes to get her back to her cottage. It's got an outhouse down the bottom of the garden, which I've settled on. I left her tied up and gagged there while I dumped the jag. By the time I got back, it was well dark. All the better, really. It's the only one I've done that's given me nightmares. I dream I'm suffocating under a mountain of meat, and I can't get free. And then I see her eyes. She'd come round by the time I got back. Her eyes were popping out of her head, like a horse when it gets frightened. I could see the whites all round the irises. It nearly freaked me out. I had to hit her again, which I didn't want to do, but I couldn't face strangling her while she was still conscious. I really don't like the killing. I like the way I feel afterwards, that sense of power that floods through me when I think how well I'm getting my own back. I wish there was an easier way of doing it, but I've got to stick to the plan. I wonder how long it will take them to work it out this time. Chapter 28. Joanne Gibb remembered a doctor friend once talking about the abbreviations the medical profession scribble on notes. Not the ones about blood pressure and pulse rate. The ones like FLK, for funny-looking kid. What came to mind that Monday morning was NFRH, normal for round here. Working serious cases in CID produced similar effects in every dedicated officer. Pale skin, hair that was lank within an hour of showering, black smudges under the eyes, frown lines across the forehead and around the mouth, shoulders held unnaturally stiff. Yep, definitely NFRH. She scowled at herself in the mirror of the women's toilet. It was cosmetic surgery she needed, not cosmetics. Given how she'd aged externally in 3 years working for Steve Preston, she shuddered to think about the condition of her internal organs. She poked her tongue out at her reflection, noting it already had its coating of yellowish fur only an hour after the alarm clock had ended the 4 hours unconsciousness she'd managed the previous night. Too much coffee and too little sleep was giving her ulcers. She was convinced of it. The cigarettes were wrecking what remained of her aerobic fitness, and she didn't even want to think about what the drink was doing to her liver. Now her boyfriend was muttering about settling down and starting a family. Judging by the state of the rest of her, all she could expect from her reproductive system was a 3-headed monkey. Men, Joanne decided, had it easy. They mostly managed somehow to look attractively wrecked or admirably haunted like Steve Preston, making women want to take them home and mother them. Women, on the other hand, ended up labelled dog rough, deserted by their men for next year's model. Well, it had been her choice joining the Met. She could have got a job in a bank or in retail management and hung on to what look she had for a bit longer. And been bored shitless, she reminded herself, as she dragged a brush through her jaw-length brown bob. Maybe if she had her hair cut, something a bit more lively instead of the heavy curtain that hung lifeless round a face she'd once thought of as heart-shaped. Joanne closed her eyes and sighed. Enough of this self-pitying vanity. She should remember what was important and take her pride in that, not in what she looked like in the mirror. She stuffed her makeup back in its pouch and then into her bag. Picking up the bundle of folders that represented her weekend's work, she managed to find a spare finger to pull the door open and headed down the corridor to brief the boss. She found Steve Preston behind his desk with his usual mug of Earl Grey tea, the smoke from the first slim cigar of the day pooling under the low ceiling. "Morning, Joanne," he said. He looked to her familiar scrutiny, like he'd had about the same amount of sleep as her. "Boss," she acknowledged, dumping her files on the edge of his desk and subsiding into the chair opposite him. "You didn't log off till 2:30 this morning," he observed. Joanne excavated her cigarettes from her bag and lit up. "I was chasing." "Catch anything?" Joanne waved her hand at the files, trailing a thin ribbon of smoke. "I concentrated on the Met, the city boys, and the home counties. I can do a wider trawl if you think it's worth it. You know, it would make this sort of job so much easier if we had some sort of central reporting system for serious offences," she said, with the tired bitterness of those who have to work against inadequate systems. "It'll come," Steve said. "Too late for our sanity, probably, but it'll come. The Brams Hill boys are playing around with the Canadian system, VICLAS. It's supposed to be more sophisticated than anything the FBI have got, but it's anybody's guess when they actually start using it to benefit field operations, especially the ones as far down the pecking order as this has become. So, till then we're stuck with phone calls and faxes and calling in favours." "How did you do?" "Depressingly well. I can't say it's been fun to be reminded of just how many rapes and serious sexual assaults get reported in any given year, but I think I've dug up some interesting stuff. I've done a digest for you. That's what I was doing at 2:30 this morning." Joanne opened the top file and took out 2 sheets of paper. "There you go." Steve glanced at the carefully collated information. "Nice job, Joanne. Want to take me through it?" Joanne grabbed her own copy of the digest and pulled the top file onto her lap. She took a pair of reading glasses out of the breast pocket of her shirt and perched them on her nose. "How I did it. I asked for cases that matched all 5 criteria that you asked about," she began, relishing, as she always did, the process of report and discussion that frequently stimulated new ideas. "Then I asked them to include any other cases that matched 3 or more of the criteria. What I was looking for was cases where the assault took place out of doors, where a knife was involved, where the victim was a young, blonde female, where there were child witnesses to some or all of the assault, and where the perpetrator may have made his escape by bike. To be honest, I didn't expect many hits. But we've got 4 rapes and 2 serious sexual assaults that incorporate all 5 points. All 6 took place north of the river. The first was reported 2.5 years ago in Stoke Newington. A woman, sunbathing in her garden with her baby asleep in its pushchair, was assaulted by a man wearing cycling gear who climbed over a garden fence. Her screams alerted a neighbour, and her assailant got away. The second was in Camden about 10 weeks later. A woman was walking along the canal towpath with her 3-year-old son when a man jumped out from behind a wall and held a knife to her throat. He told her he was going to rape her, but they were disturbed by a group of students who came along the towpath. He jumped back over the wall and pedalled off on a bike before anyone could stop him. The third one was on the top floor of a multi-storey car park in Brent, 15 weeks later. This time, he raped a woman shopper. She had installed her kid in the car seat, and he came up from behind, pushing her down on the seat and raping her at knife point. According to the investigating officer, she thought he was wearing a cycle helmet. Nearly 6 months go by before the next reported rape. This time, he moved further west to Kensal Rise. The victim was taking her new baby for a walk in the cemetery. Here, Joanne's professional mask slipped, and she glanced up at Steve. "It's not as weird as it sounds," she said defensively. "These old Victorian cemeteries can be quite attractive, you know, especially where there's not much green space around." Steve shook his head. I never said a word, Joanne. My mate Kit reckons Highgate Cemetery is the best source of inspiration he knows. Of course, he's not a copper. Anyway, she was walking the baby in the cemetery when she was jumped by a bloke in lycra shorts and a top, with a cycle helmet and goggles, and what looked to her like one of those expensive kitchen knives that are made from one solid piece of metal. She fought back pretty hard and got 17 stitches in her arm for her pains. She saw him take off afterwards on a mountain bike. It's the best description we've got. I see one male, between 5'10" and 6 feet, slim build, dark hair, pale complexion. Steve read wearily. Well, that makes half the male members of the Metropolitan Police suspects. Not half of them, boss. I reckon there's not more than 10% could make anything like a decent getaway on a bike. Steve grimaced at his cigar. You're probably right. What's interesting is that the description doesn't fit Francis Blake. He's too short, and I don't think anyone would describe him as slim. He's far too broad in the shoulder. Okay. Let's hear the rest of it. Number 5 was a school cleaner in Crouch End. She was last out of the building one Friday night 18 months ago. He was waiting for her. As she locked up, he came up behind her and held a knife to her throat. He dragged her into some bushes at the edge of the path and raped her. She had no kids with her, but I've included this one because it took place in a primary school playground, and he was definitely on a bike. What do you think? It's worth keeping in the cluster for now. And the last one? Now, this one's really interesting. It was only 5 weeks before Susan Blanchard's murder, and it was a bit further afield, actually in Hatfield. But it was in a park. A nanny was out with the little boy she looks after, walking in the woodland garden area. She was knocked to the ground, reckons she was actually unconscious for a few minutes. When she came round, she'd been dragged into the bushes, and he was raping her. He had a knife at her throat, and told her he'd stick her like a pig if she made a sound. Fuck. Steve swore softly. Why didn't we pick up on that when Susan Blanchard was killed? Joanne's mouth tightened in a prim line. Principally because Hertfordshire didn't tell us about it. Why the hell not? It's not as if we kept the Blanchard murder a secret. It was all over the media. Didn't it occur to them that it might be the same bloke? Apparently not. The reason being that they reckoned one of their own for it. They had an accused rapist out on bail, and they thought this was him, taking one last bite of the cherry before he went down, as the investigating officer charmingly put it to me, Joanne added tartly. By the time Susan was killed, Chummy was inside doing a 7-year stretch for 3 rapes, so they didn't bother telling us, because it couldn't have been him, could it? Sarcasm saturated her voice. Great. Steve crushed out the stub of his cigar and sighed. Did their rapist admit to the nanny as well, then? Apparently so. But all his other rapes were late-night backstreet jobs, and none of his other victims were blondes. Hertfordshire believed him, but I don't. No, me neither. But I suppose at the time they had no good reason not to, and it cleared the books for them. They're not the only ones who snatch at the easy option. Joanne glowered. With respect, sir, Blake wasn't the easy option. He was a plausible suspect. That's history, Joe. I'm more interested in the future than the past. Steve got up and paced restlessly behind the desk. And these 6 cases are all still unsolved? Apart from the Hertfordshire one, yes. He doesn't leave much in the way of evidence. He used a condom. and cycling gear doesn't leave a lot of fibre evidence. What we do have is a few pubic hairs from the Kensal Rise rape, which has given us a DNA profile. But so far, there's no match with any of the DNA samples on record. Joanne closed her file and replaced it with the others. There are no viable suspects in any of the outstanding cases. I don't know where we start to look, boss. Me neither. But I know a woman who might. Steve came to a halt opposite the window and stared unseeingly at the depressing view beyond. Dr. Cameron? Joanne asked. Steve nodded. I thought she'd refused to work with the Met again. She did. And she meant it. He turned back to face her, an ironic smile on his face. Hand me down my grovelling shoes. You'll be wanting a flak jacket as well, Joanne said, remembering Fiona Cameron's icy stare. I don't doubt it, Jo. I don't doubt it for 1 minute. Chapter 29. A handful of miles away, Kit Martin was sitting in a greasy spoon, waiting for an HGV driver who should have crossed from Belgium overnight. According to a mutual friend, the trucker could fill Kit in on some of the scams that smugglers were pulling on the cross-channel routes. The man claimed he was no smuggler himself, but he knew all the wrinkles, and for a surprisingly small price, he was prepared to give Kit as much background as he could. He hadn't mentioned the meeting to Fiona. He knew his source was vouched for, but Fiona might place the trucker in the category of the strangers Kit wasn't supposed to be meeting alone. But he needed the information this contact could provide, and besides, he felt at no risk here. Probably the most dangerous thing in the cafe was the heart attack on a plate, disguised as the king-size all-day breakfast. And now he'd heard from Steve that the Garda had found no evidence of death threats at Jane Elias's home. He was even less inclined to live like a recluse, afraid of his own shadow. Kit looked at his watch. The man was 10 minutes late, but that was no big deal. He'd warned Kit he couldn't be sure when he'd get to their rendezvous. It would depend on the eternally unpredictable traffic on the M25. Kit stirred his mug of tea, rearranging the film on the orangey-brown surface. The two men at the table next to him scattered a handful of coins on the table to pay for their breakfasts and walked out, leaving behind a copy of the Daily Mail. Kit reached across and snagged the paper. He ignored the political splash on the front page and flicked forward. The story that caught his eye was the lead on page 5. Missing thriller writer's car, found at beauty spot. A car belonging to missing crime writer Georgia Lester has been found abandoned in woods near a popular tourist destination several miles from the best-selling author's country cottage. Dorset police revealed that the car was spotted by walkers yesterday near Berman's Pond, a local beauty spot near Dorchester. The car, which was unlocked, contained an overnight bag and a distinctive Moschino jacket, both belonging to Miss Lester. A police spokesman said, "There is no sign of a struggle or any indication that Miss Lester met with an accident. If she is safe and well, we would urge her to get in touch with her nearest police station as soon as possible. If anyone saw Miss Lester or her car prior to Sunday evening, we would also ask them to contact Dorset Police." He refused to say whether police were regarding Miss Lester's disappearance as suspicious. Fears had been growing for her safety since she failed to turn up for a lecture she was due to deliver at the British Film Institute on Wednesday evening. Her husband, Anthony Fitzgerald, said last night, "I am very worried about Georgia. I spoke to her on Tuesday evening, and she told me she was looking forward to the BFI event. The first I knew that she had missed her lecture was when I returned home on Wednesday evening to find several urgent messages from the organisers on our answering machine. I've been trying to contact her ever since without success. I did report her missing to the police on Friday morning, but they didn't seem to be taking it very seriously. But I know my wife, and I know she would never let her fans down willingly. Something has happened to her, but I have no idea what. There has been speculation that Miss Lester has deliberately gone missing. Colleagues have suggested that she was angry with her publishers, Carnegie House, for refusing to supply her with bodyguards for an upcoming book tour. Miss Lester claimed that following the murder of fellow thriller writer Drew Shand, she was in fear of her life. A friend said last night, "We all thought Georgia was overreacting, but she was adamant that her publisher was recklessly putting her at risk." When she didn't show up at the BFI, some people reckoned she was trying to punish them. But now, we're beginning to wonder if she was right after all. The Lady Vanishes, page 11. "Oh, shit," Kit muttered under his breath, hastily turning the pages. What struck him most forcibly was Anthony's reaction. To have reported Georgia missing to the police suggested this was no stunt on Georgia's part, and Kit couldn't quite believe that Georgia would have kept Anthony in the dark, leaving him to worry and fret needlessly. Causing deliberate pain to those she cared about just wasn't part of Georgia's makeup. Almost the whole of page 11 was taken up with a feature article, illustrated with a large photograph of the instantly recognizable Agatha Christie. Inset into it was a smaller shot of Georgia, looking haughtily glamorous as ever, her artfully blonde hair swept up in a convoluted arrangement on top of her head. The Lady Vanishes. The mystery surrounding the whereabouts of contemporary Queen of Crime, Georgia Lester, has strange echoes of another famous disappearing act. The most distinguished crime writer of them all, Dame Agatha Christie, went missing for 11 days in 1926 before being discovered in a hotel in Harrogate, where she had registered under the assumed name of her husband's mistress. Agatha's disappearance followed a row with her philandering husband, Colonel Archibald Christie. He had packed his bags and gone to spend the weekend with his mistress, Nancy Neal. That evening, leaving their daughter Rosalind asleep in bed, Agatha drove off from her Sunningdale mansion in her grey Morris Cowley. She left a letter for her secretary, saying her engagements should be cancelled and that she was off to Yorkshire. But she also posted a letter to the Deputy Chief Constable of Surrey, claiming she feared for her life and asking for his help. Her car was found abandoned next morning. Like Georgia Lester's Jaguar, Agatha's Morris was found near a local beauty spot, Silent Pool. Inside the car was Agatha's fur coat and a small suitcase containing 3 dresses, 2 pairs of shoes, and her expired driving license. The newspapers of the time fell upon the story, speculating on whether the missing mystery writer had been murdered or committed suicide. This newspaper even offered a £100 reward for information leading to her discovery. Suspicion naturally fell on her unfaithful husband while the manhunt continued. Silent Pool was dredged. Light aircraft flew low over the area, looking for traces, and a pack of Airedales and bloodhounds were tracked over the ground, all to no avail. The police of 4 counties coordinated a mass search of the Downs, in which 15,000 volunteers took part. criminologist Edgar Lustgarten wrote a piece for the Daily Mail, commenting that Agatha was indulging in a typical case of mental reprisal. Sales of her books boomed naturally. Meanwhile, at the Hydropathic Hotel in Harrogate, now the Old Swan, a woman registered as Mrs. Neal was enjoying all the facilities the hotel had to offer for 7 guineas a week. She was chatting to guests, claiming to be from South Africa, taking meals in the restaurant and enjoying the ballroom dancing. But a sharp-eyed banjo player in the hotel band recognized her from the press photographs. Police were called in and watched her for 2 days before her husband arrived and confirmed that the mysterious Mrs. Neal was in fact his wife. The press accused her of publicity-seeking, although 2 doctors testified that she was suffering from a genuine case of amnesia brought on by stress. Agatha Christie carried the truth behind her vanishing act to her grave. We will never know if she really lost her memory or if she was taking public vengeance against her husband. And today, similar questions must arise from Georgia Lester's disappearance. With her new book due out, is she simply seeking publicity? Is she taking her revenge against her publisher for not taking her fears of a stalker seriously? Or has something more sinister happened to Britain's contemporary Queen of Crime? Her legions of fans anxiously await the answer. They weren't the only ones, Kit thought. He wouldn't mind some answers himself. What's more, if Georgia had indeed staged her disappearance, he felt he deserved them. They were supposed to be mates, him and Georgia. She had been one of the first crime writers he'd ever met, once he was himself a published author. He vividly remembered the first event they'd done together, at a literary festival in the Midlands. His first novel had just come out in paperback, and it was only the 3rd public appearance he'd ever made as an author. He was overawed to find himself on the same platform as Georgia, already a bestseller, and another writer whose books had leapt to prominence on the back of a particularly classy TV adaptation. In the green room, before the event, the TV tie-in author had gleefully spotted Kit's nerves and was indulging himself in a pernicious mixture of patronizing put-downs and the sort of event disaster anecdote calculated to trigger a fit of panic in any but the most sanguine. Georgia had swept in on the tail end of one of these, all white silk and Chanel No. 5. She'd taken one look at Kit's anxious face, then shot a shrewd glance at the other author. "You really are a bastard, Godfrey, upsetting this poor sweet boy," she'd said, then settled like a stylish swan on the arm of Kit's chair. She put a manicured hand on his arm. "I've been so looking forward to meeting you, Kit. I thought The Dissection Man was absolutely the best thriller I read last year. I just know you are going to be a megastar." He'd mumbled something awkward and complimentary in response. "And you absolutely mustn't be nervous, darling. Just remember, those people are out there because they love what we all do. They want so very much to like you, as much as they like your books. You'd have to be an utter monster for them not to take you to their bosoms, and you're clearly not that, my dear." It had been what he needed to hear. Thanks to Georgia, he relaxed into the event, and to his astonishment actually began to enjoy himself. He watched and listened as she and Godfrey worked the room, and by the end of the evening he'd come to realize that he too could perform. All he'd lacked was the technique that provided the confidence to allow him to sail through. Afterwards, he'd gone for supper with Georgia and her publicist. It had been the start of what had developed into a surprisingly close relationship. Surprising, because although one strand of George's work incorporated some of the grisliness of his own serial killer thrillers, they could not have been more different in temperament, outlook, and lifestyle, but their mutual respect and affection had always carried them over their differences in everything from politics to social background. The amused tolerance he sometimes felt for her more scandalous pronouncements had never even dented their friendship. His only regret was that Fiona never seemed to see beyond Georgia's public face to the warmth behind it. Somehow, Georgia always seemed to get under Fiona's skin, though he could never quite grasp the source of the friction. What seemed like an innocuous remark to him could provoke a sudden flash of irritation in Fiona's eyes, leaving him baffled. In the end, he put it down to bad chemistry and tried to keep them apart wherever possible. Kit wished he could work out what was going on with Georgia. While she was perfectly capable of something as outrageous as staging a disappearance to embarrass her publishers, he really didn't believe she would let Anthony suffer too. In spite of Georgia's frequent indiscretions and infidelities, she relied on Anthony's dogged devotion for the stability she needed. Over the years, he had cultivated an air of studied nonchalance about her predilection for young Latin lovers, but there was no doubt in Kit's mind that however bizarre a marriage it might seem to outside eyes, theirs was a union that was built for survival. He re-examined the notion he'd earlier dismissed out of hand. It was of course possible that Anthony was in on it. Hard though it was to imagine Anthony, that profoundly respectable man, leading press and police up the garden path, if anyone could cajole him into it, it would be Georgia. And if the police weren't taking her disappearance seriously, the chances of that being the case were probably stronger. It was a hope Kit clung to, not wanting to contemplate the more disturbing possibility that lurked constantly at the edge of his consciousness. If something terrible had happened, he wanted to postpone that certainty for as long as possible. He couldn't allow himself to begin to imagine that Georgia might never come back. Kit forced himself away from such thoughts, superstitiously believing he could influence her return by visualizing it. He allowed himself a wry smile. He could just imagine the press conference when Georgia resurfaced. Would she play the amnesia card? Somehow, he doubted it. No, she'd infinitely prefer the melodramatic. She'd gone into hiding in fear of her life after what had happened to poor, dear Drew. But she had decided to re-emerge into the world because she couldn't bear the thought that uncertainty about her fate was causing pain to her friends, her fans, and most of all, to her dearly beloved husband, Anthony. Yes, he thought, that would be the way she'd run it. There would be howls of outrage from some quarters at such blatant manipulation of the media and wasting of police time, in that order of priority, Kit decided, with a cynic's certainty. But her fans would go for it, their imaginations hypercharged with the fuel he and Georgia and the rest of them provided. And that was the crucial thing. But his determined whistling in the dark wasn't entirely successful. The other, less entertaining possibilities still pressed close. He could immediately discount suicide. Nobody who loved herself as much as Georgia did could ever plunge so far into despair so fast. Someone would have noticed and rallied the troops round her. As for the other, more terrifying option, that was a route he wasn't prepared to travel without a guide. And since the best possible guide would be coming home to him that evening, he decided that he wouldn't even allow himself to consider that scenario till then. As he reached that decision, the need for it was taken out of his hands. A short, thick-set man, with tattooed hands, dropped into the chair opposite him. "You'll be Kit Martin, then," he said, in a strong Geordie accent. Kit extended a hand across the table. Salvation took many strange forms, but he was always willing to recognize it when it arrived. Chapter 30. Fiona glared angrily across the table, the hazel of her eyes darkening. "That," she said, with plosive precision, "is taking the piss." Steve shook his head. "You know me better than that, Fee." "I thought I did." She turned away and stared unseeingly at the wall. When she spoke, her voice was calm and measured, a distillation of her fury channeled through her control. "I thought you understood the depth of my commitment to what I do. It wasn't my pride that was wounded when you threw me out and brought in Andrew Horsforth, you know. It was my belief that people like you had begun to take seriously the value of what me and a handful of my colleagues are doing." "You know I do." There was no apology in his voice. Fiona faced him. "Your bosses still see psychologists as nothing more than a tool they can use in whatever way suits them. And that's not good enough. You think I don't know that? You think I don't want to change that?" he demanded, his own eyes dark with frustration. "Fee, help me out here. Help me change their minds. All I'm asking is that you run these cases through your crime linkage program and see what the geographic profile comes up with. I thought you wanted Susan Blanchard's killer caught. If you won't do it for the sake of our friendship, then do it for her and her kids." "Oh, that's well below the belt, Steve. Look, I've already suspended my better judgment and given in to moral blackmail over this. I reviewed Horsforth's material, even though, God knows, some of it made me feel sick to my stomach. I made some suggestions about how you might continue the investigation. I offered that much out of friendship. But now I feel like you're taking advantage of that friendship. You're fresh out of favours." Her chin came up in a challenge. Steve held her gaze. He knew there was justice in her words, but his determination to get a result in this case was stronger than his shame. "I need this doing, Fee," he said, laying it out for her as straightforwardly as he could. "I've got no resources to fall back on with this case. My bosses don't want to know, unless I can come up with some sort of blinding revelation. They just want the whole thing to go away. So do I. But I want it to go away because we've nailed the right person. And right now, I'm dead-ended. I've got officers who desperately want to work this case to a standstill, but I need some sort of lead to put them on. My best chance of that is what you can give me." He clamped his mouth shut and locked stares with her, his lean face taut as sculpture. They glowered at each other, the friendship of half a lifetime on the line. "I won't do it," Fiona said. Steve's lips compressed in a thin line. He felt the high hopes he'd arrived with sliding out of reach, but he wouldn't let go, not yet. He refused to release her eyes, willing himself to be the last one standing. "I really won't do it, Steve," Fiona repeated. He recognized it for a tiny crack of weakness and leaned forward. "I need this." She nodded wearily. "I know you do." "So, here's the deal. I have a PhD student who's working on crime linkage and geographical profiling. What's going to happen is that the Met is going to pay my student to analyze the material on a consultancy basis. I don't know if I can find leeway in the budget for that. You better had, Steve. At least this way somebody gets some benefit from this. But you'll supervise." Fiona shook her head. "Terry Fowler is perfectly capable of a straightforward analysis like this. I don't insult my students by looking over their shoulders. I'm out of it, Steve. I keep telling you this, and you're not hearing me. He ran a hand through his hair in a gesture of frustration. I suppose I'll have to make do with second best then. I'm not fobbing you off. Terry will do a good job for you. Steve, you've got to stop punishing yourself over this case. I know you care about what you do, but you can't let it put our friendship at risk. Fiona reached across the table and took his hand. I suppose it's too late to tell you to get a life. Steve managed a half smile. Well past too late. It's what saved me, she said simply. Steve's eyes clouded over. He did, didn't he? He wanted to say that he'd wished they could have been each other's saviours, but he never would now. Either she already knew and had made her own accommodation with his feelings, or else the fresh knowledge would swirl through their lives as a disruptive current, threatening the balance that had evolved between them. Whatever, it would be pointless. As if on cue, the front door opened. "Hi, Fiona. I'm home," echoed down the hall. They heard the thump of Kit's satchel hitting the floor as he tossed it into his office in passing. Then he was in the doorway, grinning at the sight of them, oblivious to the tension in the room. "Hey, Stevie, I wasn't expecting to see you tonight. I came to see just how overdrawn I was at the bank," Steve said wryly. Kit crossed to Fiona and gave her a hug. "Steve wants more work done on the Susan Blanchard case," she said. Kit looked over the top of her head at Steve, his eyebrows raised in mild interrogation. "She blew you out, then?" "In a manner of speaking," Steve said. "The Met are going to pay Terry Fowler to do the job," Fiona said firmly. "I hope," said Steve. He got to his feet. "I'll call you in the morning about the arrangements." "Don't go, Steve," Fiona urged. "Stay for dinner. We could have a Scrabble challenge match afterwards." It was an olive branch, he knew. The part of him that had hated to beg wanted to carry on walking, but he was uncertain what that would mean for the future of their relationship. His pride was a small sacrifice for the healing of the breach that had opened between them. Steve looked at Kit. "Depends what's for dinner," he said. Kit frowned. "Let me see." He opened the fridge and stared into it. "I've got chicken breasts, shallots, fresh tarragon, fennel. What about chicken and tarragon pilaf?" He looked round. Steve pretended to consider for a moment. "Pudding?" "You don't ask much, do you?" Kit complained. "There's some homemade chocolate ice cream in the freezer, a few strawberries, and half a jar of mango coulis in the fridge. That do you?" "Okay. You talked me into it." Kit shrugged off his jacket and tossed it over a chair, then set to work. "How was your day?" Fiona asked as she watched him chopping and dicing. "Very productive," Kit said. "I went to see a contact, but I better not go into details in front of the law," he added, grinning over his shoulder at Steve. "Tell you what, though, Georgia's kicking up a storm in the papers. You seen the tabloids today? The Mail did a big piece comparing her disappearance with Agatha Christie's Vanishing Act back in the 20s. "She's still not shown up, then?" Fiona asked. She turned to Steve. "Georgia Lester, the crime writer. Have you been following the story?" "I've seen it in the papers, yes. Didn't you say she had a letter like yours, Kit? What do you think? Has she gone underground out of pique or out of fear?" "The letter didn't really scare her until she found out I'd had one too. She was edgy about it, definitely. I know she was pitching her publisher to send her on the tour with a pair of minders, but I reckon that was just Georgia trying it on. She can be a bit of a grandstander," he added affectionately, reaching for a heavy cast-iron skillet hanging beside the cooker. "One thing's for sure," Fiona said dryly. "The suicide option is a non-starter with Georgia." "Why'd you say that?" Steve asked. "Suicides have low self-esteem. Georgia, on the other hand, is a woman entirely devoid of the slightest shred of self-doubt. On a scale of 1 to 10, the health of her ego would be somewhere around 11. She's right, Kit confirmed. Most of us, we get a bad review, we kick the cat, we swear at the computer screen, we hurt. Even if we pretend we're far too manly for that. But Georgia, she gets a bad review. She sends the reviewer flowers and a note, saying she hopes they'll be better soon. Steve snorted with laughter. You're making that up. Swear to God it's a true story. Georgia could no more top herself than wear a shell suit. So, there's only one alternative. Is that what you're saying? If she hasn't staged this disappearance as a publicity stunt, then she's been abducted. Steve put into words what Kit and Fiona had been avoiding. There was a long moment of silence. Then Kit tipped the diced chicken into the pan with the shallots. Steam rose in the air, carrying the cooking smells across the room. I suppose that's what we're carefully not saying, Fiona said. Which doesn't mean you're not thinking it. I would be, in your shoes. After Drew Shand and Jane Elias, it's got to be in the front of your mind, Steve said. But there's no connection between those two murders, Kit protested. The Garda have arrested a local man for Jane, and you told me they haven't found any threatening letters among her papers, which put the damper on my nerves a bit. It doesn't matter that there's no connection, Fiona said. Psychologically speaking, that is. What we know is that 2 thriller writers have been murdered, so when a third goes missing, it's inevitable that we start wondering if the same thing has happened to her. It's the mind playing tricks, Kit. Subconsciously, we always look for sequences, even when they're not there. So although your conscious mind is denying that Drew and Jane's deaths could have any connection to Georgia, at a lower level, you can't help picturing it as a sequence and worrying about it. Nevertheless, Steve interrupted, and, speaking purely as a copper, I couldn't rule out the possibility that Georgia has been abducted. And of course, if she has been, and there's been a ransom note, then the police would have made sure that was kept quiet, Fiona said thoughtfully. They would be playing it exactly as they are, making out they're not unduly worried, acting like they're treating it as nothing more than possibly suspicious. I'd say so, yes, Steve confirmed. So that what you're both saying is that it's pointless to speculate, Kit said. Pretty much, yes. Steve inhaled deeply. This smells wonderful, Kit. It will be, he said confidently. I hope wherever Georgia is, she's getting something half as good. Fiona smiled ironically. I hope so too, because if this turns out to be a put-up job, she's going to be on bread and water for a very long time to come. Chapter 31. The clock read 3:24. Fiona had no idea what had woken her, but her eyes had snapped wide open, her brain firing on all cylinders. No point in trying to get back to sleep, she knew that. Insomnia seldom afflicted her, but when it struck, she knew the only answer was to get up and keep her mind occupied until sleep felled her again. She slipped out of bed. Kit grunted, turned over, and began breathing rhythmically again. Fiona padded across the carpet, taking her dressing gown off its peg and moving out onto the landing. The distant hum of traffic was the only sound. She had no sense of another presence besides her and Kit. As she mounted the stairs, she looked out of the window to the garden below. The dim light of a 3/4 moon turned it into an eerie conglomeration of monochrome shapes, but none were unfamiliar. Whatever had disturbed her sleep, it wasn't a stranger in either house or garden. In her office, Fiona turned on the desk lamp and took a can of Perrier out of the tiny fridge by her desk, one of Kit's more bizarre birthday presents. She'd been less than thrilled at the time, though she hoped she disguised her disappointment, but she'd come to appreciate its benefits since. He was good at that. coming up with things she'd never have imagined she needed. She popped the top of the can. It was so still in the soundproofed attic that she could hear the bubbles ping as they broke against the metal. She switched on her computer and waited for it to boot up. Then she went straight online. America was awake. There would be plenty of people up and about in the chat rooms to keep her amused. As she logged on, she remembered it was the night once a month when Murder Behind the Headlines had an online discussion that ran from 10 till midnight. She pointed her browser at their site and waited to be connected. Fiona scrolled through the subjects up for debate and clicked on Jane Elias. She came in on the middle of what seemed to be a heated exchange about the Garda Síochána. Offered the chance by the browser to backtrack on the conversation, she opted for that. What she read gave her a physical chill in her chest. According to 3 separate posts, the word locally on the Jane Elias murder was that the guards had arrested the wrong man, and they knew it. Allegedly, they'd been railroaded into bringing in John Patrick Regan by senior officials in the Serious Crimes Unit, in spite of the reluctance of local officers. Now, in the absence of any early forensic results linking Regan to the crime, it appeared that the local cops were getting jittery about the arrest, and his lawyer was fighting for him to be set free. According to one post, everybody in Kildenny who knew John Regan was adamant that the man didn't have the brains to organize an abduction, never mind the balls to kill a woman and mutilate her corpse. That was the point where the discussion had degenerated into a slanging match over the police. Fiona couldn't have cared less how good or bad the Garda Síochána were in an obscure corner of County Wicklow. She had more important things to think about. She logged off, turned off her computer and stared at the blank screen. Regan's arrest had been a far greater reassurance than she had been prepared to admit to Kit. Without him in the frame, the picture looked very different indeed. It wasn't a matter of the subconscious forcing connections. It became a logical conclusion. Normally, the murders of 2 people working in the same field on opposite sides of the Irish Sea would be so insignificant it would pass unnoticed. But when they were both public figures, both award-winning thriller writers, both writers whose work had been adapted successfully for film or TV, and both murdered in styles that followed elements in their work more or less slavishly, it stretched coincidence to a point where notice had to be taken. Fiona weighed the elements of her knowledge in the balance of her experience. Yes, there were such things as copycat killers out there, and Jane Elias's killer was as likely to be a copycat as a serial murderer at the start of his series, given the physical distance between the victims and the apparently very different manners of their death. Fiona, however, had never liked coincidence. She got up from her desk and ran downstairs to the spare room, where Kit's vast library of crime fiction covered the walls from floor to ceiling. Nothing as straightforward as alphabetical order, Fiona sighed to herself. She scanned the shelves, looking for one of George's books. The first one she found was Last Rites, the final part of a trilogy of legal thrillers she'd completed a couple of years before. Fiona turned to the inside back flap and read the autobiography there. Several of George's books had been adapted for TV, including the legal thrillers. Only one, a standalone psychological suspense novel whose graphic violence had shaken many of her traditional audience to the core, had been made into a movie. And Evermore Shall Be So had been a low-budget British film made with sponsorship money from Channel 4. Fiona vaguely remembered reading about its success. Something in the film had captured the attention of a mass audience, and it had become a surprise hit on both sides of the Atlantic. The haunting, ethereal theme tune of an unaccompanied boy soprano singing Green Grow the Rushes O as a lament, a plangent counterpoint to the nightmares of the film, might have had something to do with it. For some reason she'd never seen it, though Kit certainly would have done. Now, all she needed was to find the book. One among 2,000 or 3,000 couldn't be so hard, could it? Methodically, Fiona made her way along the shelves, pausing whenever she encountered George's name. How the hell did he ever find anything in here?